Can anyone hear us? But it's like 6:35.
Yeah, I'm here, Packy. I'm here.
Armando, unhide us, Armando. Oh, thank you, God. Thank you, God incarnated Armando. Please unhide us. Thank you, Armando. Thank you.
Is it
Okay.
is it the crowd, Armando? You don't want to make yourself present?
I love you, Armando. We love you. Jose love you. Ray of Sunshine loves you. Tex Mex loves you. Racy loves you. Alpha Bull loves you. Pay Me No Mind loves you. Uh, any other person on YouTube loves you. We all love you. Buddy W loves you. His lovely wife Crystal Cute loves you. Uh, even the crazy Adam loves you. Ronan Kanushi loves you. Mike Turi loves you. James loves you, but James has a scary face. But it's okay. Uh, uh, Uncle loves you. Uncle ex-CIA. He loves you. Uh, who's left? Melissa loves you, but you treated her really bad, so she's not coming back. Oh God. My kiddo Pemi loves you. My kiddo the original Merry Christmas loves you. My kiddo from North Carolina Sakura loves you. Armando the Muslim world loves you. Armando the half population of Christian loves you. The Black Jesus loves you. Mrs. Armando loves you. Petra loves you. My street Petra. Uh, uh, who used to supply you the used bath water? She loves you. Athena the witch loves you. Who's left? Uh, uh, David Simpson loves you. The piss drinking Beck loves you.
Jesus.
Jesus loves you. The original Jesus loves you. Allah loves you. Muhammad loves you. Krishna loves you. Ram loves you. Buddha loves you.
Well, he's not Christ. Come on now.
Trump loves you. Clinton loves you. Hillary Clinton loves you. Obama loves you. Michelle Obama loves you. Uh, what's the name of Trump's wife?
Meridia,
Melania loves you.
Melania. Melania. She wants Anya.
Thank you, Rishi. Melania.
I was terrible about that with girls, man. I would always terrible. Brandy with the cotton candy, you know what I mean? Is there anything you wish to say before this sentencing?
Uh, 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 No, nothing.
No, you're guilty.
I'm guilty conscious, so you can say that I'm guilty.
You're guilty of all of them.
I have to do something to entertain the people on YouTube, so I have to do something. We cannot leave this channel go down. This has to be alive. What should I do? What should I
Yeah.
do?
What do you got to say there, Armando?
I'm about to start firing off in a little bit. I'm just eating real. Hold on.
Okay, Armando. Uh, I sing for you while you eat. Uh, Crossroads seem to come and go. Yay. The gypsy flies from coast to coast, knowing many, loving none, bearing sorrow, having fun. But back home, he'll always run to sweet Armando.
So I think
Mm.
I might have a song you probably don't know.
Which one?
If you do know it, go ahead and let's hear it. But when the
Uh,
man comes around,
the band comes around.
when the
Oh,
man comes around,
Buddy's wife was
hear the
referring.
trumpets, hear the piper.
That song was like when a man loves a woman by Journey. I have to
When the
learn
man
that song,
comes
but I
around,
don't know it.
you don't know that song?
No, no.
Well, it's Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash. No, I'm not that old for Johnny Cash.
Yeah, but you don't have to be.
Well, I'm too young.
Nobody's too young for Johnny Cash, especially when it comes to the song "When the Man Comes Around."
Bucky King, no cash, no cash. I feel so bad. Buddy's wife asked me to sing a song, but I can't. Paki loves for song Armando is my request. Paki loves song for Armando is my request. Paki loves song Armando. Which was the love song? I sang so many songs for Armando. I don't even remember.
You got to hear the song then. As a person that likes to sing and appreciates music, you would like this song, even if you don't
Mambo.
like the rest of the artist's song. I think you would like this song. It's called "When the Man Comes Around."
When the band comes around, I have to check. I have to check because I'm using a phone, so I have to go back on YouTube and check when a man comes around.
Or just type in lyrics "When the Man Comes Around" and read it.
But still, if if you haven't heard the song, how are you able to uh, sing the tone? You have to learn the
If
tone
you're
first.
a good, you would understand it. I'm sure a person like you would.
No, I'm
When
someone
you
who know
got to the
every.
third,
I'm not that smart.
second chorus, you would.
I'm very dumb. I'm very dumb. Actually, a few months back, I wasn't even able to speak. It is Armando who blessed me with this ability that that I'm right now singing and talking to you right now. So thank you, Armando.
What about you, Armando? You heard that song?
Um,
What were you guys talking about? Johnny Cash?
When the man comes around. Yeah, Johnny Cash. The song
Nah, the only
is
Johnny Cash song I heard was 24 minutes ago.
really.
Yeah, it's the only one David sang.
That's kind of
I didn't
crazy.
get
I
brought
brought
up
it
in
up.
huh? I
That's
didn't
kind
get
of
bring up in
crazy. I
that time.
brought. If the first song you ever heard of him was 24 minutes ago, that is kind of crazy. I brought it up.
Yeah. I didn't even know he was such a big singer until Dave brought him up.
Johnny Cash.
Yeah, man. I
If
guess I
you're
was
an
living under a rock
American,
somewhere.
yeah. Hey, he's white, but
Yeah, I know the music is white too.
even most black people know, rappers know who Johnny Cash is.
Yeah,
uh,
I found that out to be true.
but he's dead. Died September 12th, 2003,
Yeah,
Nashville,
that
Tennessee.
happens to the best of us, or should I just say all of us?
Mhm. Armando, you still eating?
Kind of, but I'm here.
He's always there. He's listening in on everybody.
Yes, Armando is everywhere.
They hacking into
Everywhere,
their shit.
24/7. He's everywhere. He never sleeps.
It's,
Armando Vargas never sleeps.
it's what's coming
Never,
to everybody.
When I'm
never,
not here,
never
I'll tell
sleeps.
you. When
The
I'm not here,
veil
I'll tell you that I'm
lifted.
not here.
The veil is being lifted. Nothing hidden. It shall not come to light. Having said that, I know my sins, but you don't. You know your sins, but I don't. But it will come to light for everybody. Isn't that crazy? A massive higher state of conscience. We're all going to be shamed. When the man comes around. Do you hear that, Armando? Don't judge anybody because it's going to happen to
Like,
everybody.
that's right. But I can judge. I'm qualified.
Oh, yeah, we all are. Even though he does say, if you must judge, judge righteously, judge with righteousness.
No, but Armando, that would contradicts what you were saying last night to Ronan. You said that Ronan, you cannot profile anyone. Though Ronan was insisting that yes, I am capable of profiling people. But you said, hey Ronan, you cannot judge anyone. And now you're saying that yes, I can judge. So
Yeah, the atheist world can judge. They're not qualified.
No, yeah, no. The reason why he tells us not to judge is because nobody knows what's in the heart of the person you're judging or the judge. He does, though. He does.
Who's he?
God.
Okay.
What is
God is
everything?
not him. We cannot
God is
refer
everything.
God as he. Hey, Armando, can we refer God as he?
God
Can we
is
do that?
God is our entire realm. He's
No.
everything.
Can we address God as he?
Yes, absolutely.
How?
There is only one Father.
Father.
And what is a father? Is that a
Oh
female?
shit. Oh, my phone went off. Guys, I'm gonna.
Let us make man in our image.
Can you guys hear me?
The demon is running away. Why are you running away from the gospel?
Who, me?
Yeah, you man. Every single time somebody's willing to teach you about God or Jesus, well, same thing. But I'm just saying, anybody,
No,
anybody that's
no,
willing to teach
no,
you is
no.
running away from the
That's
gospel.
not right.
Why you keep running away from the gospel, Packy?
Shit, man, my phone. Something happened to my phone. Can you hear
What
me,
happened to
Armando?
you? Yeah, everybody can hear you, Packy.
Can you hear this lady talking?
We can hear
Yeah.
you, Packy.
No. Can you hear this lady's voice? Like
It's a
some
difference of knowing.
another application is been using the mic. Please try again. Can you hear this voice?
Absolutely.
Can you hear this voice?
Yes.
Oh God, I think it's my phone just got possessed. I I'll be back in like in a few minutes.
All right, Packy. So what you guys were talking about? Hey, you really
I
hammered.
think we're all damned because of our individual secrets or deeds.
Damn, huh?
But when he says there is not nothing hidden that shall not come to light, I'm
That he's
thinking everybody's gonna know everything about everybody.
in due time, right? Like if you do a
Oh, when
secret
the man
today,
comes around or when Jesus comes back. Remember, he's gonna pour his God's gonna pour his spirit out
well, let's
on the
take
people of the
an,
earth.
let's take a certain example for it. Like let's say, for instance,
He's gonna
the
pour his
world.
spirit out. He's all knowing.
Well,
He's gonna pour that out.
I think that means that anything you think you do in secret will come out to the light. Meaning, you know how
Yeah,
the
yeah.
JFK
And it-
assassination happened? Usually
it's
nobody knew.
yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
but we're gonna accept it. We're gonna be like, okay, yeah, but you know what I've done, so we're gonna we're gonna be in a mutual agreement on. Wow, we fucked up.
I mean, if you see the way everything is happening now, everybody's finding out about different things. 9/11
Yeah,
was an inside
we're all
job.
gonna.
If it wasn't an inside job, JFK, you know,
Yeah, like I mean, we're taking political sides, shit like that. We're taking sides on how to go about a better way for man to live, and it's actually blatantly clear. Get rid of all the evil things. Everything evil, get rid of it.
that's not gonna it's
Higher
not gonna
state of
fly.
conscience. The higher state of conscience is going to be being able to see what to
You see
get
the
rid of.
you seen the movie Demolition Man?
What to get rid of.
You seen the movie Demolition Man?
Yeah, I think the spirit's being poured out right now.
I've seen it.
You seen it? You see how you have people living in sewers? They seem unrighteous. They
And
seemed
those are the ones
unrighteous.
you have to help. Jesus didn't come to help the faithful or the righteous. He
Right.
come to help the
Sinner.
faithless, the poor, and the
Faithless. Right.
sick.
Which is everyone though, right?
Yeah, but
Everyone.
it's well, it's not everyone.
Yeah, man. He came
At
and
his
he
time, in
corrected.
his time, I would probably agree with you. There would not. It would have been like
Right. It would
the
be
days of
everyone.
Noah,
Right.
and Noah was the only righteous. Yeah, you're probably right on that.
I'm saying on that for that time it was everyone. For our time, I mean, some of us are blessed. So some
Yeah,
of
yeah,
us,
but there was still an acknowledgement from Jesus and God that there was still people that knew. You know, they knew God. They know they hold themselves guilty, whether they admit to others. You know what I'm? They fear the Lord. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Meaning you can't. That doesn't mean you can't be educated elsewhere. But in any category you're educated, having the fear of the Lord, you will be educated much better. Because what you're going to take into account is what the
what
teacher's
happens?
not teaching.
Let's ponder on the idea. What happens when you remove fear?
Yeah, I mean,
You lose
I
your
don't
inhibition.
think it's another thing man's not capable of doing. I think the
So
only one that actually did would be Peter, when for a second there, he also walked on water. He was just wanting to hug Jesus. He didn't care of anything. He just wanted to say hi. Just
you just wanted to grab a piece of the cloth.
yeah,
I know.
and then he realized he was standing on water, and he fucking fell in.
Water means religion. Water means people.
Water means life.
Um,
Yeah, water.
water means to
You
me. Well, not
can't
to
live
me.
without water. The
Right,
only
but it
thing
means
man
it means
needs is water, food, and some sort of shelter for certain seasons.
right. I'm talking about spiritual water. I'm talking about living water. Living water is religion, people's ideas, people in general, just people.
Oh yeah, I could picture that. Yeah.
Yeah, like when you turn it carnal, water is physical, you know. But I think I don't think he was. I think he rarely spoke about anything carnal.
I hear you on that. That makes sense. Maybe the spirit flow. Yeah. It's
Right. Like,
constantly flowing. The spirit never stops.
let me ask you something. What kind of feeling do
And
you
it's
get when you see
eternal.
a sea of people singing hymns when they're all moaning down when they're all moaning to the same tune? Does that do something to you?
Yeah, it's movement. It's beautiful. It's good.
Yeah, yeah. We can't get seven people to agree. Religion or this God thing is the only thing that gathers people together under the same banner.
That that's a perfect example of how we're all lost sheep. And we do look for a leader, or in biblical terms, a shepherd. The question is, who's your shepherd?
Exactly. And can I judge him?
Of course, you can't judge him lest you first walk in his
Well,
shoes.
well, first let's
That's what he
look at
means
the
by
shepherd.
judge righteously,
Let's
because he
judge
tells you
the shepherd.
beforehand. He tells you beforehand to not judge, lest you first walk in his shoes. Meaning, the scenario you're judging, you must have walked those shoes. That would be judging righteously.
Let's judge the prophet Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, or whatever his name is. I don't think it's Elijah Muhammad, but Muhammad, the leader of the Muslim world. He's judged, right?
Yeah, have you really studied the Muhammad world? Like in check this out. Just look into this, okay? Muhammad was brought forth by a pope. A pope. The Quran was written by the RCC, or the Vatican. RCC, Roman Catholic Church, the mother of harlots, the mother of all churches, which all sip from the wine of her fornication and delicacies.
Right, and of the martyrs. Yeah, the spirit that took the head of John the Baptist and Paul tried to take the head of Jesus.
No, no. It was the Pharisees. That's who I think implemented the Roman Catholic Church. The Pharisees that had Pilate kill Jesus. Because even Pilate said, I find no wrongdoing with this man. He asked the people, because there was another prisoner, Barbarian or something. He was a murderer.
Yeah,
Yes,
Barabbas.
yeah. Would you rather me kill Jesus or him? And the people that cheered Jesus on coming into Jerusalem,
Well, that's a famous line.
same
Everyone with
people
one voice. Everyone with one voice said, "Give us Barabbas."
threw rocks at him and fucking, yeah, dude, the same people, dude. Powers that
But that
be
idea applies to.
absolutely know how to push the people in a desired direction, and the knowledge is only gained since. I honestly think our technology is based on being able to push the people in a desired direction. Think about it. The technology we have, that we hold ourselves higher as those in the past for some reason. The the desires of men have never changed. So the powers that be are still the kings and queens of the castles or sword and shield you're thinking. They're still the same. Takes a certain heart to be king.
I think the heart shouldn't have no decision making in your world. I think the heart is wicked continuously.
No,
It's
the tongue
filled with
is. The tongue is. Trust your heart.
trust
But
the heart, but not the.
the tongue is the most evilest thing on our body, according to scripture. The tongue.
Wouldn't this tongue be considered the sword that Jesus came to bring us?
Yeah, but it's the most evilest. See,
Can you guys hear me okay?
it's almost like it's a equilibrium.
Yeah, I'm with you, Hank.
Albert Pike kind of wrote about this. It's like an equilibrium. You can't have one without the other. God's creation is a balanced system.
Can you guys hear me okay?
So
Yeah,
to
Hank,
have
you're
love,
golden. You're golden.
to have love, you must have hate. Without hate, love is just the way it is.
All right, James, I fucking love you, man. Sometimes you say some really good shit. A minute and a half ago, you said that you think the Roman Catholic Church was from the Pharisees. And I absolutely think you're right. I think that the Jesuits are also from the Pharisees because Mr. Iglesias, he was the first Jesuit. I forget his first name. But he was the first Jesuit who got his leg injured in battle. But he's still an Iglesias. He formed the. He was a Jew. And all of the Jews look like the Romans. I mean, they look identical. And the Roman Pope, you know, they wear their little Jewish hats.
Hold on.
You
What
know,
are we talking about
not
that
a
they look
coincidence. You know,
identical?
Hold on, I want to hear this because. Go
Okay.
ahead, finish, Hank.
you know their little yarmulkes.
You got some background noise now, or somebody.
Did he say the name of the
So
first
what's
Pharisee? Did you get the name of the
first
Pharisee?
Jesuit?
Jesuit.
Iglesias? Yeah, something Iglesias. Ignacio Iglesias.
Yeah. See, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy, Hank. Because I didn't even know all that. I'm just going off of what I've it's like it's being given to me. Not to sound lame, but it's I
Safe to call them
how
the
could it not
Jesuits.
be? It even specifically says in Revelations the color, the false prophet, the mother of harlots, the one that gives power to the beast, the colors they wear. It says
Scarlet, right?
it says scarlet, purple, scarlet, purple, blue, and gold. Blue was from Jesus. Blue said, he said to in the tassels that you wear, put a blue thread so that you can look down on it and remember thy commandments and do them, and so that your heart might not be inclined into the harlotry of your eyes.
You know what?
Man.
You know what that tells me? That tells me that the woman, the Samaritan woman that
But
saw Jesus.
they don't wear the blue tassel. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt
Don't worry
you.
about it. It's
They
okay.
don't wear
It's your conversation.
they don't wear the blue tassels, but they have the scarlet, the purple, and the pectoral cross must be covered in gold and precious stones. And that's in the Catholic Encyclopedia. So you have all, because it also, I went past it saying the precious stones that they'll wear as well. And for the cardinals, I believe it's scarlet. For the ones, it's before or after the cardinals, is purple. And then you have the pectoral cross with the precious stones and gold. And they're not wearing the blue tassels.
I think that shit is satanic.
They even changed the 10 Commandments, man. I can't get past that. They changed the calendar and the 10 Commandments. That's the times and laws. He says, not in these words, eventually, man will seek to change times and laws.
Speaking about the Antichrist, can you guys hear me?
Speaking about the calendar, and yeah. Speaking about the calendar and the 10 Commandments, the laws.
All right, so you might be asking yourself, why would a Jew be named Ignacio Iglesias? Well, remember what happened in 1492. The Spanish Inquisition pretty much outlawed it to be a Jew. So if you're outlawed in a country, what's the first thing you do? Change your name, blend in, go to church on Sundays, right?
Yeah, or if you're one of the high priests, spiritual wickedness in high places, you also only have to like if you want to change what is known, you have to get rid of those who know. You see what I mean? Spanish Inquisition, gotta wipe, gotta wipe them out. So, and what I'm trying to say is, even as a Jew, the high priest would still get rid of Jews in order to implement this idea. If you see what I'm trying to say.
Man, when you study the Jesuits, they've been kicked out of like 89 countries or some shit. And that's funny because the Jews have been kicked out of about the same amount of countries. It's like, wait a minute. How do these two groups of people keep getting kicked out of all these countries? Like, it takes a lot for someone to say, this town ain't big enough for the both of us. One of us has got to go, and it's going to be you. It takes a lot to want to kick somebody the fuck out of your country and drive them to your border and tell them to never come back. You have to really piss somebody off.
Yeah, and when he says you will know them by their fruits, he is referring to the end times. So man will know the enemy. Their fruits will be revealed. You'll know them by
You
their
know,
past. Their
I was
fruits, their
looking,
past to me would be crucifying Jesus. That would be where the root started from. You'll know them by their fruits, meaning you'll see what happened. That'll be revealed. That'll be part of the end times, that knowledge. And I think we're getting there. Their whole thing's going to be lifted. That's what I think is going to create the war. I mean, think about it. Their powers are going to be threatened by the knowledge, the Spirit of God being poured out on the people. So they're going to want to go to war. I mean, what else do they have to do? The veil's going to be lifted. All their lies, everything's going to be, well, that's pretty fucking, we're going to want to hang him and shit, but they're just going to go to war. They don't even have to have soldiers, really.
so the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason plot, where Guy Fawkes, everybody knows Anonymous in the Guy Fawkes mask. The Jesuit Guy Fawkes attempted to kill all of Parliament just to kill King James, who was translating the holy text into English or Old English. He was also a Jesuit, and you got to figure, why would the Romans not want the Bible to be in the common tongue? Because the truth will set you free, right?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Jesuit trained?
Yeah, a lot of colleges are Jesuit colleges, and that's a little bit different than Jesuit trained. In order to become a Jesuit, you have to be Jesuit trained. But
Well,
if you,
check this out. Every what is it? I can't say CEO, operator, not secretary. I don't think it would be secretary. Head of CIA has been Jesuit trained. Every single one of them.
I believe that.
Every single one of them, dude. And this is public information.
When you read the Jesuit oath, and it used to be in the Library of Congress, but the page got ripped out. When you read that oath, man, that is a serious oath. They say they want to be like a corpse, taking orders, without any kind of moral responsibility. That's that's scary shit, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Jesus was at the time a Jew, right? Well, I mean, would they classify him as a Jew or just the Son of God?
He was Jewish royalty, but I believe he rejected the Pharisee religion based on the evidence of he did
Yeah,
not stone Mary, he did not wash his hands properly, and he also picked fruit off the field on the Sabbath. So that's
yeah.
three times he broke Pharisaic law, which is weird, isn't it?
No, he never broke the law.
There's
He
there's
said
two different there's different laws. Um,
he said not to work. You could still do good.
right, there's different types of law. There's the oral law, and then there's God's law, and then the Mosaic law, and then the law of sin and death. So there's different laws in
Yeah,
the
oh yeah,
Bible.
the cow, the sorry, Hank, the cow in the well. He says on the Sabbath, if your cow falls in the well, do you not get him out? Of course, you can do good on the Sabbath. You're not working, you're doing something good.
But the oral law said that Mary should have been stoned for her fornication, and he said, well, he didn't say anything. He drew it in the sand. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. So any of you guys who haven't broke the law, then you can be an executioner. So I guess it's hard to say this. If you haven't broke the law, then according to the Old Testament, then you can kill someone righteously, and it's not murder. That's kind of hard to
That
understand.
no, that's what I try to tell people is the Old Testament is actually still applicable. Jesus did not come to abolish it; he come to fulfill it. The
Right.
reason, what I'm meaning is that the law of the old, you know, what was to do what you're saying. He's coming to bring salvation for the sin of man without having to, the sacrifices and all that. He's that's what he's doing.
Well, I figured Ronan would have something to say
So when he's
after
saying
I
that,
said that. Anyway, I'm not saying you should go kill anybody because obviously we've all broke the law. So please don't take my quote out of context.
no, I'm just saying it's not going to happen. He knows that. There's not going to be a man without sin in order to take the life. So he knows automatically what he's speaking is true. It's not going to happen. He's using it as an example, like as in we all fall short. I don't want to bring up the flat Earth thing, but even in the heliocentric model, if that was the case or truth, it's still a creation in my eyes. There's no way it was Big Bang from nothing.
So I've been listening to Cathexis and John talking about quantum physics, and I learned something from them, which was very, very interesting. They said that the way that computers work, without our understanding of quantum physics, the computers could not work. And I remember over and over and over again being in the flat earth debate rooms and them saying, well, you got a computer, don't you? So you should trust science and you should trust the theoretical astrophysics. But here's the thing, quantum physics goes against theoretical astrophysics. You know, I'm sure you've probably heard that quantum physics is kookery and quackery and cuckoo, and it doesn't make sense. It's because it doesn't make sense with Einstein. Einstein trying to disprove it. In fact, there's a challenge right now. Anybody who can, I can't remember exactly how the challenge goes, so I don't want to say it, but anybody who can prove quantum physics wrong and Einstein right, you know, they get a Nobel Prize and a bunch of money. I can't.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That would make sense because it breaks down
So all those times
the
they
quantum
were
level.
used. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go ahead, Hank. I'm sorry.
All those times they were using the computer and throwing it in my face and trying to say, well, the computer works, so theoretical astrophysics works. It's actually the opposite. It's actually the computer works, so quantum theory works, and not Einstein's theory. So it's
Yeah, that's
quite
crazy. That's crazy.
it's quite funny now that I
Comes
learned the
back to
truth.
bite. Yeah, it comes back to bite him in the ass.
And that's been done to me over and over. You got a computer, don't you?
Oh,
Yeah.
I've heard it too. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I've heard it all. But that's another thing that I could understand. Okay, if the heliocentric model is truth, then flat earthers would be the ones deceived and whatever. But however, they always do bring up uh, science and your phone works and shit. But what bothers me is they classify when they say science, they're putting everything in this all fields of science. They're putting in the word science, and there's actually words in front of the word science to categorize these. You know what I mean? Theoretical science is in its own. Real science is fact and truth. You see what I mean? Even they don't understand that that's how science works. I mean, it's anatomy is science. Fucking what the fuck? The shape of the earth doesn't really have to do with, I guess, with gravity. It might have to do with your anatomy. You hear what I'm saying there, Hank, or not? Was I babbling?
Yeah, I'm listening. Um,
They put science, all science, in one category. It's bullshit. The table of elements. When you mix this with this, that's fact. That's truth. That is science. That's real science. Demonstratable, observable. There's no denying it as fact.
so the double slit experiment is empirical science. The quantum eraser is empirical science. Anybody can test these things. And basically, the quantum eraser put Einstein's relativity to bed. You know, it's pretty much done. And that's why they always say that, you know, quantum physics is strange, it's cuckoo, crazy talk, it doesn't make sense. It's because it doesn't make sense for their worldview. And I'm quoting John, you know, this isn't my own ideas. But these lectures by college professors about quantum physics, and, you know, I kind of think John's right. You know, because the way they talk about it, they're like, this is going to go against everything we know. You know, they say stuff like, this is going to not make sense. You know, and the wave is It's outstanding that light can go from waveform to particle if there's an observer. But if there's no observer, the light stays in waveform. And I'm just like, what? Is
Yeah, just
light
I,
omniscient?
I think just with the magnet, the simple magnet, I think just with that, people should be able to figure out what we're being told. It can't be. There's something else to it. Something's missing. It's a lie. Something's just the magnet, dude. Just the magnet.
If your magnetic field's been light, and if the Earth has a magnetic field around it, then all the light we're seeing is bent. So that's why we
Yeah,
have
but
the apparent position of the sun. We don't really know where the sun is at in the sky.
and that's probably based off. I hope that's based off. I don't know how they would observe it. Maybe certain lenses, infrared, X-ray, shit like that. But hopefully that's observable. But
Yeah,
even
light
if
bending
it
through
is
a
a
magnetic
certain,
field is observable.
I mean, if it takes a certain lens to see it or whatnot, like X-ray, then who's to say uh, there's not something else there? Do they would take that into account, right? You would
I
think.
don't know about the loose signal.
Am I cutting out or you? If I'm coming in clear, it's you, Hank. You can't have the colors of the light without the shadow. There's an equilibrium, light and darkness.
Ronan, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand the stigma that comes with it. I understand that if you wear a garment or you advocate a flag, anything is always going to be the stigma tied to. But what do you think about the Confederate flag? I think
Oh,
it shows. I think it shows patriarchy. To other people, it might be racism.
well, yeah, well, yes, it is. It's all of those things. But what it truly represents, if we're talking law,
I like the whole X thing. I think
well,
the X represents
are you going to
man's
interrupt me,
chromosome.
Mike? Out.
All right, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
What it truly represents, never mind the social aspects like slavery, oppression, you know, all of that. Under law, that Confederate flag represents treason. Under law, again, that flag represents treason against the United States under law.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's. I guess you could. I could see your argument there, but
No, you have to agree. You will agree with my argument because technically that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I understand the other
no,
part. I
not
understand
by
the
the
other parts of
law.
it. I understand the other parts of it, slave ownership, oppression, because they call him 3/5 of a man in the
But how could
Constitution.
something representing treason be legal when
It's
treason
illegal under law.
is the highest crime possible?
It's a it's treason. That's right. Now, had the South been all so-called Mexicans or Indians or blacks, they'd all been hung. by the racist in the North.
Hey, and I gotta agree with you on that, but I gotta say
Okay, like I
something.
said, under law, it is
Yeah, can I
a
add to
symbol
that?
of treason against the United States law.
I think I would agree. I don't see it actually stating it that bluntly in the law, but I would agree. Yeah.
Have you read the Constitution?
Yes, but
Okay, that's
what I
it.
want to
That's
say here,
it.
what I have
That's it. That's it.
politics and the national news media tells you is a constitutional republic.
Right.
That republic fought for the freedom of slaves.
After
It
it
was
was
the
amended.
Democratic
Excuse me.
Party
Excuse
that
me.
wanted to
After
keep
after it was amended.
slavery in
Excuse me.
law.
Excuse me. No, no. It
Yes,
was amended.
bullshit.
It was
Hey,
amended. The
Ronan,
13.
look that up
No, no,
right
no,
now.
no,
Look it up
no,
right
no.
now.
You're missing the point. You're
North,
not going.
North and
You're
South.
jumping. Go ahead.
Who was fight? What was the fight for about? North and South. What was the fight about?
It was
It's about the
about.
freedom of slavery.
That's one of the
The
things.
South
That's
was being
one of the
told
things.
they wasn't going to be able to hold black
No,
people
no,
as
no, no. That was one of the things.
and they was like bullshit.
No, that was one of the things.
It was the
Slavery
Democratic
was only
Party that
one
wanted to
aspect of
keep
it all.
slavery.
No, no. Slavery was only one
Constitutional
aspect.
Republic freed them. What better to hide your votes as the one who fought for your freedom? They're fucking people don't realize that, man. It was the Democratic National Convention that fought to keep slavery. That was the Confederate flag.
No, no.
Yes, they wanted
No,
slavery.
no, that's not the way it went. No,
Yes.
no.
That was the Democratic National. Yes, it was.
Okay.
Look it up, Ronan, right now.
No, I can
Look
tell you
it up.
about it right now.
No, look it up right now.
Right now. I've done the homework. I've
It was
done
the
the homework.
Republic. That's why it's the Constitutional Republic. And that's why they're free.
No, that's not. No,
Yeah, the Republic won.
You're mixing time frames.
Republicans
You're
won.
mixing time
Won.
frames. Okay.
Oh, and the black that fought in the war, because they was told, if you live, you're right now you're fighting for your freedom. So not only was it the white Republicans, but they had the slaves on their side as well, because the slaves was fighting, and they're fighting for a purpose. There's a higher morality.
Lincoln was trying to get elected for a second term, and for his campaign slogan, it was Emancipation Proclamation. He said, "The reason we're doing this, the reason we're killing these boys in the South, burning their livestock and crops, starving them out, is because we're going to free the slaves." That was his campaign for his second election. Because before that, a Northern would say, "Why are you fighting?" Southern would say, "Well, you invaded my land." And the Southern would say, "Why are you fighting?" And the Northern would be like, "I don't know."
Yeah,
His
yeah.
second,
No. Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
It was
After his election, they was fighting to free the slaves, and I think that's why the North won. To be honest.
Yeah, I could picture that. But I mean, it was even documented that Abraham Lincoln had slaves. But here's the thing: just like I mean, if your intent is good or bad, you still got to hide within the realm you're in. You know what I mean? So if your intent is to free the slaves, either way, you're going to have a slave in order to get to the top. You wouldn't be, they wouldn't even allow you there. See what I'm trying to say? You know, you hear me there or not? Of course, everybody back then is going to have slaves. Everybody. Why? Because they was raised that was success. He was deemed successful. So another example of what is education.
Yeah, I heard you.
What is it?
Continue. But not everyone had slaves. Can you afford to drop $60,000 on a human being right now? No, not everybody can afford that shit. But the people who could afford it, chances are they were tempted, and well, some of the people probably bought some slaves.
Yeah, yeah. They acquired knowledge of being able to push the people of their nation's kingdom, in any kingdom, in a desired direction. So they figured out that bloodshed didn't have to happen. Psychological warfare is a very good tool. So they push their people in a desired direction. This has been, I mean, people should be able to understand this just in the how men work by reading history. Even if the history is false, it can't be false on these fucking kings and queens and their desires simply because uh man. I could be babbling, gentlemen. I'm sorry. Let me know if I ever babble. So you're babbling, James.
No, go ahead. You interrupt me and apologize to Hank, so I don't see any reason in saying anything. Mike out.
What are you talking about, Ronan? I've never interrupted. I hope you're innocent of interrupting because you sure deem it quite evil.
No, it just makes me look good because I have facts that you all have to agree with after I finish. But when you see it coming, you keep interrupting me. But when Hank was speaking, you apologized to him for interrupting, but not to me. And you didn't let
Well,
me,
I don't mean to
like
do
you're doing
that.
now. Mike
Right.
out.
Yeah, you're right. I did interrupt you right now, but I don't mean to do that, Ronan. I hope you don't hold it personal.
Oh no, no, it's not just you. You know, get in line, take a number, and have a seat. Everyone else that I speak to does exactly the same thing because they don't want to hear what facts are, quotes, or my questions. And you know, that's just my forte because that's who I am, and because I'm trying to explain. No, that's not really it. There's other factors that you're not considering. You interrupt me, or somebody else is going to interrupt me, whatever. Oh, the topic. So I'm used to it. It makes me look good. Mike out.
I would agree. You're one of the most, if not the most polite people person.
Don't get caught up in the whirlwind. I heard him curse the other day.
I would agree with that, but I mean no harm towards you whatsoever, Ronan. Whatsoever. Maybe every once in a while I'll say, excuse me.
Yeah, you know, James, I
I
couldn't.
heard I heard Ronan call somebody stupid.
Do you know the definition
Always
of the word?
appreciated, Ronan, your thoughts.
Well,
I've
see,
always, you're a very intelligent.
me. If you want to talk over me, go ahead. I'll mic out immediately. But the point is, do you know, Armando, getting X, the definition of the word?
It's still degrading, man. That's cursing somebody. I don't care how many times you paint it.
No, that's not.
It is painted
degrading.
black. You can't call somebody stupid.
No.
Stupid is like saying fuck you.
That's the
It's
word.
probably even worse than saying fuck you.
It's
Yeah,
that's the word.
Or shut up.
No, that's what you use. That you use shut
I
up.
like shut up though. I like shut up. I
Yeah,
can back it up with
Put me in my
Bible quotes.
place.
It's okay to tell somebody to shut up. It's not okay to
Because,
call them stupid. And I've done that too.
wrong.
I'm not silent on that.
Even
What I'm
just
telling
about
you,
everyone else wrong. It's very easy. It's well within my
I
reach.
admired your. I mean, because you have to compose
There's only
yourself.
one right.
You have to hold yourself back in order not to curse somebody out. I admired it. I admired it for a little bit until you called somebody stupid. Then it went away.
No, you don't understand the definition of the word. There's ignorance and stupidity. Ignorance.
They're both the same thing.
See, no, they're not. There you go, telling me it's the same thing. It's not. It's
They're the
two
same thing.
different words with two different meanings. Here you go, making me look good again. That's
They mean the same
problem
thing.
with lads like yourself. You
I
only
just
don't-
don't listen. I don't put the word to the second power. I don't do that. That's not what I do. I don't do that.
I'm not trying to use power or.
Yeah, you think ignorance is worse than stupid, and to me, it sounds like the same thing.
He who calls another one a fool is in danger of hellfire.
In ignorance, I don't believe in hell, so I don't use the word. Anyway, ignorance and
It's the
stupidity.
truth. It doesn't matter if you believe you.
Here we go. Mike out.
Yeah, to you saying the word ignorance is not to call a child stupid. You would say a child is ignorant, and you would call an adult stupid.
No.
Ignorant means uninformed.
No.
Stupid means unable to learn something new.
Look, I can pull the definition up again, but
disagree with both
I've
of
got
those.
it memorized, like a lot of words, that I know the definitions of. I'll tell you what, I'll pull it up. I'll pull up the definition again, and I'll read it to you. But you're gonna interrupt me anyway, so I'm just having fun, looking good. Mike out.
Ronan, I mean no harm, but
I'm sorry, buddy.
I don't know.
I had
I
to
don't know
snitch
what
on
kind
Ronan.
of. I don't know what kind of life you live, Ronan, but it would seem to me, and I mean no harm or disrespect, but it would seem to me as if there were a crew of 6 going to a job site in a work truck. You are the silent one.
No,
I'm the what, please?
You're the silent one.
The silent one.
The most offended one.
Well, usually when I hired on, within a very, very short period of time, I became the boss. Okay? That's the person I am. Everybody, the guys you
You
gang
can't
not
do
a
that
person
when
you are.
you can't do that when you're easily
group up with,
offended.
before the job starts, and then there comes this guy out of the office, and everybody, oh, here he comes. And then that person starts speaking, and the one that knows everything and can deal with everybody, I'm that man. Okay?
You can't
Dude,
be
it's
the
nothing
boss
but
when
a
you're you can't be the boss when you stay quiet when you're interrupted.
the difference. Now
can't-
to the definition of stupid.
Hey,
One,
you can't eat up. You can't eat up.
If the employee interrupts you, Ronan, you can't be the boss if you simply allow the employee to interrupt you and continue.
well, that's just it. If you were employee or someone was employee, and I'm talking to all of you, right?
There wouldn't be no reason to.
See, like I say, and that employee interrupted me, I would let him speak, And I would say, well, do you know how to do this job better than me? Yes or no?
I'll
No.
get up and
Well,
I'll
why
take
don't
away
you
the job
just
right there and
listen?
then.
Why don't you just listen? But if you want to look that bad, how about all of us stand here and point at you? Is that okay? You know,
I'll
is
tell you
that
to sit
okay?
down.
Is that okay for you to look bad in front of everybody here?
I'll
Yes
tell
or
you to
no?
sit down and let me take over.
No.
Hey,
Thank you
Ronan.
for your
Okay,
opinion.
proved your point,
And I
and
guess we'll go on because I know you're not a
I would
stupid
hold
man.
that accountable.
And the definition of stupid is one, lacking intelligence, or that's a conjunction, or common sense. Now that's the definition of stupid according to
People are never stupid.
right
Look
now
at
in history.
look at Steve Hawking's. Steve Hawking looks stupid when he presents himself to you.
Ronan, my employee's not going to interrupt me.
Hey, no,
Oh
I'm just
yes,
saying
they are. Yes, they are because my
they won't.
employees.
They're
Excuse me.
not.
They won't interrupt me.
I encourage my
They're not
employees
gonna
to
interrupt
speak
me.
up. No, I wasn't an autocrat, Lyser.
Have you been interrupted before?
Pardon?
Have you been interrupted before in real life while you were talking?
Sure,
Oh,
but
that shit don't happen to me, nigga.
I do it the same way I'm doing here.
That shit don't happen to me, though. Them niggas are composed. They don't respect you, Ronan.
You're not employees here. You're not employees. And an employee that did interrupt me, right, basically was mad because I was saying something that they didn't agree with and they were wrong about. Here, because you're wrong, you can say anything you want, but you're not going to get fired for it. That's
Ronan, I apologize, man.
Don't you all realize that?
Yeah, it just adds to my point that I said earlier. That tongue is very wicked. I shouldn't have said something like that.
Well, yeah, you're wrong, but that's another point altogether. But the difference is, if an employee interrupted me, I had always told them early on when they got employed in front of everybody else, because I used to gather everybody in that department or division or office or whatever that person was working in, right? Accounting, marketing, whatever. And I would tell them, look, the best way to communicate in this corporation is to ask questions. If you get upset or something, we're going to be patient with you. Obviously, you have to learn something, and I have to learn something.
Oh yeah. The best employee is going to ask a shit ton of questions.
Right, and that's it. And once everybody knows that I'm not showing favorites, everyone feels comfortable, and it's far more productive that way. Okay. Now I learned this as a young man in management. Like I knew construction before I went to the military. In the military, I learned that discipline, and then in business, I developed my skills throughout. This is who I've been.
Yeah, but I don't think you can learn it in school. I think leadership is learned.
Right. I had to assemble. Yes, I had to assemble my skill set. Well, refine my skill set. I was born with a rough set, right, of tools, so to speak, and I refined them as I grew up. Right, as I became a young adult and an adult.
That's very
how you do it, right? But if a person is born with a certain attitude, that's who they're going to be throughout their lives. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how intelligent they are. It doesn't matter if they can't. It's like Lyserge, perfect example. Brilliant person, right? But he has no sense of diplomacy, right? Otherwise, he'd be equal to to somebody who's like reasonable, but he's not. He's an autocrat, but yet he calls himself an egalitarian, which that's an oxymoron. Egalitarian autocrat, that's an oxymoron.
Contradiction.
But it is. But he's a very intelligent man. And if I hired him, I'd put him in an office by himself. Hey, start typing. That's all you can do. Well, I want to manage people. No, you don't have that skill. You just don't have that skill. Period. And if he doesn't
but you can always. I would never tell somebody that.
I do. I tell them. I tell all my employees that.
I would tell them they could do anything they want.
What it was. I told them exactly what it was. The employee come up and he would say, "Hey, man, I want to raise." Okay, let me cross train you in this. What? I want to raise. Well, yeah, but everybody else here is cross trained. They know that job, and when you know the job like they know the job, do it just as good or better. You're gonna get your raise. Do you want to do that, or are you gonna go back to your department? And then they go back to their department. There was no politics.
Yeah. I would agree on that. Yeah.
Well.
But you can't tell them that they're not. Well, I guess you could. You kind of.
Yes, I could, and it worked. Because
it's reverse psychology. You're right.
No, it's a direct statement.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
it's truth,
direct.
so it pushes them past that. They want to
Right.
get.
I didn't try to trick them
It's
because
reverse psychology.
if I tried that reverse psychology on anyone, and on anyone, when they figured out that I had tricked them, they would be twice as mad at me.
Oh,
That's a
really?
bad idea.
Because
That's a bad
I've had it.
idea.
I've actually had it happen on me 2 times. Well, memorable, very memorable, twice. Um, where it was worked for the better, and I was happy they did it.
There's many ways of
It
approaching it.
pushed me in a
There are
direction.
many
I
ways
thought,
of approaching it. There's many ways of approaching it. I just approached it in the best possible way I could imagine at that time in that situation. Right? If I was direct with a person, and they later on, right, would get it. That's great. If they didn't want to,
yeah,
their
yeah.
pride
See,
was in the way.
I'm more of as a manager or boss. I would never ask somebody to do something I would not do myself.
Well, no. I mean, when a new employee came in, it didn't matter if they were going to work in accounting or the secretarial pool or marketing. It didn't matter. I wanted to show them something, right? Well, I'm telling you, right now, because I didn't tell them at the time. I would tell them, "Are you willing to take a test that I'm going to give you?" And all you have to answer is yes or no. And they'll say, "Yes, okay, come on." And I would take them up to this grinder, a face grinder, right? Not circular, we're going vertically, but a face grinder, right? A flat plane, right? And it spins clockwise. And I would explain to them before I started the machine. I said, this machine's going to get loud when I turn it on. And right now, I'm going to smudge the tips of most of my index fingers with this grinder dust. And I'm going to turn on the grinder, and I'm going to walk up to this grinding wheel, and I'm going to put my finger up onto the grinding wheel. And I'm going to grind off just the grit that's on my fingers on both hands. And watch this, and boom, it's loud. It's a big grinder, right? And I do it, right? Smudge my index fingers, and I'd go up, and I'd touch it, and I'd show them my finger right there. You see that spot, right, where I took off the grinder dust, and then I do it with the other hand, and I turn off the grinder. I said, "Will you do that? Yes or no?" And they'd say yes or no. And if they ask why, I said, "I want to see if you have manual dexterity." But I'm not working here. That's right. Because you're not working here, I don't want you up there in that office with acting like a stuck up. Oh, let's take a break. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh,
I hear you.
That's right. And the stuck ups knew to keep their mouth shut.
Break.
That's right. You're gonna respect the horses that pull this wagon. That's what I told one of my marketing guys early on. You're gonna respect the horses that pull this wagon. If not, why don't you get out there and do the job, sir? Do you want me to leave? No, go. You can go back to your job. Thank you. You want to chat with him?
It definitely sounds like you've had jobs where a certain objective was demanded.
Right. But see, the stuck-ups in the office, stuck-ups see, when I started there, I was just, a regular employee, right? A regular employee. Just, hey, I started in production. Okay. And then I realized what was going on. And by the time I got to that position, which was a short, I think between about maybe 30 months later, I was a general manager. Okay. And after that, for 20 plus years, the same test with everybody. And by the time I got to general manager, like I said, within the short 30 months, right, those stuck-ups in the office, they had nothing to say. Because like I told them all, and I'll tell you, hey, the guys that I'm leading out there in that shop, those are the horses that pull this wagon. I'm very creative when I speak like that. Anyway, and that's the difference.
I would agree. Yeah, you sound like
yeah. And like I said, all the stuck-ups up there in the office, they weren't going to talk down to us. Like when I first got there, like my employer, my senior officer was a racist, okay? A white man racist. I'm white too, right? And him and the marketing director, I remember those two. Oh man, all sorts of racist jokes. All sorts of racist jokes. And I didn't like it. Still don't like it. I still don't like it. Doesn't matter what color, what combination. I don't care. I don't like it. And I never said anything. Just went ahead. Just went out there, did my job. And then when I got to power and they started, I said, look, I don't like that. You want to talk like that? You go ahead and talk like that outside of this business. But around here, we're not going to do that. It says, well, this and that, this and that. But before that, like within 2-3 months, right, that very same marketing director was talking to a customer. He says, yeah, I'll get my boys to do it. And then went straight up to the office. The top guy, hey, look, you know how good I am, and you're going to lose my skills if you don't tell that boy of yours to stop calling me a boy. Now, I'll tell you what, and I waited 20 years for the answer. I said, I'll tell you what, if you call me boy, can I call you motherfucker? And he didn't say anything. And Mr. Marketing Director, after that, kept his mouth shut. I'm sure they did it in their own little private time, But
Yeah, I never really said anything to anybody that called me a boy.
Well, no, but he was calling. Well, we had a different.
Ronan cussed.
What's that?
Ronan cussed. I heard you.
On Ronan's defense, Ronan was quoting himself from back when he did cuss.
I was quoting. If you want to play that, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just picking. Go ahead, man.
Put it this way. Look, buddy, people are going to listen to this. And when they say, look, buddy's acting stupid.
I'm going to look stupid, right?
Buddy's acting stupid.
I can't believe the way Buddy does
so smart. And I'm looking smart for all the wrong reasons, gentlemen. Please, come on, man.
That is great.
I mean, I like looking smart.
Ronan is
something.
Ronan is like Elijah from the Bible.
What's that?
Going around cursing at everybody.
Forget it. I'll tell you what, Mike out.
Prove your motherfucking God, you little puss ass niggas.
Say, did y'all see Alicia? He called out 2 mama bears, and them mama bears tore them boys to pieces. They were like, "Oi, hey, Baldy," and he was like, "Mama bears." Oh,
yeah, you got it.
Okay,
Hey,
Belon.
go up to your God, Baldy. Go show me your God. He's like, you little infidels, I'm gonna slaughter you all.
Man, them bears came out the woodwork, ripped them. It says the bear tore them. Man, we know what that means.
I don't think I want to work for
Ronan is the Pharisees. You know that? He said it before too. He said, if Jesus came across me, I would test Jesus. I was like, what the fuck?
Okay, buddy, I love this one. Why not, buddy?
I'm scared of you, man.
No one has to be scared of me.
We're not talking about. Nah, it wasn't scared like that, man. We could use the word scared and not mean pussy, Ronan.
Well, no, wait a minute. It's not like, because let's say, I'm not saying, buddy, if somebody else starts up acting that way, I'm going to be very patient with them. Oh, here's a good one. We had this one guy, right? We call him. His name was Abel, right? We call him Baby Abel. He was young. Like, we had like 3 guys named Abel, so we call him Baby Abel, right? After a while, after we got to know him. Anyway, so he came up. I was doing paperwork after everybody went home because I had to, do my work. Anyway, so he comes up and he says, "Hey, man, I've been working here, a few months. Yeah, I know that. How about I get some uniforms?" I said, "Well, no, you haven't earned them. You haven't earned it." It said, "Oh, man, I can do a job like this." Yeah. Well, yeah, but can you do such and such a job and such a job? Well, no. Well, that's why you don't get uniforms. And so he kept on for about a week, right here and there. He talked to me. "Look, I really want some uniforms, this and that." And then I tell you what, you talk to your supervisor, right? And his second, you talk to them. And if they come up to me and says to issue you uniforms, I'll do it. And so he went around Mr. Politics. He was good. I'll admit it. He was good, right? And he talked to him, and here comes the supervisor and the second, right? And they said, "Hey, look, we want to give this guy uniforms." And I said, "This guy's tricking you, right?" He says, "How so?" "Because he politicked you, and I told him to go over there and talk to you. He hasn't earned it, gentlemen. He hasn't earned it. But you want to do that? It's on you, right?"
Oh, you folded your own word, man, right there.
And I set it up. But see, the punchline.
You're an asshole.
The punchline is better if I may continue. The punchline is better if I may continue. You can't.
All right, go ahead.
You cannot anticipate this, and I know it.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry, it doesn't count because it's too.
Yes, it does count.
You haven't changed your ways, and you're still interrupting me. Anyway, Anyway, so after a while, well, they gave him uniforms and stuff, all that, formal stuff. Okay, fine. And then about 6 months, and 6 months in, he was in, right? Every Friday afternoon, I had it set up, well, because of tradition, right? If at 4 o'clock, everything was to be cleaned up, and we had a staff meeting, and everybody gets a quarter beer or a soda, whatever they want, whatever they're, a quarter beer or soda. That's all you get, right? And we have a staff meeting, right? So he knew this, right? He knew this, right? So one Friday he started, he was cleaning up, all in a hurry, right? And then he went to the restroom and he changed into civilian clothes and sat in the staff meeting in his civilian clothes. I said nothing. I expected his supervisor to bring it up. They didn't. The following week, he started to do it every day. And I think it was like a Thursday. And he did it, because we all cleaned up, man. But at 4:30, everybody cleaned it up, man. You gotta have it, as clean as possible, because that's my standards, right? And so he came out with his civilian clothes and stuff, and I was standing in the general area, and I said, "Hey, come here." And I'm saying, "Who told you to change into civilian clothes?" He said, "Nobody." He says, "Nobody? I want you to get him over here because I want him to give me a job." He said, "What? What do you mean?" By then, right, his two supervisors, right, and the crew, his crew, I think it was 6 guys, right, and then my senior officer just happened to hear me, right, and he comes out, and a couple of other supervisors come out, and we're standing there. You can imagine, like 10, 12 men standing around this guy, and I'm doing the talking like I'm doing now. It's, okay, I want you to get nobody over here, and I want you to tell him to hire me so I can work for nobody. What do you mean? What do you mean nobody? Well, nobody told you to change clothes, and you wanted uniforms, and you're supposed to wear your uniform till 5 o'clock, right? And then after a little while, right, and long story short, he said, okay, I decided. Thank you. 2 weeks later, he was gone. Punchline. Nobody told
You
me.
drove that nigga to quit that stupid ass job, nigga.
He quit it. I had the conversation.
You drove him, man. You got that nigga jumping hurdles off for a fucking uniform.
Well, put it this way. He brought it on himself. He said nobody told him to do something.
Why you didn't grant him what he asked for? Maybe that would have served a better purpose.
Why didn't I just what?
Grant him what he asked for. As soon as he
the uniform?
Threw him the uniform. Yeah.
The uniforms?
Yeah, what? There's a privilege of wearing this uniform?
Well, yeah.
Isn't he gonna look? Is he working there? Hold on. Stop. No, because you're a little long-winded. Stop. Did he work there? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Did other people have uniforms?
Yes.
Why you got him looking like a slave, my nigga?
Because they're on a probationary period until they learn.
Okay, how long was he there before he asked for a uniform? I bet you it wasn't the first day.
What Ronan's trying to say is this guy couldn't even observe.
He's legalistic.
He was the only one in civilian clothes.
No, what I'm saying is that there was just a kid, right? You said he was a child, right?
He probably shouldn't have been working there.
He was over 18. We can't hire people under 18. There's child labor laws out there.
You're running a child.
It's not like your job, Armando Vargas, where you get like 8, 9-year-olds to work with shovels all day.
You know what it looks like, though. You a racist bastard. Though.
I'm not a racist. Put it this way: he had equal opportunity to learn the skill and earn his pay. Or do you? So I should have given him special privilege because he asked for it.
Because he asked for it.
Yeah, but I don't know if you
child that asked for it. How many people asked for the uniform before time?
Hold on, because I don't know if you guys heard me. This guy couldn't even observe that he was the only one in civilian clothes. So I don't think it really mattered what job it was. This is observation is great in any job, but he couldn't even observe. He was the only one in civilian clothes. Perhaps he should not have had this job.
Right. That's the whole point I was trying to prove, and I told his supervisors ahead of time. right? And his supervisors didn't pick up when he decided to change clothes before the end of the workday. It's like a professional football player, right? You got the fourth quarter, you're down by 1 point, and the quarterback said, okay, I'm going to go change into my
Of course, you get
suit.
30, right? So
You
that's
know,
Well, it's
my press
also the
conference.
professional rookie football player.
Well, put it
Because
this way,
as a rookie,
yeah,
they'll
a
tell you
rookie.
all about
Fine.
it.
Well, fine. It could have been let's call it a rookie. Fine. And he decides he's so special, he's going to go change clothes. But he hadn't mastered the craft. He
Yeah,
hadn't
but
mastered it.
but another thing he was trying to say is this guy was very crafty with his words and was able to
Oh yeah, yeah.
uh,
He'd make a great
manipulate
politician.
his way for a very good
Oh yeah, he can go.
chunk of matter.
Yeah, he'd make a great politician. But I didn't play. Still don't play politics. I don't play that game just because you're my friend. I call no one friend. By the way,
you're gonna
go ahead. I
by
call
the end
no one.
by the end of the cipher, you're gonna end up calling someone a friend.
Tell you what, I haven't
You,
done it for I don't know what 4 decades,
well, you're
five
gonna
decades, 5 decades. Yeah.
go ahead,
Wait
go
a
ahead.
minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Perhaps that's what you
I know you're over here giving me a
I haven't done
biography
it for
on every
5 decades. Armando getting next. I hadn't done it for 5 days. What makes you
Are
think
you
I'm going to?
saying you're missing a friend, Ronan?
Oh no, I'm saying I call no one
man.
friend
I'm
because
telling
if you don't interrupt me, I'll be able to explain it, and it won't sound like I'm long-winded because I have to talk for half an hour because I'm being interrupted. I call no one friend because if I'm your friend, I would have to be someone else's enemy, and that doesn't work. It does not work.
No,
I'll
you
be
don't.
friendly. I'll be friendly. I won't befriend you. I'll be friendly to you. I'll be supportive in the best way I know how to be, right? But if I disagree with
you.
you
What are you saying that you
and
hold it
you use
you
that
hold it in a high
so-called
regard, or
use that tool,
you hold that word
you
in a high
use that
regard?
tool. See, I'm being interrupted. If you use
Yeah,
that,
because you're long
if you
winded, man.
use that,
We got the
if you
concept
use
already.
that
I think we
tool,
all believe like this. But what I'm
well, hey,
saying is,
you let Adam Dwyer speak for hours on end. The
all right,
Pancho
go ahead,
Beatty goes
go
on
ahead.
hours on end, and I don't interrupt him. What's the problem? And it's only 2-3 minutes tops for me, but it takes half an hour. But like I said, I call no, I'm not going to call you friend. No way. Look. Lyserg is an atheist, right? I don't call him friend, but at one point I was talking along. He says, "Hey man, I thought you were on my side." No, I'm not. I'm on the side that goes with the best idea, and if it disagrees with your platform, well, that's just too bad. You don't have the best idea. I'm going with the best idea.
That's right.
Guess what? And if you want to talk to Muslims, you're going to come across like hate. Because, oh no, I'm Christian, and I talk to Muslims, I talk to Jews, I talk to Hindus, I talk to everybody, black, white, brown. It doesn't matter, and I'm not their friend because if I'm somebody's friend, like I said it initially, if I'm somebody's friend, I'm someone else's enemy, and I figured that out
That,
when I was
that
12,
that is
13.
amazing, Ronan. And I did interrupt you. That is amazing that you're not somebody's friend because you're somebody's enemy. Because it doesn't matter.
Oh, we lost him. Oh well, my God.
Did you just say I have the best idea?
No, I'm looking for the best idea. I didn't say I had the best
No,
idea.
I'm saying you said that you would join the platform of whoever has the best idea, kind of,
No,
right?
no, you have a platform, but I'm going for the best idea. Okay?
All right, so all right, I think we're both on the same journey on that tip. I just
Okay.
No,
think
no, I'm
yeah.
sorry, man. I got to state this. I dropped the call there.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
It's amazing to me, Ronan, that you've never had to, you've been able to live off that. Not necessarily that alone, but because you've never been presented with a scenario where you had to choose a side. And in doing so, that is where you had your friend.
Well, put it this way. I don't think I've ever been in that scenario because if this group decided, well, we're going in this direction, and I say, well, I disagree, and they say you don't need to be here, and I say, okay, take care, bye.
No, and yeah, I'm not. I'm definitely not saying that's never happened. I'm saying that is crazy. I never thought that could happen.
It does happen. It does
Because
happen.
when you're presented a scenario where you have to choose a side between, whether it's really bad or just a certain matter where you had to choose a side, and in
Okay, give me
doing
a scenario.
so,
Make up a scenario. It doesn't matter.
develop,
Make up a scenario.
developed a friend.
Well, look, like I said, make up a scenario. Like I said, I've been in so many, and I've broken off so-called acquaintances with people, because hey, look, I disagree with that. I gotta go.
I can't. It's hard for me to. Uh, I guess a quick one would be childish. Um, you're going to a school you've never been to. It's your first time there. You see somebody. You see somebody kicked around and fucking people fucking with him, so you stick up for that person.
No, no, I've been in that
You chose
situation.
the side,
I've been in that.
and in doing so, developed a friend.
Oh no, no. I've been in that situation before, right? As a man, I've been in that situation as a man, right? And I came up, and these dudes, the bullies, were picking on this other guy, right? He wasn't part of that group, and I said, hey man, why don't you leave him alone? He says, who are you? I'm nobody to you, man. But if you're gonna pick on him, you better do it one-on-one, unless you're a bunch of cowards. And they all looked at me and said, what are you saying? I'm asking you if you're all cowards that you have to gang up on one man. No, I can fight. Okay, well, which one of you is going to fight him one-on-one? And they all just shut up, right? Because it's best if they group up.
Yeah, if somebody stands up,
that dude came around later and said, hey, man, thanks for helping. Yeah, you're welcome. Hey, man, do you want to come over to my house? He says, look, man, I just helped you out of a tight spot, man.
Yeah, but you don't. No. That's I guess I see your definition of a friend. What I'm saying is, you as friends with this person, just off of sheer right and wrong.
No.
Yeah,
I don't think
you knew this was wrong.
A friend, as I understand it, you would have had.
I was using an analogy that was playing its terms.
You're mixing time frames again, James Richard. You're mixing time frames again. That's why I have to mic out. No, you're mixing time frames again, James. That's why I have to mic out. First, I would have had to have known this person. I didn't know any one of those people. I didn't know any one of them.
Yeah, me neither.
I'll give you another. I'll give you another one. Same thing, except it was a female. It was a female getting picked on, right? And she came around and he said, "Can we be friends?" I said, "Look, no, look. I just helped you because I'm just, I just care for your well-being, and it doesn't give me license to, be your boyfriend or anything like that. I just helped you. It's okay. It's no problem." Then walked off. They owe me nothing. They owe me nothing.
It means something, Ronan.
To them. Oh, hey, with 8 months ago, right?
Go. So you're denying
8 months ago.
You're denying their gratitude. That's terrible.
Okay, they say thank you.
A tremendous favor.
Fine. I gotta
deny their gratitude.
Right. All they have to do is say thank you, and that's it. I got it.
That's worse than, because I when you said that, I actually was thinking about it. Becoming someone's friend is becoming someone else's enemy.
No,
and it makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's got to be a scenario you was given. It makes sense to the fact that I was taught that at the end of your life, you should only be able to count your friends or friend, obviously, on one hand.
No, I don't count them. I don't count them. I don't count.
No, you shouldn't have more than 5. Okay, you have 5, you're pushing it.
Okay, because 8 years ago, I met these two little boys, right? Neighbors, the new neighbor. I had new neighbors, right? And they're all women, right? All adult women, right? And one of them had a couple of little boys and a little girl, right? The two little boys were playing one day. They're 6 and 8 years of age, and then the chain came off of their bicycle, kid's bike, and I just happened to be outside, right? And I said, "Hi, hi. Did the chain fall off?" I said, yes, they're kind, sad little, they're little kids, right? They're sad. I said, "Okay, let's go talk to your mom, and if she gives permission, you can come over and watch me fix your bike, okay?" And so we talked to the mom. "Hello, I'm your neighbor, Ronan Kanushi. Live right there. And I don't mind if you'd like. You can look out the window and watch me fix this bike for them." And she's like skeptical, but okay. And she watched out, through the window and fixed the bike. Right within, I think, 2 years, I had 13 kids. Count 13 kids between the ages of 6 and 13 years of age, boys and girls. Right, boys and girls, right? And I was fixing bikes, and over that, within that year window, right, I built 50 bicycles, 50, at least 50. There's more, but 50 sounds like a pretty number, but it was at least 50 bicycles for little kids in this neighborhood, and I built them all. By the end, there, right, some of the neighbor ladies, because I spoke to all the parents, right, they invited me over, and I'm chatting with them, and then the question came up, right? What religion are you? And I said, I don't believe in God. Right. And this question was asked of me a few months ago. And I remembered a few months ago, their faces dropped. It's like, but I didn't get it at the time 8 years ago. Right. I didn't get it. Right. Life is going on. Right. Within 2-3 days, none of those kids ever came back. Right. Because I told them I was an atheist. Well, I told the parents, those ladies, and word got around because they all knew they're neighbors. They're neighbor ladies, right? Right. And I didn't feel bad. I didn't feel left out. I felt the joy at the time of fixing those bikes. I taught two little boys how to build bikes from the ground up. I'm talking lacing the wheels, man. Spokes, bro. Spokes. I mean, the little girls, the little boys. But see, that was my reward, James Richard. That was my thank you. Those little kids weren't taught to say thank you, you're welcome. They weren't.
Bullshit.
Right? But see,
that
was
not your thank you, Ronan.
What?
You're looking past what your thank you was. Your thank you was them with smiling faces as they're riding.
That's it. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. They smiled. No, they didn't even smile at me. They were so happy. They're kids, right? They're kids. They're just taking off. They're happy.
That's your thank you, Ronan.
You know what was one of the most beautiful sights I saw? Right, was built this one.
See, you don't have to believe, but the knowledge of God is in you.
No, I didn't pray. I didn't.
No. The deed that you did in this scenario.
No, put it this way. Like I tell you what,
that feeling of doing this for this neighborhood.
You or anybody
that is God.
Anybody can define it any way you want to. Okay, you can define it any way you want.
That's what it is.
But okay, let me get back to the point I was going to make. Right, there was this one point where it was so beautiful. I don't know if you could imagine this. Right, I had built this bike, right, for this one girl. What was her name? Nicole. Nicole, right? I think she was 12, 13, whatever. Right, it was pink and black. Man, I still remember. I still remember it. Right, and I built it. Right, and Nicole didn't have a bike, and I told her brother, "Hey, why don't you go get Nicole? I'm going to give her this bike." The next thing you know, about 8 of them came with their bicycles, right? And Nicole came walking up, right? It says, "Hey, get on the bike and just ride around, see if your seat and handlebars are in comfortable height and position," right? And she rode it, came back, and a little adjustment here, and you should have. Well, they didn't notice, but I saw it, right? And they all took when she took off out of my garage. They all took off like birds, like a fly. It was so beautiful. It made me cry. It was so beautiful.
Yeah, well, there you go,
that
man.
Was the reward right there.
That is God.
And I don't need to get to heaven to have that reward. I saw it right there.
No. Even if you don't believe it, that is God, the Spirit.
No, it's not.
That is God.
It's a feeling.
Whether you like it or not.
I had a feeling that feeling rewarded me because I was.
Yeah, that's God.
And they didn't, they just took up. It was like birds. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. And right there, it was all the thanks I needed from those kids, and no one else knew about it. No one. And that's the whole point. Until now, obviously. But that was the whole point.
God's
And
blessings, man.
I've done thousands.
Ronan, what I'm trying to say is, in a way, what you did was creation in itself. And I'll say that like it could have been anybody, but it was you.
And
Well, no,
he
see, the
did
thing
something
is, if I
unselfish.
didn't say it, if I never said it, you would not have had known.
Yeah, but
Okay.
your knowledge of good, what you was doing as greatness, was absolute greatness.
Well, no, but see, that's
Yeah,
just
like
That
nobody
is
here could have disagreed
God.
with the good things that you did
That
right
in
there.
itself, Ronan,
You know what
is
I mean?
God.
so no,
Yeah,
no.
that is God. A
That
collective
Your
agreement.
it's
knowledge
Yeah,
not
of
important.
knowing
exactly
that
what
was
it is.
good,
No, you don't look.
that is God.
Thing.
Little Ronan is having a
It's
hard
not.
time receiving all this love.
It's not important to me that anyone knows my good works. Okay, it's important to me the
Obviously,
reward
I mean,
is
Ronan.
it's
in
not
the at the
evil.
moment. That my reward is
You're
in
looking at
the
it
moment.
wrong, though. You're looking at
I
it
don't care
wrong.
what
You
you
think
say,
somebody.
Ronan. I think it's
We're not
very
trying to harm you.
I'm
The
We're not
whole
trying
very
to harm
theology,
you.
the whole
Armando,
theology,
let me say this. I'm very glad you shared that story, Ronan.
well, yeah,
Uh,
but we had gotten into management and friend and all that stuff, so I had to use something real. But the point being is the theist argument is that your reward is in heaven. I disagree because I don't believe in heaven because my reward was right there at that time.
What if I tell you that feeling that you
One of my okay,
received
one
was
recently.
heaven?
This is recent, and you
That
know this
was
person.
heaven.
This one is recent, and you know this person. Honest Pakistani. I got him to get away from that super heavy stutter by asking him a few questions and having him do just a couple of things, and he'll tell you. He'll tell you, "Hey, Ronan Kanushi helped me reduce my stutter." He'll tell you, and he keeps thanking me, and it's downright embarrassing at times because at one point he was telling me, "I wish you had a PayPal account so I could give you a bunch of money." And it's like,
Oh,
wait a minute,
you're
I
wrong.
don't
That
want
was
money.
hold on. That miracle happened because of
Ronan,
me.
you said that it brought a tear to your eye.
Well,
That
yes,
is an absolute. That is something no drug
I
can
felt
replace.
at that moment, yes, I felt that
That
feeling
is
of
the knowledge
accomplishment.
of God, of good.
No, it was me. I did it. I didn't have to
Yeah,
help
but
those
you knew
kids.
what good was.
No,
I didn't have to help
actually,
those
Ronan,
kids. I didn't
actually,
have to help those kids. Okay, do you understand that? I didn't
Yeah,
have
you
to help
got
them.
absolute joy and happiness.
Ronan, the
I
reason
get a
you felt
sense
so
of
good, the reason you felt so good about it is because you went outside of Ronan doing unselfish and a caring act. You went
so.
outside yourself.
And I helped Honest Pakistani. My reward was at the moment that he got the idea and he started to implement it. That was my reward.
Hey,
And
I reduced honest Pakistani stutter. You're a liar, Ronnie. You're taking credit for my miracles now. I told you that was my first miracle.
well, put it this way: you want to take credit? Ask him when he gets in here. We'll ask him when he
He's
gets
gonna
in here.
pick you because he hates me, man.
Wait a minute. I thought he worshipped you. He was singing to you.
Man, that guy hates me, man. He hates me.
No, he
That's why he
doesn't.
mocks me.
He doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't hate
I know
you.
I don't hear Packy stuttering anymore, Ronan. It seems like you're starting to now.
Well, put it this way: ask him. I got my
See,
I got
see,
my reward at the moment that it happened. That's it. That's all I can say. Right? I don't, like I said, I don't believe in an afterlife. I don't believe in all that thing. It's your right. It's fine. I don't want to change how you perceive things. I'm just saying, hey, I wonder if you're aware that other people perceive things
Hey,
differently.
Ronan. All right, that's the greatest thing you've ever done. Is there the worst thing you've ever done?
Okay, beating up bullies count?
Absolutely. Depends
What do
on
you mean? That's not. You've done worse
on,
things than
uh,
beating up a
The
bully,
worst.
Ronan.
depends on if you've done something worse.
Well, beating somebody up is kind of bad, you know.
hey,
Well, most people don't realize that the worst
How
thing
about
they
telling a
can
lie?
do.
How about telling a lie? that to this
is
day
give the
you haven't
wrong
confessed to.
advice.
Hey, how many times have you lied in your entire life, Ronan?
Uh, I don't remember.
Would that be considered a liar?
If you lie once, you're always a liar. It doesn't matter how many times thereafter, but you're still a liar. Is
Oh, no, no.
how
I
does
was
that
going to bring
go?
this up earlier, Ronan, when you mentioned shaking somebody's hand, being able to feel the roughness.
No, you were talking to somebody else. I've never said anything like that.
Yeah,
That's for
well, you said something about you shook this dude's hand, and I didn't want to interrupt you, and I should have because I wanted to say I
That's
wanted to
funny. That is
say
funny.
when you shake a man's hand, you
Oh
look
no,
him in the eye.
you were talking to someone else. I'm positive
Yeah,
you
when we was
never.
talking about management and bosses, when you shake a man's hand, you look them in the eye. You observe the roughness of their hand
Oh no, okay,
and
you're
what their
saying.
eyes
Go ahead.
do.
Go ahead.
And what their eyes do. And you'll be able to tell if this employee is a leader.
Okay. Time out. Okay, no, I've never said anything about shaking a person's hand or looking in their eye. I look at their faces. Yes, I look at their faces. Yes, right. And the thing is, if they're showing fear, there have to be multiple reasons for it. If they're
Yeah,
showing
I'm looking
aggression,
for
there has
yeah,
to
I'm
be
looking for a
multiple
guy that
reasons for it. I don't know what those feelings are, but I can get into the field, but I cannot tell you specifically what point in that field. That takes a little more time. I'm not going to decide because a person can't look me in the eye that they're afraid of me or they don't like me. I can't decide that. They might be intimidated by the way I carry myself, or they might not like me because they don't like what I look like, or
yeah, I'm sorry.
I remind them of a
I
bully
didn't
or
mean to go
something.
off topic. I'm
No, I
sorry.
don't mind. No, I'll follow. I'll follow that. I'll follow. I mean, if you want to follow that train of thought, sure, let's go for
Yeah,
it.
because I'm looking for a guy that presents body language or attitude as to me. You better look out. I'll take your job.
Time out. Hold on.
That's the guy
Oh,
I'm.
okay.
Hold on.
Time out on that, please. There's been a few employees, mostly men, right? But all men. Actually, it's all men, as I recall in my career. They came up to me and said, "I'm going to take your job," and they said it in front of the other guys, right? And I said, "Great, great, get it, man. As soon as you take my job, I'm going to move somewhere else and do another job. Now, are you ready to get started? What you going to do next?" And then they walk away.
Yeah, no, but that's the guy I'm looking for. Not the one that walks away, but body language and attitude.
Put it this way:
I'm looking for the guy
the man
that presents to me as
the
he
man that's
might
going to
take
take the
my
job.
job. Okay, I'll
No, the
hire him.
man that's going to take the job does it without telling anyone. I'm that man. I did it without
No,
telling
he
James,
doesn't.
anyone.
No, he doesn't.
James,
I did it
James,
without telling
you said,
No,
anyone.
no person's going to
oh, come
take a
on.
higher up person's job without them being able to observe it's happening.
Well, yeah, they observed me taking over the place because I was doing everything without asking questions.
I mean, unless you didn't deserve it in the first place, I guess. So.
Right.
James said, I didn't interrupt you, but I should have.
Right. No. Like I said, in my career, when I found that my so-called career, like I said, it was within a matter of 30 months that I took over everything. I just started doing it. Like I've never seen it before in my life. And boom, I just started doing it. I just have that natural aptitude. And sure, there was pushback from the marketing director, from the accounting guy, and the secretarial pool, and the rest of the guys out in shop where I was originally assigned. Sure, they got upset at one point. At one point, this is fun, right? This one of the craftsmen, right? He went on vacation, right? And I was doing my job, and I finished up, and these other guys were doing their job. So I went over to the other department, right? We had a division and a department, right? And I went over there and I said, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Well, I'm wiring this like this." And I said, "Can I try it?" He said, "Well, sure." And then he looked at me like, "Well, you can't figure it out." Next thing you know, boom, 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 I was putting them together. Next day, that guy came back from vacation, right? He talked to the big guy, you know. Well, I wasn't up that ladder that far, and they came out and they started measuring what I worked out, and it was perfect, right? And then another time, the marketing director saw me doing it, and he goes tells the big guy, and the big guy, well, he's a racist, actual racist, right? But I'm white too, but that wasn't the point. It was just the fact that I was working with the crew of another department, right? It was an authority thing, right? Not really racism, right? But and boom, boom, and they came up, started measuring left and right, and the other craftsman came around measuring left and right. He says, "There's no mistakes," and I just stood there silent. And I went back into my own department, boom, 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 did that. Then I got a key to the place, and I'd show up early, start doing things that nobody else could do because they didn't have the time. And guess what? Next thing you know, it says, "Hey, are you trying to start your own business?" I says, "No, I'm doing my job. What's wrong with that?" They have to walk off. The next thing I know, the top guy is saying, "This man is the general manager." Oh, okay. So I took over. And okay, it was just been a boom. What is it? Some people are born great. Some people earn greatness, and some people have greatness thrust upon them. In that particular field, I was born great. Okay, I was born great. There's other fields I can't do. Okay, I'll tell you that. But in that particular field, and it was a job that just, I mean, I did a 90-degree turn from where I was going. 90-degree turn. It doesn't matter to me. I've always done 90-degree turns. Something else, something new. I've never done this before. Cool. Let me go figure it out. That's me. I'm curious that way. There's nothing wrong with that, And people would get upset. Yeah, you're going to take my job. And then somebody said, well, you should be doing your job better. Hey, man, I'm not saying anything. I just want to figure this out. And sure,
yeah, see, me, I stocked sheetrock. And when I say that, I don't mean hang it. I put it in the houses and buildings, hospitals, motels.
Cool.
For the hangers
cool.
to hang.
Cool. No.
So I would have to carry it down the stairs or up the stairs.
No, well,
when it come to a greenhorn and
right.
You had to train somebody,
yeah,
there was no I'm just going to pull this through the window and you better catch it. No, he has to hold his hands right to prevent it from burning the window.
Right.
He's going to wear certain gloves because it'll burn through the gloves. You know what I mean? And it's all got to be done right the very first time.
Yep.
And
I've never done it. Right. I've never done it. So I can't say I'd be good or bad at it.
Yeah. See, and I never even had a CDL.
Oh,
but so I worked my way to.
You were an outlaw?
Yeah, I worked my way to a store manager. Yeah.
You see what I mean? What I mean? Oh no, the panels like this are full of men, with varied skills, right? This is all alpha male. These panels are all alpha male, right? All alpha males come in here, all sorts of alpha males. Obviously they have different beliefs, different backgrounds, but they're all basically alpha male characters within that caliber. Because obviously it takes a person, like confidence, right, to come in here and this panel or other panels, right? Because it's not everybody in the world that joins a hangout, right?
Yeah. But what I meant by I never had a CDL, meaning I still drove the truck.
Like I said, you were an outlaw. I still
operated the crane.
You were an outlaw. Yeah, you were an outlaw. Okay, cool. And you became store manager. Hey, way to go! That takes determination. That's the way to get there. I can respect that. Sure, you're breaking the law, fine. Hey, man, yeah, it's like myself. We were adding on to the corporation, and I submitted drafts and stuff, and because my dad was in construction, right? So I knew that, and I knew drafting, blah blah blah, right? And so they went to wire up the building, and in our town, you have to have a certified electrician, right? So my employer knew a certified electrician, right? So basically, what it is, he just came in here, and said, okay, you know what to do. Yeah, well, I got the book. I read the book, and so I wired the place myself, set it all up. He came in, checked all the connections. Okay, and then here down here they call him good old boy, right? And I wired it myself. That's outlaw. Yeah, it's outlaw. I'm not. I didn't have a license, but I got around it because In this town, all I have to do is register with the city, right, as a residential owner, right?
Yeah, and then pass code. Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
and so I can pass
spec.
code. Yeah, I know exactly what to do and how to do it because I figured it out.
All you
I read
gotta
some
do.
books, I read some books. So technically, yeah, I skirted the law. Fine, I did outlaw work. Fine. So what? But hey, man, it's a corporation, man. We got to build any way we can. If we can find people that can do it, in house, as they say. I did it. I built it myself. I designed machinery myself. Drafted it out. I did the work myself, and then because I'm just that type person, fine. I mean, we had accountants in there, geniuses, man, geniuses, bro. But you hand them a hammer, they didn't know what to do with it. What's this? It's a hammer. You know, but I could do accounting work, but they can't do what I can. It's like the old classic: a dramatic actor cannot do comedy, but a comedian could do drama. It's one of those
Right.
situations. Yeah,
You know, as much as I hated carrying that shit up and down the stairs, because you can't carry singles. If you have a truck and pup that's got to go down in the basement and you carry singles, that means every piece, like if that's 300, normally 350, 370 sheets, that means 370 trips up and down the stairs.
yeah, yeah.
If you don't tear the tabs and you carry doubles, you're halving that
Yep.
with
It's
more
all,
weight.
yep. It's all two sheets.
More weight,
Yeah,
but
I believe
you're
you.
halving the
I
trips.
believe you. I
So you
believe you.
kind of you
Said
kind of
something.
balance it, you know.
Yeah,
You
no,
do
you
the
just said
doubles, you do the doubles, and then you're all right. Let's do a few singles. All
yep.
right, we better go back to
Right,
doubles.
right there. You just said something. That's where I believe you now. Right. Yeah, you carry doubles because if you tear the tab, they're both. It's usually face to face two, and you carry two. You carry doubles.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
yeah.
exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to learn. It's fucking crazy, dude. People don't understand the work or physical labor involved in getting your walls in your structure, house or company, business, whatever. Just your walls. Now they put the windows in so they can meet their quota before the drywall.
Right.
And then and no matter what in the drywall business, every once in a while, you're going to have to replace a window, especially on training day. It's stupid, man. They just to meet their quota so they can get you know they got it marked on the calendar. We'll have the windows in on this date, and they get a bonus if they do, if they meet that date. So they put that in before the sheetrock and expect the window not to get fucked up. No, or knowing that they got to carry it up the stairs, and that's if they're not switchback stairs.
Yeah.
12-foot board is not going up switchback stairs.
It's like a
Yeah, your walls are actual gypsum rock.
yes.
They're rock,
Yeah.
rock,
Right. That's
ground
what
up rock with a
gypsum.
paper face. Heavy ass shit. And then when you have to do hospitals, lead board. They even put lead board in the hallways, not for well, that's what it used to be. Now it's high impact. But they even put lead board on the bottom sheet of the hallways of hospitals just for extra protection of hospital beds and wheelchairs running into the walls.
Yeah, that would make sense. But
Not for X-ray or nothing, just for the extra protection. Meaning you would just go have to fix an indention Some you
Right.
could do with just paint.
Yeah, but it's like obviously it's commercial. I mean, hospital is basically a commercial, a commercial situation. So if it's residential, yeah, you understand, but yeah, I understand. Well, I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it just now.
But
Yeah,
we also do ceiling tile and stucco and stone.
I mean, I've laid bricks, but not stonework. No, I've never done masonry work like that. No, no. My father was a contractor. I mean, we built houses, so I kind of got
But,
that
yeah,
aspect.
I think the most memorable thing of man is structures, such
Yes,
as pyramids. You know what I
yes,
mean?
castles. Yes,
That's more memorable than the actual civilization itself.
yeah, monuments. Yeah, a
Yeah.
monument, castles, pyramids. You know, yes, statues.
It's the hard work. What would be considered the poor, what they do for their masters is actually what's memorized. Skyscrapers for modern days, you know.
Oh, I'm scared of heights.
The lawyer gets paid more than the welder up atop the skyscraper walking across the beam. Well, I mean, he's got a carabiner and a safety rope. You know, that's not to say you're going to hit the beam when you do fall.
No, I don't think I could work skyscrapers.
Me
No,
neither, man. That takes a sack of nuts. I will give them that.
but no.
But I also want to see him stock sheetrock. Just, it's no joke, man. It is no joke.
Oh no, no, I'm not
Barns
saying.
are straight up, dude. Barns are straight up steep. The what is it, degree or like what is the highway sign? Damn it, grade,
Agreed.
grade. Yeah, the grade for Barnes is ridiculously steep, and you get those rich fucking barns, you know, with all that land. As you're driving to the job site, it is their land you're driving by. I'm talking semis, you know. The semi goes to the job site and you hopefully get to boom it to the door or a window, or you have to carry the whole semi into the house. People don't
Yeah,
understand that work.
that's work.
When they say I walked to school uphill in the snow barefoot. Trust you me, that is far less than stocking sheetrock. Yeah, and especially in Colorado, man. Glenwood Springs, when you get a house up there, normally you have to boom it up the hill as far as the boom can reach or the crane. And from there, you carry it the rest of the way up the hill into the house.
Well, they can afford it.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care what people have to go through to get their house on the hill to separate them from the rest of the bunch. So most people don't even think about there are blueprints for houses where I've stocked and I'm like, how the fuck do they plan on getting furniture up here? They don't even think of it. They just like, Oh, this would be nice.
Well, the classic line is
So it's like, how are you going to get your couches up here?
well, the classic line is details to be worked out later.
Right. You don't. You have somebody come in and they build them up there.
That's the later detail.
That's crazy, man. But yeah, the skyscraper fuckers, man. That's you're relying on a person dropping this beam proportionate to where you have to weld it. I would imagine they tack a couple fucking bolts in at some point before the weld.
Yeah, as I understand it, they bolt it together, and then welders come back around and they stitch up.
Yeah,
stitch
they
it in.
adjust it up and shit, whatever
Yeah.
spec code. But that crane operator, he's pretty much 20 feet in the air, sometimes 50.
Oh yeah.
And you're relying on him. Yeah, I think they're trying to develop these steel beams where the crane runs along them. So as they build up, the crane is, you see what I mean? It's these steel beams are actually built for code for the building and for tracks for this steel beam, or I mean, crane to run along them as it's being built. I think people are fools, man. We got to quit jamming so many people in one confined area. Quit building up. Too much destruction.
It's always going to happen.
Not if you build out. I mean, look at an earthquake in New York City.
I don't know. There have been earthquakes in New York City.
And then look at an earthquake in Kansas.
I think that's fracking because of fracking.
I'm just saying, the more spread out,
California,
the better we are defensively against Mother Nature.
No, California has natural earthquakes. It's on a fault.
But Colorado's said to be on a fault and due for an earthquake. Most people don't know that. It's like earthquakes can happen anywhere. The best defense for Mother Nature, to me, off of modern day incidents or scenarios, would be spread out. Would be the best defense.
You said earthquakes in Colorado. Okay, keep going. I gotta.
You know, there's a fault. There's a fault line.
I don't know. I've never
Very
heard.
rare. It's very rare.
Well, I've never heard of it, so I'm just going to do a quick search myself.
Yeah. Check it out. It was my source was actually the Discovery Channel or the Science Channel, but I think the Science Channel is the Discovery Channel. If I remember right.
Hold on, check this out. Trinidad,
It,
Colorado. A moderate earthquake hit southern Colorado on Tuesday. The United States Geological Survey initially reported a 4.5 magnitude earthquake 26 miles southwest of Trinidad. I don't know exactly where that is. It is very close to the border of Colorado and New Mexico. I don't know where the latitude. The earthquake magnitude was later downgraded to 3.9, August 23rd, 2016. So it
yeah,
does
yeah.
happen. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Where I live, man. Well, not now, but where I grew up. I'm 36 right now, and I've only been away from the largest flat top mountain in the world and the largest inactive volcano in the world.
Okay, don't give me a specific city. Just give me a point in Colorado. Is it north, south, east, west, or from the center?
It would be west.
On the west side,
Yeah, it's close to Utah.
closer to Utah.
It's right on the border. I'm an
Oh,
hour and a half away from the largest flat top mountain in the world. I'm about 3 hours and 45 minutes away
uh-huh.
from being at the summit.
Wow. Well, no, obviously, I don't get all the news from all over the world at the same time, but I had never heard of an earthquake in
Yeah.
Colorado.
From the Grand Mesa, that's the name of the mountain, to Fruta, which is a city, is about 57, 53 miles. And there is lava rock, massive boulders, huge boulders from this mountain, 53 miles away. Not from the summit of the mountain, but from the bottom of the mountain. Actually, from the exit off the interstate. It's 57 miles away.
Okay, I just found another one here 2 months ago, October 23rd, 2016. The epicenter was at 39,562, 3.2 kilometers from Newcastle.
Newcastle, yeah. They say that it blew its top, dude.
Huh.
It's utterly absurd to me that the top would be blown proportionate to the largest flat top mountain in the world. Mesa. That's why it's called the Grand Mesa.
Yeah, I think mesa means table. In other words, a plateau.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And there was another one, October 29, near 6.2 kilometers from Greeley.
Oh, this fucking mountain is huge, dude.
Wow.
It's man, I got lost on it. Not lost to city or where I live, but lost to camp. And the reason I stress that is I spent a lot of money for this specific trip. I got lost on.
Wow.
So for 2 days, 3 days and 2 nights, I was lost to my camp. and did not care about. And I was fucking pissed. I was pissed. I didn't care about if I was thirsty or not. I spent about $400 on this specific trip. We was calling it a survival trip. All we brought was a box of granola bars.
That's roughing it.
Well, we wanted to go a week, but we experienced pretty much 3 days without food and minimal water. We just found puddles of water, built a fire, which fucking took a lot of energy. Dude, I had a knife, and I remembered this show I watched on Survivor Man. You just, instead of trying to put kindling together and spark a fire, you take your knife and you scrape your sock till you get a good handful of cotton. And one spark hits that, I shit you not. You better have very flammable kindling laying on top of it, because it pretty much goes up like gasoline. A
Cool
massive heat
trick.
wave, massive heat wave, and fairly instant. And it worked. I was able to build a fire anytime we wanted. Just with a hatchet and cotton and very light, not even wood, tinder to catch on fire. What you want to do is scrape bark from a tree and put on top of the cotton.
Pretty neat trick.
And then you can start with your small twigs. Do it in a pyramid shape already. Have it all set in stages so it all goes at once.
Off the topic, when I wasn't here earlier, I read that Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, that chapter 13, Sublime, what is it? Prince of the Royal Secret. And it seems Mr. Pike basically brought all of these ideas together, right? And explained the different histories, and then it just brought it back to the Freemasonry and how they perceive things. It seems all of these other peoples perceive their gods or God, singular, in one way, and it was explaining how the Freemasons perceive it.
Yeah,
But
but from the beginning of that chapter, Ronan, I don't know if you remember, because you'll lose it in the end. I had to read it twice. Where
well,
do you hold? Where do you hold Mr. Pike? Uh, his character.
I can't
Do
say.
you think he was a? Do you think he believed in God off of that chapter, or do you think he was an atheist?
No, he seems to. Well, okay, based on just what I've read, because I've not read enough of the things that he's written, I don't know how
Remember,
much. Right,
and we both have to remember it's the last chapter of the book. Sorry. Go ahead.
right, right. So it was a culmination. Right, I can understand that, and he was putting it all together. It more or less it was an abstract, but I'd have to go backwards, right, and read the whole book. But it seems that he was just explaining the different perspectives, but he wasn't editorializing. You know what I mean? He was just basically bringing all these ideas together and comparing different points in histories from different perspectives based on different
Sort
individuals.
of non-bias is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, uh,
That's what I was
yes,
kind of
yes,
asking.
yeah. It was more or less a comparison and then a conclusion to one point, right? But throughout,
Is that how you took that?
huh?
Did you really read that?
Well, yes, that's why I was gone
The
between.
divine nature of you and me,
Well, yeah,
our eternal
but yeah,
souls, and what's being
no, but I do.
kept.
No, but I do understand that each. Well, you read it twice, right? I read it, but I read it a little slower because I realized, oh, this is heavy wording, right? So I kind of slowed down on purpose so I could understand everything that was being that was written, right? And what basically what I could get out of it was that he was comparing all of these ideas and explaining how each one expressed their perspective and how the Freemasons were calling the square, the land and God, and then I, I
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
remember.
but to me he's comparing morals, the knowledge of good, and dogma,
Well, yes,
knowledge of evil.
right, right, but it still basically draws parallels with all of those ideas, and then he
Yeah, the
brings
equilibrium, right? You remember that?
yes, the equilibrium point, and I'm saying
You
yeah.
can't have one without the other.
Right, and he was saying, it's God and man, and or God, what God respecting man, and God and men respecting God, the equilibrium point that you're bringing up just now, right? And I say, and I was thinking to myself, oh, okay, all of these, well, because he brought up all these different ideas, viewpoints, right? All of them have their own perspective on that, and the Freemasons had theirs, and it basically just towards the end there is bringing it back to the Freemasons. But he
Yeah,
was
but out of the entirety of the message, did you not get that he was referring to the individual soul?
yes, but he was trying to express it from different perspectives. That's what I'm saying. Each one that he brought up was basically comparing. Okay, this is how they look at it, and these is how these other people look at it, and the Freemason symbolism is where okay, that's what he's saying, is that they're looking at it as the square and compass are symbols of representations of God and man, the balance in between, the equilibrium. If you
Yeah,
to go back to your point,
you kind of seen it the same way, I guess. Then
well, yeah, but see, it's like, uh, I,
is that not a good book? I mean, are you not interested on reading other chapters of that book?
no, no, because it's getting too it was too far fetched in the first place because there
Because of
were
the heavy wording, I will admit you was right there. It's heavy worded.
yes, that's why I had to like slow down when I first started reading.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute! I started over, right? I started to really slow down and try to get all those words in there because you got a lot of capitalized words and stuff. So it's kind of important, within the sentence, right? He was saying something and he making uh, critical critical comments based on just capitalizing the words, right, where they would normally not have had been capitalized, but he was bringing up that specific word. That's why I slowed down to try
Yeah,
to get
yeah, yeah, but it's the sublime prince of the royal secret. So you
Hey,
got to understand that he's within the title, he's telling you, I can't deliver the secret blatantly. you have to understand it.
Yes, more or less, you have to draw your own conclusion.
Can I say something, please? Can you guys
Yeah.
hear me?
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Go ahead, Hank.
I have little to no knowledge on what you guys are talking about. I know you guys are talking about those books um, about the Masons or written by a Mason, and it's like secret stuff. And I just want to. This is what I do. I don't know if everybody's the same, but I kind of put up a guard when I read these sort of things, so that I don't get impregnated by any of it or take it as truth. Or I don't
Yeah,
know.
you
Is
have
that making
to.
sense?
Yeah, you have to, Hank. I would agree. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to come across as Albert Pike is a genius. Absolutely not. That's not what I'm. But this chapter is pretty. You should read it, Hank.
Yeah. What's it called?
It's by Albert Pike.
Uh-huh.
The book is called Morals and Dogma.
That should be on the internet, right? PDF.
Yeah, it is. And the chapter, shit, man, Ronan's had to tell me 2 or 3 times now. Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret. Yeah. Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret. And then in brackets, it's shit.
So sorry for interrupting. Um, I guess it's always good to have your guard up.
You have to. We was told to. We was told to wear the full armor, Hank.
That's right.
No, but when it comes to, I think certain people, they've been put in a scenario within their life that they was only able to deliver the truth through words. They couldn't blatantly reveal it. I'm sure
Yeah,
if it
kind of
was
like
just
Nostradamus.
their life, yeah, I'm sure if it was just their life that was threatened, they would have done it. But I'm sure it was their family or loved ones that got threatened.
So
They
if
knew
all
they
these
had.
people, I'm sorry, if all these people fear the church, how come we don't fear the church now?
They do. They do fear the church, and they marvel at it. They marvel at it, Hank, because the Pope just came out and said that don't worry about abortion, that's forgiven. Being gay is forgiven. But they all tell you that you can get forgiveness through them, the Pope. You can ask forgiveness to the Pope.
Excuse me, Hank. Can you see the side chat?
The side chat, no. I can see the group chat on the Google Hangouts page, not the Hangout itself.
Okay, I'm gonna post the link there. Go. I
Thank you.
got it. I got it. It's pretty good because straight, black and white, and lists everything is really cool. I mean, there's a lot of other ones, but this one's the best one I found. Go ahead. I'll get over there.
Thanks very
But
much.
when I say that, I want you guys to really think about it. What Pope in history could have got away with saying being gay or whatever word they used for it is okay?
I think it's a divisive issue. I think it's
This
one of the most
Pope
divisive
is
issues of history. Cities have fallen because of it, allegedly.
Sodom and
And when I
Gomorrah.
say allegedly, I'm not talking about Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm also talking about Pompeii and others like it. of course, Sodom and Gomorrah, that went down, like it said. But did Pompeii go down for the same reason? I mean, it was kind of a summer getaway for the military, and let's face it, they were alone for a long time with no ladies.
I think it's even after Obama tried to federally force gay marriage on every state. I think it's 23 states, if I remember right, that still hold sodomia as a crime. And it
Excuse
does
me.
not matter if it's male or female.
Hold on, James. We'll get back to it. I want to comment on that too. Do you see it? Do you see it, Hank Hill, in the Google chat?
I'm gonna look right now. I always give my phone a minute because it takes a while, but I'll look right now.
Okay. No, well, it's there. It's there. Yeah. Go ahead, James Richard, please.
No, that's all I wanted to say. I just most people don't realize that 23 states, if I remember right, it's 23 states still right now that hold sodomy as a crime.
In Texas, fellatio is a crime, but not receiving it,
Okay.
only performing it, and that's the same thing with sodomy.
Okay.
It's only
Now,
illegal to receive it, if you know what I mean. I'm gonna
Yeah.
talk about it. All
I
right, what we got
just-
here?
But it's not illegal.
Secret text. Oh, thanks, Ronan. Thanks.
And when you think good and evil principalities, you would have to say it would be wrong.
What? What are you? Okay, are we talking homosexuality or just?
What I'm saying is, even if that was a person's sin, and people should, forgive him for it, they should not promote it as okay.
Here's another controversial subject. It's not in the Bible that a man cannot sodomize his wife. I don't know if that's the right word, but penetrate her in the end. That's not supposed to be penetrated. It's not in the Bible that it's wrong. I looked.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay, show me because I couldn't find it, and I looked and I looked and I looked, and I was like, I'm gonna prove this dude wrong, and guess what?
Hank,
It's not in there.
Hank. Natural.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I ain't never done that shit.
Natural.
I'm with you, dude. But think about it, is fellatio natural, you know?
No, it specifically says natural.
Okay, well, look for yourselves. I thought I was going to find that one for sure. I was like, he got me on the Trinity thing. Okay. And then the rapture, it wasn't in there either. And then when he told me sodomy wasn't in there, I was like, no.
That
Well,
of which is not in these words, but that of which is not natural is evil.
so if
What comes
it's
to you
not okay
natural?
to do with a man, but it's okay to do it with a woman, that don't make sense, does it?
Yeah, absolutely. It makes perfect sense.
I don't want to do it at all. That's just me.
Okay. Time out.
No. It's hard for me to put it in this perspective. It would be like
Let's
it would be like me being gay, but acknowledging that it's wrong, as
Here's what-
opposed to acknowledging that it's okay.
here's my thinking, Ronan. I don't want to sodomize anyone, but I don't want them to pass laws saying that it's illegal to sodomize someone. How do you feel about that?
So you're basically going with individual rights. I can agree with that.
Yeah, I figured you'd like that one. What do you think, James? Do you think they should make it illegal, even though you don't sodomize? But does it really, does it really affect you? Should people be going to
Yes, it does
jail
affect-
and be put in cage for it?
Yes, it does affect you. Yes,
I'm talking about man's law. Man's law. We're not talking about God's law. We're talking about man's law.
No. Man's law is already corrupt. That's why God gave us His law.
I'll give you that. That's right. But man's law, I don't think it should be illegal to perform sexual acts as long as they're not lewd and in public. That's just
No,
my opinion.
I think they should be.
What goes on in
I
the
think,
privacy of the bedroom
I
is
think
none of
we
the
should
government's
have
business.
laws against it because it sets a standard. It's the fight against principalities.
I don't think the government should legislate private bedroom matters between two free people.
God does.
He's a creator. He can do whatever he wants.
But that's what I'm saying. So you can go by man's laws, but if you're going by man's laws, they're corrupt already. So the point it's we have the knowledge of good and we have the knowledge of evil. More times than not, we choose evil. I'm not holding myself above others. I'm guilty too.
But what's good and what's evil?
We know. You don't have to ask. You already know.
No.
Yes,
No,
Ronan, it holds you guilty.
If I go,
if it's something that nobody knows and it holds you guilty, it's wrong.
So I don't. If Hank could come back, I don't know if he's busy, but I want to know. He pointed out the law in Texas. It's against giving fellatio or receiving fellatio. Are you there, Hank? Please.
It's the oldest profession in the book.
Let's just say there's a law against it. And let's just say I don't know. Like I said, he pointed out one way or the other, and I'm not sure what it means because if it's a law against giving it or receiving it, it's two different things. If it's a law against giving it, is it talking about the woman, or obviously it's the man they're talking
it
about?
Doesn't matter. You know what would be right or wrong?
Well, no. Time out. Like I said, I want to elaborate on the whole idea because I wanted to get to my point, but I wanted to get Hank to basically repeat what he says because I wasn't. Oh, maybe we lost him. Well, okay. There's a law in Texas, he said, against giving fellatio. Let's just go with that for a moment. That means a man can't do it. Okay, so that means that there's no law against receiving fellatio, which means a woman can do it. Okay, that's just one way. That's the only way I can look at it if we're talking.
Well, fellatio can be a woman giving it to another woman.
No, that would be cunnilingus. No, technically.
Well, I guess.
No.
Yes,
that's two different things.
Right.
Thing.
In terms of words and language.
Well, yeah. But if two women have sex with each other and they do oral sex, mouth to genitalia, it would be cunnilingus.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. No. I just, like I said, yeah, I get very, very technical because Hank Hill mentioned fellatio. Okay. So if it's against the law to give it, they're probably talking about men because obviously they're against homosexuality here in Texas, but they're not talking against women. Okay. So with that, it's like, okay, if it's against the law for men to give it, okay, fine, I can agree with that. Because I'm not going to go out there.
Political correctness. That's what separates our disciplines from our principalities, Browning.
Well, yes, I understand principalities. I understand what you're saying, but I'm just trying to bring that forward to so-called modern times, and ask about that because this is where we are, in the now, right? So the idea being in the now, based on what I'm presuming, maybe I'm wrong. I need a clarification from Hank Hill. But like I said, but if a woman wants to do it, it's okay, right? So would you agree with that based on just that scenario? If you're a man,
it's hard. Yeah, I would, but it's hard to. It's hard to. When I talk principalities and the disciplines to uphold them, it goes back to where political correctness would deem me as a lunatic
Oh no,
because let me just finish that up. The reason being is because God, the woman, is submissive to the man.
yes.
Um, I think there's a reason, and you're probably gonna hate me for this too.
Here we go
There's
with
a
hate. I've
reason
never said I
for
hated anyone. Please,
women
okay,
not.
go ahead.
There's a reason for women not being able to vote. There was a reason for them to wear dresses. And as we shed those disciplines that uphold principalities, we obviously lose those principalities.
Okay,
And
let's
you
go.
can obviously see this through political correctness because to deem the woman lesser than the man would be discriminatory, racist, but it is the word of God.
Oh, time out. That no, it's not racist.
However,
No,
however, having said
no, it's
that,
not. Excuse me. It's not.
Ronan,
No,
having said that,
no. It's not
you still
racist. It's
treat the
misogyny.
woman
The word is
as
misogyny.
yourself.
No, it's not racist. It's misogyny. Okay, it's misogyny, hatred of women. Okay, now let back up a little bit. I want to get to a point here, and just ask you a direct question. Based on the principalities and what you're talking about in the days past of yore, so you're saying you agree with the idea that women should not vote. Is that what you're saying?
I am of the opinion that I can't really say that, but I will say the woman is for the house and the children. And no education system run by governments or nations is going to educate that child more than the mother or father for that matter. But the father should be out doing the work.
Okay, but that doesn't address the question. Do you think, based on how you think things should be, that women should have the right to vote?
I do, and I don't.
Well, no. It's
I
neither
do
right
and I
or
don't.
neither,
I
look.
do
It's
and I
neither
don't,
right
man.
or wrong. It's neither right or wrong because
I think they
it's
should
just
be
your
able to
perspective.
because I think they should be able to. If you're going to give them the same rights as man, then yes, you can't uh, hypocritically work your way
Well,
past
no. But that kind of runs
political
counter.
correctness will not work.
No, that runs counter what you were expressing before I interrupted you. My apologies, but I needed to get that cleared up because when you kept going, it was
Yeah,
implying it was
it's a hard topic for me, Ronan. That's why I stressed that from the beginning because it's biblical that the woman is submissive to the man.
okay. So you
And
agree with that?
if
Okay, okay.
hold on, though,
No, I'm
hold on.
following every word right now. I'm following
I
everything you're
think
saying.
if man actually,
Okay, make
um,
your point. Okay, make your point and stop and let me say what I'm going to say. Because I'm taking this word by word as you're speaking. Okay.
but
So,
it's not something that you and I would disagree on when it comes to Ronan. Would a woman influence you more than you would influence her through your life experience? How would you answer that?
we weren't talking about me. I was asking about the what how you perceive it. If women, okay, fine. According to what you're saying, based on the Bible, women should be submissive to men. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but hold on though. I'm getting to why.
Well, that's
Okay.
why I want. That's why I wanted to break it down.
Ronan, don't discount that or deem
I'm not
me.
discounting it. I'm trying to break it
Okay,
down.
hold on. Okay,
Point. We got
let
five
me try
hours.
to help you then. Let me
Fine.
try to help you then. A woman will tremble at a man. A woman will quiver towards a man,
Meaning what?
meaning they're very influentially, easily influenced. Easily influenced, Ronan, by a man.
Women are okay. Stop. Don't jump ahead to something else, please. I want to stay right there, right there. Hold on. Women are easily influenced by a man. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Through
I
my life experience, it is
no,
very,
I disagree.
men can run through women like red lights.
Why?
What do you mean?
I mean, why? How do men do that? Run
It's just
through
the way
women like
it
red
is.
lights.
What I'm meaning by that is this is observable. Uh, yeah, it's, I guess nowadays it would be male chauvinistic, discriminatory, racist, but that's as written because good will become evil and evil will become good.
Well, that's not really addressing the point. You said men can run
Sit
through
back
women.
and observe things and notice. Yes, Ronan. Okay. All right. What age was it where the queen stepped in to rule over men?
Okay, what age was it?
It took
What?
a long time for a queen to rule a woman to rule over men.
Well, yes.
And to this day, it is very rare.
Well, because didn't the queen ascend to power because the king died
Yeah, I mean,
historically?
through political correctness, I would be deemed a fucking lunatic. But what people don't realize is the desired direction they've been pushed. This is happening anyways. It's a knowledge that's known by the leaders or powers that be of Earth.
Well, it wouldn't it be that if the king died, he already had children with the queen, and the children, the males, would have been in power, control of the armies.
Yes, yes. And who is in the armies?
Men.
Men.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so was the queen
Historically, yes.
was the queen actually really ruling? Because the military system is completely different now,
Well, yes, but
specifically
no,
changed through political correctness.
no, you're moving way too fast for me. You're jumping way ahead. But like I said, the queen had sons, and the sons were the head of the armies. Yeah, I'm just talking in very simple general terms here, because that's the way it would have worked without getting into all the details of the different principalities. So that's where the queen stayed in power, because the sons were leading the armies, and the armies were obviously under the command of the princess, the prince, the sons, and the sons held the queen as the figurehead. Basically, that's what it's saying, or that's how it
Yeah, yeah,
happened.
but I think you're not realizing the movement from women wearing dresses to wearing jeans.
Oh, so you're against the
You're
idea?
realizing the at that time, I don't think you're realizing the movement taking place. Women being able to wear what men wear.
What was the first instance that you recall
Or
that women started wearing jeans or pants?
that's what I'm saying though. It's absurd now because it would be held as male chauvinistic or racist, whatever.
Yeah, but do
But
you
when
know?
you
Do
look
you
at
know? Do you know when that
principalities,
started? Do you
hold
know?
on, no, let me finish. When
Okay.
you look at the principalities, we still hold them the same. We just lack the discipline to uphold them because we keep shedding the disciplines, as in, this won't matter, as in the dress, this won't matter, this won't matter, this won't matter, this won't matter, this won't matter. But when you look at the prosperous time of the nation, it was a discipline that upheld the principality.
Well, yes, there was kings and peasants. Right. Now going forward, do you know
No,
when?
no, no. A nation's behavior
Well, no,
will
but
be
I'm talking.
reflected
I'm
in
trying to
its
move.
land.
I'm trying to move forward from the medieval times to so-called modern America.
We're not past the medieval times, man.
Well, yes, we are because women are wearing
You're
pants.
failing to realize that, Ronan.
No, no, we're women are wearing pants now. And the question I was trying to bring
Yeah,
out,
yeah, you're deeming it as this. It's more of an analogy of the point I'm trying to make.
yes, but I'm trying to go with recent history and basically ask questions based on the statement I was gonna. Well, the question I'm starting with here. Do you know when women started wearing pants or the like in American history? Here,
Yes, yes, I do.
when
Well,
was it?
roughly, not the exact date.
Well,
Who
well,
could?
roughly, right.
Yeah,
Where would that be, as you recall?
right around the time they was allowed to vote, where
Right,
you had
right.
that's
Okay.
right.
Yeah. Okay. But do you know when it really came into so-called vogue, when it was most accepted in terms of modern times?
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make, Ronan, is the power the woman possesses, even in that nature of the dress and not being able to vote. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Her not being
Okay.
able to
Fine. That's
vote
fine.
does
Let's go
not
back.
mean
Fine. I'll go
she
back to what
can't
you're saying.
vote.
No. Let's go back to what you're saying. So you're saying women should not vote and should not wear pants. Is that what you're saying?
No, 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 no. I'm saying the more we shed these disciplines that upheld our principalities, the more and more our nation is in decline.
No.
This is
No.
observable.
So you want to go back to okay, so you're saying you want to go back to principalities in the US. Or you would like it to be that way. I'm not saying you want it to be.
Ronan, in the history of America, what era was its most prosperous time?
Post World War II.
No, no, no. You're thinking what? Top corporations, politics. Yeah, that would have been their most prosperous time. Yeah,
Right after World War II. That's when
yeah, that would have been their most prosperous time.
no, that's
Yeah.
when things really started
Not the
accelerating.
people's.
I mean, well, in early America, before World War One, the idea with the economic driver in America was the industry of cotton, for example, slavery, and that's where a lot of the monies would be coming in because America produced a lot of cotton, exported it, and money started to come in. But after World War II, right, our economy really started to boom because of just technological advancements, productivity here in America. So we're talking two things here: women wearing pants and voting,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
or
yeah.
the economy. The two different.
Here. Put it in this perspective, okay?
Go ahead.
Right now, nowadays, modern days, you know, things ain't looking so great. Not by any means. Pretty much in any political category, it's looking quite grim. Now, the reason for that is because we've been pushed in a desired direction to deem successful those sitting at the top. So they get the bling bling. We look to the bling bling. So the only successfulness is the bling bling. If you see what I'm trying to say, using that in layman's terms at the topic at hand.
And how is that different from the days of kings and peasants? That is no different.
No,
You know,
no. You are completely misguided on America.
well, it's like you're jumping from topic to topic, so it's hard to really ask you.
America is the youngest nation in the world.
Is the what nation?
Youngest,
Well, yes. Okay. Yeah, it's a given. Okay. Your point?
meaning we started off decent. We absolutely prospered. Uh, to put it in a better term, we peaked. Now we're on the decline.
Okay.
What it is not being observed
What are
in
the social?
politics. Hold
Okay,
on. What's not being observed in politics is the monetary system that dictates everything, and the morals and principles that keep everything in balance.
okay. You're talking three things. You're talking social, economic, and political. So it's kind of
Yes, it takes
hard.
discipline to keep things in order. Things will always be in chaos if there's no order.
I
To
don't,
have
I
order
don't understand because
require to have order requires ranks.
you're
If one is a lower rank, they are not discriminated. Even in modern day terms, it's just one's more successful than the other, but you're still ranked. The ranking is based off of principalities.
I still don't understand the correlation because you're jumping from economic to political to social. So if we could just focus on one of those three at a time,
Yeah,
I
but I'm picturing the entirety, Ronan. Not I'm not
well,
trying to
in entirety, it's
not trying to jump from one to the other. I'm doing the entirety, the whole spectrum, the whole picture of
well
man
in terms of the whole picture
and,
in any
and the desires thereof, Ronan. No matter where what you're talking, okay. I'm the one that looks bad for how I'm talking about women, but the ones that are sitting at the top are treating them worse while laughing at me because I'm the one looking bad, or laughing at those laughing at me because I'm the one that looks bad, even though they know they're doing worse.
okay that's like I said that's kind of convoluted there.
No. What American president has been a female, Ronan?
None yet.
What came first, Ronan? The black president or the female?
The black president.
Okay, so am I the one that is the reason there has never been an American president as a female? Is that me?
No, no, you're part of the problem.
Oh, I'm part of the reason.
You're part of the problem.
I'm part of the problem.
Yeah, you're part
No,
of the problem.
I have no power politically whatsoever.
Socially, you have power.
No, Ronan. The powers that be will be the powers that be. There's nothing you're going to do about it.
Well, no, but overall,
You
for
think you live in a time different than the past? No, they've just been able to acquire knowledge on how to psychologically condition you to think that.
it's partially true what you're saying, but I can't say it applies overall. Like you're trying to basically address this.
So they don't have to put the slaves in chains anymore.
They
They
want
have
to. They
through
want to.
psychological warfare, they have figured out how to enslave without chains.
Well, no, the chains aren't physical anymore.
Yeah, the knowledge
They're,
is gained in
they're
every area.
social. They're
For you to think
political chains.
I'm the only reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is we prospered in this era with these certain principalities and disciplines to uphold them. That's all I'm trying to say.
What principalities in
Coincidence?
America where we're basically a nation of laws?
No, 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 no,
What's the
no, 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 Ronan. We was, we was a nation of laws.
no, we
Now
still are
those
a
at the
nation.
top. Hold on. You
Okay.
and I are. You and I are. But those at the top are lawless. They're above the law. We've been in such a comfort zone that we cared not what they was doing.
how, how or where has it been different in history?
You ever heard of the Roman term, and I could be wrong on the exact words, but I believe they called it cake and entertainment.
No.
Give them a variety of foods, and Rome is known, I guess, to introduce the roads. So they was able to bring forth foods from across the earth. So the Romans was able to have a variety of foods, gladiators, entertainment, and the people cared not what the powers that be were doing. If I remember right, they called it cake and entertainment. And our technology now is a technology that would easily direct the people in a desired direction.
Okay. Like I said, where or how is it any different than any other point in history?
I guess what I'm saying is, in order to shed that from happening, you have to use the knowledge of God.
Okay.
You cannot serve two masters, for you will either love the one and smite the other.
Right.
If
Armando
you
Vargas.
kingdom or nation. In other words, if you live in a kingdom or nation where within your lifetime you serve multiple masters, well, then you're going to have one that you love, and more than likely the rest of them that you smite. The only true answer to a nation of peace and prosperity
Well,
would be
the
a nation of
isn't
God.
the two masters reference a God and Mammon?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying. I don't know, Ronan. I'm sorry, man. I think I think I'm to the point of babbling. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is, I don't know if America is right, even on the aspect of voting for a president. Rather, we should be praying, praying to God for our leader and leadership, because voting or thinking they're going to do what they say they're going to do has never happened. So I don't really see why what I'm saying is irrelevant, or the only thing for those who were oppressed all throughout man's history, the only thing they had was God. That's it. The slaves, whether American slaves or, because even today there's slaves. For some reason, it's just the white men of America that are blamed. I don't know. What I'm getting at is a higher awareness that can't be seen by others.
But if it's a higher awareness, why hasn't it worked?
Nobody's aware. Nobody's implemented. That's what I think is going to happen in biblical terms. This is going to be known eventually. These proxy wars, these rulers of kingdoms, it's all going to come to an end simply either because of political correctness or the straight up knowledge of God.
Well, God hasn't worked.
It's not, none of it's worked, Ronan. None of it has worked. It's all
Okay.
failed.
Okay.
It has all failed.
Okay. Well,
None of it has worked.
I agree. So why do men keep repeating it?
Exactly. That's my point, Ronan.
So the idea would be to
That is
abandon.
going to be the higher state of consciousness.
No, because that hasn't worked. Like
You start acknowledging
you just
what
agreed. You just
government and military does. We are conditioned to the notion that there must always be a war or wars, and every nation must have a military. This is Satan. This is Satan. This is not a mutual agreement upon man. This is Satan.
Hi, buddy.
But it will get there, Ronan.
To
The
what?
knowledge, in biblical prophecy, the
What?
knowledge of God will become um, aware to all people,
It hasn't worked.
and all governments, more than likely, will be shamed.
Well, it hasn't worked.
And because of that, you'll have the war of Gog and Magog.
No, no, but you just said it hasn't worked, and I agreed with you.
Yeah, and it never will. Like
Okay, so
okay,
what's the
my
point?
my idea, right? My what it's not my idea to go back to women wearing dresses. My point being is shedding disciplines to uphold principalities will leave you confused, at the least confused, if not zero principality. At the least, you'll be confused on what the principalities are, and you'll be arguing over them.
But they've always been arguing over them,
Yes,
so it hasn't worked.
yeah, I know. We're gonna come to that awareness eventually.
No,
It won't just be
I've
me.
been aware of that, but yeah,
Everybody's gonna come to the acknowledgement that all these governments and kings and queens do is create wars and bloodshed.
okay, but that's
And
true.
it'll eventually come to a point where people will have to take one side or the other,
They
and
already
that will be
no, they
good or
already
evil.
have. They already have done that, and it hasn't worked.
They have no, they haven't, not at all.
Okay, so what's the point in continuing a belief in something that has not worked historically?
Well, the belief I have has worked.
No, yeah, obviously it hasn't.
It was the most prosperous time in America.
After World War II.
No,
When?
no.
When?
America prospered uh, directly after 1776.
Well, yes, like I said, the economic driver was slavery, and cotton was the product.
Goodness, man.
That was one way, yeah, but with industry after World War II, well, actually, because of World War II, it developed. We developed more industry.
America did not prosper off slaves, Ronan. America was
We've never been overthrown.
detrimented or
No, no, we've never been.
extremely slowed down
No, no, we've never.
because of
America's
slavery.
never been overthrown. I mean, we had a civil war.
Yes, I know. That's what you're completely forgetting.
No, I'm not
There
forgetting.
was a reason for the Civil War, Ronan.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, the Civil War was slavery against freedom.
No, it was based on.
Yeah, yeah.
No, no. See, you're interrupting me again. And I want to really explain the driver, what really drove the war, the Civil War.
Okay, well, if any of those black people were alive, I would hope you would ask them.
It wasn't up to the black people.
Oh, yes, it was.
No,
Oh, yes.
like I
They
said,
signed up
you started
immediately.
interrupting me when I'm trying to
No,
explain
Ronan.
the base.
They seen that they was able to fight for freedom, so they signed up immediately. By the numbers, by the millions, they signed up, man, to
But
fight in the war
they made fools of them.
on the side of freedom.
They made fools of them. They didn't get their freedom.
Oh, they didn't get their freedom. So
No,
a black man today, if he's caught reading a book, he will be shot or killed.
you're jumping way ahead
No,
again.
Ronnie, You're jumping
around. You're jumping
you're
around.
jumping ahead. You're
Maybe,
forgetting what it was all about.
maybe you are a little tired.
They wasn't even allowed to read a book, Ronan.
Yes,
If,
they
if
were. Yes,
matter
they
of fact,
were.
a black man, Chris Rock, made a joke out of it. A comedian. He said that the first drug deal was a book, and he started acting like a crackhead on the joke. He was like, "Yo, I got 2 pages, man, 2 pages."
Well, you did the
See,
operative
you're ignoring all that.
the
You're
operative.
ignoring what the fight was for.
There was an operative term that you
It was
just
for
used.
freedom of black men.
Buddy, please interrupt. Anyway, no, there was an operative term that you just used. You're really incoherent now. Would you like to take
No. Read Malcolm X, man.
that? You're jumping around again, and it's really
No, you are,
getting
Ronan.
me
You're
to the
fucking.
point where
You're
you're
ignoring
rambling.
the fact
You're
of
just
this
rambling
war.
incoherently.
This war was not anything but
I,
slavery of the black
I
man.
still remember the high points of your recent state plural statements, and you just keep jumping around on me because I want to ask you specific
Yeah,
questions about particular ideas
the
and
American history
explain a
books
few
will
things.
tell you it's North versus South, and they kind of go off topic. They
Interrupt.
have no, yeah, they don't tell you that it was an actual war of slavery of black men. Republicans was fighting for the black man.
No, it's not
Yeah,
that
yeah,
way.
black
It's
men
not
signed up right
that
along with.
way. I
Yeah,
can explain it
they
to you,
did
but
line,
you
dude. It was
talking
like, oh, we're gonna
over
get a
me.
spot. Yeah,
Please
but it's
interrupt,
freedom.
buddy. Please change the topic.
I did it my way.
There you go. Thank you.
They was praying to God every day. The black men have the greatest songs.
No, that's a non sequitur. You're rambling. Okay, you might need just to rest a little while. Gather your wits about you because you're really just jumping all over the place. I can follow what you're saying, but you don't let me interject or explain anything. So it's okay. Could you just take a break and we can listen to Buddy just sing to us or something.
Oh no.
You started singing. Come on.
No, that was just a statement.
No, that was a short musical interlude.
Yeah.
I'll say this,
Right.
Ron. I do think there's a reason the woman has to be submissive
Okay, what is it?
Mm-hmm.
because you can't have, such as in a family or a kingdom, you can't have 2 masters.
That's a very interesting subject, but I don't know whether to touch that one with a 10-foot pole.
Well, why not? You touch yourself, with a 4-inch hand.
You have to, such as when I was a kid, when you compare it to like sitcoms nowadays, like sitcoms, Friends and shit or whatever. The kids, the dad comes home and the kids just grab his feet and dad's home. See, when I was a kid, it was like, oh fuck, dad's home.
Yeah, that gets to be pretty deep. I believe in strong women, but I also believe that there has to be unity in the home. But wow, I will say this. I'm a firm believer in allowing, as far as my life being involved. I don't want to sound like I'm allowing her to act this way. I'm saying I think they need the platform to be who they are, and then I judge if that's correct for my life and who I am. And if it is, great. If it's not, the submissive thing, I kind of like that. Maybe I'm old school. I kind of like a submissive woman sometimes, but on the other hand, I like a strong woman too when I feel it's needed. Like checking out what's going on at school with the bully over the kid. Those kind of things.
Yeah, but in the nature of things, a submissive woman is very strong.
Yes, that's a very, and I don't know how to say that right, but yeah, almost being that submissive woman makes her a strong element. It's kind of, I don't know how to say
So
it.
both of you don't know what you're talking about. Hank Hill, you there? I need to ask you a question before they interrupt me.
Mike out, Mike out.
Go.
Yes, you said something about the Texas law and fellatio. Who did it apply to, the male or the female?
The one performing the act.
Okay, no, because I didn't really quite get to ask you to elaborate on that because I thought it was meant for males only because then it would avoid so-called homosexuality, but it applies to both male and female.
Yes, that is correct. It doesn't matter if it's a male or a female performing the act. The performer is breaking the law in the state of Texas.
Okay, no, because I think that's wrong because if a woman does it to a man, it's called fellatio. If a man does it to a woman, it's called cunnilingus.
Right.
Cunnilingus. I'm sorry.
Right.
But they just gave it an overall term of fellatio, male dominance, in other words.
Yes, that is absolutely a male dominant law that I disagree with. But it could also be alpha male dominant, I guess, because apparently if a man performs fellatio on a man, it's still illegal.
Yeah, but
So it's not illegal for the man receiving it.
right. In other words, it's okay for the woman to do it, but not for the man to do it because that would be a homosexual act.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
It's all legalities, and you have to have a fucking lawyer.
And I'm not a lawyer, and I don't, claim to be one, and I don't know the laws. You should probably contact a lawyer to make sure that's exact. But that's the way I understood it.
Well, yeah, no. If that's the way it's written, I understand what the law is saying. Yes, I understand it. Yeah, I'm not a lawyer.
It's not the American law. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
Right. But no, I'm not ignorant of the law. I just wanted.
So in that law,
I just wanted.
They're telling us we all have to be lawyers.
No, I just wanted a clarification so I understood what the actual law stated, and if it's that, then okay. So in other words, a woman can do it, but a man cannot do it because that would imply homosexual act, and they don't want that happening.
No, I don't think a woman can do it either. If the woman is performing it on a man, that's illegal. It's illegal to perform the act in Texas. And they say that that's
one way you can hold a set of laws.
Oh, okay. So for
without contradiction.
No, see, I was confused again. So it's illegal. In other words, it's illegal for a woman to perform fellatio.
Yes.
Okay,
that's the way I understand it. It's one of those stupid laws I looked up.
Okay, so by extension, obviously, it applies to the man because that would mean that the man is homosexual. Got it.
Yes, it's
okay.
Illegal there too.
It's like my point earlier about sodomia with the 23 states. That doesn't go for just gays. Sodomia is illegal in 23 states, male or female.
Right.
If the husband sticks his, in his wife's butt.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Damn it! Have I been doing wrong all this time, son of a?
That's also illegal.
I mean, yeah. The cops will be knocking at your door. Not really.
Hold on, there's a reason for that. You guys don't know this.
Mike out.
There's a reason why this law. There's a reason why this law was made.
Why?
Because why? How is it any? We cannot forget the actions involved.
What are they?
We can't. I guess a penis would be sticking itself in shit.
Okay.
It'd be like putting your penis in shit.
Okay.
Okay.
And
That's not enough said.
no, no,
So
that's not enough said
you see
because
a pile of shit and you
the
stick
point
your dick
being
in it.
is
That's fine.
whatever two people want to do in the privacy of their own home,
No. You can't be
regulated
saying
by
that.
law.
You can't be saying whatever you want to do in the privacy of your own home. What are you
Why?
talking about, dude?
Well,
It's
you were arguing follow the law.
it's in the 14th
Yeah,
Amendment. It's in the
yeah.
14th
You can't
Amendment to
do
the
whatever
Constitution.
you want in the privacy of your own home.
It's a private
You
matter.
cannot do whatever you want in the privacy of your own home.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Who's going to be
Even
looking
by
if
today's
who's going to be
standards.
looking if your doors and windows are closed? Who's going to be
No,
looking?
you can't, dude. You cannot be cooking meth in the privacy of your own home.
But it happens.
No, but you can't legally.
But it happens.
Yeah, but it happens.
It happens. So
There you
how
go.
did a law stop that? How
Yeah,
did
yeah. How did a law stop that? Yeah.
how did a law stop that? How does the law stop
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
from
I think the problem between you and me, Ronan, is biblical terms.
well yeah
It's
no
gonna,
no yeah but that's what I've been trying
it's
to that,
always gonna
no
go.
that's what I've been trying to get you to explain about like women wearing pants or voting and
No, no, no. That was an analogy.
I was trying to
Oh,
ask
hold on. In a sense, that does work, but it was more or less an analogy of being able to have the discipline to uphold principalities. Because you could have a set of principalities,
yeah but the
like
principality
even by those standards, where women was not allowed to vote, or and they wore dresses. Even
so
by
you
those
agree with the
standards.
idea that women should not vote.
See, now you lost it. Even by those standards, laws are broken. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter.
No, women weren't allowed to vote. And that's what I was asking about. Do you support the idea of women not voting?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to get from you, a yes or a no.
Yeah.
So you say women should not vote. Okay, got it. That's just your perspective, your opinion. Fine, I can respect that. But the law says different after the fact.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be I already know how I'm gonna be labeled. It's
No,
not like
you're not being
I don't know
labeled.
the. It's not like I don't know the
You're deciding.
consequences of saying
You're
that.
deciding. I'm not deciding that. I'm just saying that is what you view as best for society. Okay.
As best for society as an
That's just
entirety.
look. You have look under law. You can say that. No one can tell you, hey, that's against the
It
law.
is of my opinion that, and here I go again.
Okay, that's
Women
what you
are
want.
not.
Fine.
Women are
Fine.
not, but can be.
Well,
They are not. Can be
no.
the
What I'm
most
saying.
evilest creature on earth.
No, what I'm saying is under law, you can say, I don't want women to vote. You under law, you can say it. Words. You can say those words. You have that right. And I can't tell you anything
No,
or call you,
the
or call you
laws,
names.
other than my will and determination, the laws kept me from my daughter. Having said that, my will and determination kept the relationship with her, but the laws definitely infringed on that relationship.
Now I can relate to James's feelings on that. I don't know that
In the state of Colorado,
we'll
a
know. No,
joint custody, a joint custody judgment
correct.
goes to the woman.
I will
Because
say
a
that
child has to have what is known as a primary household.
Well, you can have joint custody,
Okay.
but there can be a
So,
primary.
Ronan, I was kept from my daughter because women were allowed to vote.
Wow, I don't know that I agree with that.
Wow.
Because men are determined pieces of shit in our modern day society.
I don't. What does voting have to do with the?
Because women
Hold
fucking
on, hold
voted.
on. You're talking about civil
It
and
was like,
domestic law now.
I'll determine if I have the child or not. You will not,
Oh, you're saying once it
even
goes.
though it takes both.
Oh, well, once it goes to court, you're saying then there's a final
Yeah,
decision maker.
because women have the right. And I am sorry. Call me a chauvinistic pig.
No, no, no. I will
I
agree,
was kept from my daughter because women are allowed to vote.
man. I could tell you so much, but I won't. I'll just say that I have seen that. I do think it's getting better now, but I have to say,
Getting worse through my process of my daughter becoming 18 years old and 20 years old, because in the state of Colorado, as long as she's in public school, I have to pay child support, even if it's or if they go to college. You have to pay in the state of Colorado, a Democratic state. You have to pay the entire process there in college.
yeah, there's things like that in place. I think in every state, if even though after they're 18, if they can.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to say is, hold on a second, because I'm the man of this family. Granted, this family's been torn apart through the law. Through the law, this family's been torn apart through the law and legalities.
There's this documentary everyone should watch. It's about what they do to you in the private divorce courts and how judges can order you to mortgage your house and sell everything you got and take out all the big loans if one person is disputing the divorce.
Hey,
And
Hank.
everyone has lawyers, they'll take all that money, all of it.
Hey, Hank.
Put them in
It's all
debt
a
and
big
kick them to the
scheme,
curb.
is what I'm saying, Ronan. It's all a big scheme for the beneficiary. The beneficiary is sitting at the top.
I'm attempting to remember the name of the documentary, but
Yeah,
it's
I don't want to elaborate, but I can tell you now. I can promise you this with everything that I am. I'll bet you haven't touched in your wildest dreams in that category what I've been through and what I had to fight. But I can't tell you and won't tell you all of the things that I'm talking about. But I can tell you this: I have lived everything that you're talking about. I won't tell you how old my daughter is. I won't tell you how old my son is or my other daughter, and or any affiliations thereof. But I can tell you that as hard as my ex-wife fought for no reason whatsoever, she was always the one with the problem childhood, drug addict parents, and the courts. I had custody for 4 years with no child support. She ran out of answers for her new husband and then convinced him to take me back to court. And the judge turned right around and gave that bitch my kids right back. So, and there's so many stories I could tell you. So I don't need to watch a fucking film. I've lived it. So,
may I say something? And I know you're not going to like me for taking this position, but can I please say that she didn't know what she was doing? And let me elaborate. I know that's not what you want to hear.
no,
What these
you're
people
right.
do,
You're right. You're right, man. The light, man. I hired a lawyer just to talk to her, to try to convince her not to destroy my kids. I told him, you fight for my kids primary over fighting for my custody. You do what's right. And I went to the most moral lawyer that I could find in this state. And he was expensive. But she hired a lawyer that was not fired from different lawyer firms for doing dirty and underhanded shit. So that was the best way I knew to deal with all that. But you are correct. The light bulb never fucking went off in her head. Even to this fucking day, she'll still run where the wind blows. It's
She
never
runs with legalities.
it's never
That's what
dawned on her
that's
yet,
what
man.
my ex-wife does to this day.
I just think her head's fucked up from her childhood
She,
because
she
she
ignores the
didn't
love
have.
that we had with one another, and she turned it into hate.
Well, yeah, but she didn't
No,
have
she
her.
didn't do it. Okay, guys, you got to hear me on this. Please
Okay,
listen to
hold
me.
on. Let me just finish one thing.
Okay, sorry.
She
Keep
didn't.
my daughter away
She
from him, even though it's our daughter.
Yeah, but she didn't have her parents growing up, so it was kind of a you know what they say. History repeats itself in those categories, and it did. But when it first started out, all she was thinking about was herself. She didn't want the kids, you know. So,
Yeah.
oh man, I can relate to everything you say. You have no idea. Uh, I'll tell you one last thing, and I don't give a fuck who hears it or who knows this, but I'll tell you this. I don't know anybody that I ever grew up with or have met to this day that have stood up against the corrupt system as I did, and I'll give one example. I picked up my son one weekend, and he started crying. So I had weekends. So in other words, it was still joint custody, but he gave her primary custody back. So then I had visitation. Okay. So as time went by, there were all kinds of stuff that going on, but I'll just stick to this one situation. So my son starts crying and says, "Hey," I said, "What's wrong with you, boy?" And he went on to tell me that my ex-wife's new husband put his hands around his throat and throwed him up against the fucking wall. So I call my, actually, that was the final straw. But before that, I had already gave them both a call and say, "Hey, don't, put your fucking hands on my kids no more. Or I'm going to say, fuck the court cases and fuck your lawyers. I'm going to come do something about it. So don't put your fucking hands on my kids again." So this went on for about 2 years. I pick up my son one weekend. Long story short, he's crying. I asked him. He told me. I said, "Guess what? We're not going to play the game anymore. Do you want to fucking go back over there? Do you feel safe over there, or don't you? Just tell me whatever you feel you need to do." And he said, "I don't want to go back." I said, "Okay, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to make a statement. And since I'm across state lines, which everybody already knew where I lived, here's what's going to happen. It's going to take them about a week and a half. They're going to fill out the paperwork. They're going to send the fucking FBI down here. They're going to arrest me. But trust me, they'll never lay their fucking hands on you again when I get done."
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at.
But let me finish the story. So 25, but I'm just making a point to you that you, as the father and the father of those children, when the law is wrong, I don't give a fuck if it's because of voting or society is fucked up. You've got to come to a point in your life where you have to say enough is enough. If nobody's going to protect my kids, by God, I'm going to go to my fucking grave and do it. So I did.
That's what the forefathers said. They said don't take a judge's word just because.
Determination.
Yeah, but so the bottom line was it's exactly like I told him, and they never laid their hands on my fucking kid again. Okay. 25 fucking FBI agents surrounded my fucking house, tried to get my bass player and my band and shit to talk me out. They had my phone tapped, all that fucking shit. But, they put me in maximum security. They ended up dropping every fucking charge at the end of the damn thing 2 years later. But that made a fucking statement to my lawyers, the fucking FBI. There was endless fucking data reports on everything going on with that situation. If they would have ever laid their fucking hands on my kids again, I told everybody involved, if they do it again, I am going to kill him. And I made that statement to the judge and to all the fucking lawyers and the police. I told them all, it's endless data. There's endless history. It's in your database. that this has been going on. I have endlessly gone to court about it. I've gotten on the docket 3 times about this situation, and nobody's done anything about it. So my point to that story is this: if no matter what society leans towards the mother, that was hard to swallow, man. For my kids did not want to go back to her. You know, some things you got to run with. In other words, I always try to do what was right for the kids. I didn't really give a fuck what the law or the court said.
That's all the God will look at too.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do what's right, man, with everything that you are. And you got to put it all out on the line, your house, your job, everything. And so anyway, that was my statement to that scenario. It can be a crooked system, and hell fucking yeah. Sometimes justice doesn't prevail for the way it should be or whatever. But I can tell you this: I've lived long enough now. I've lived long enough now to see all that come back around. I never tried to talk stone cold shit about my ex-wife, you know, to my kids and all that. And they saw for themselves. I was just patient. I said, you know what? I'm going to continue to be the person I am. I happen to know that and it wasn't just me. Everybody that knew her, you said that, you know, she just had issues, man. And, you know, you can't change people. If she wants help, she's got to go get it on her own. I offered to pay.
It's not my belief, Ronan, is not exiling exiling women. Women is still, in my belief, the power. The woman raises the young. The mother is to be honored as well as the father. But the
So-
principalities, the disciplines to uphold these there's always going to be a notion of this is not fair because there must be a balance, and political correctness gets in the way of that balance, the knowledge of that balance.
Yeah. Ronan?
It's not holding women down. To me, giving women the authority of the household, the young, is of the utmost importance.
I think I might have got off subject a little bit, man. I got into it too much, man.
Well,
No, there's no problem.
they're gonna deem me because this is live, so they're gonna hate me for what I said. But
They're gonna hate me too, man. But that's
it's
okay.
it's not like I'm saying women aren't special. Women are the most specialist creature on earth,
But
and the
but but
realm, the position they should hold,
but
uh, reveals that.
Yeah,
But-
you know the way I handle all that, James, now that I've gotten wiser. I never made choices when I was younger for the real things I should have been making choices about for me. You know, because in other words, realizing who I was, who was compatible for me. Hell, when you're young, man, if they got a nice looking ass and a nice set of titties and a good looking face, which my ex-wife was beautiful,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we had nothing in common whatsoever. So, you know, I take the blame for that. The one thing I didn't agree with that was said to me in court one time, you know, 'cause-
Bullshit. I don't believe it. I believe you loved her.
oh, I did in my own way, but we had nothing in you know, no
Who in this world? There's no such thing as compatibility.
Well,
All it is compromise.
yeah, even to this day, man.
It's held as anything but. It's never going to work.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you just have,
compromise is everything in any relationship.
Yeah.
I mean, a friend is compromised. You call your friend because you know you're in a situation where you have to call this person. And he compromises the situation he's in to help you. That's a friend.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. I kind of, yeah. Well, yeah. A real, you know, that word friend used to mean when I was growing up that, you know, before we had to go get jobs and supply ourselves with money, it seemed as though the word friend meant if you,
Brother.
yeah, brother, and also if whatever I have, I want you to have too, kind of thing. And then seems to change after you.
No,
Uh,
yeah, that's what I meant. After you age, a real friend is more along the lines of a brother.
I think society has to. In other words, if we were all living like what was his name, Grizzly Adams or whatever, out in the wilderness, I think that would remain after you became an adult. However, I think society has set things up that we have to start being more discriminatory. In other words, that same friend that I didn't want to have anything unless he had it when I was young. After I got older, if I was working my tail off and I just saw him sitting on his ass every day, not trying to do anything, then you know, that opinion changed. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was meaning is that after you age, from the determination of what a friend is at a young age to what it is at a older age is older age it's more along the lines of a brother, one you can depend on when you need them. At a younger age, it's more along the lines of one that agrees with you.
Yeah, yeah. I just know that, like, my speaking about what we were talking about before, if I said the sky was blue, even though it was blue, she'd say it was red. You know what I mean?
I don't know if you guys want to hear this or not, but I'm gonna say it.
Yes, I do.
Those lawyers tricked that woman and played on her emotions at a psychological level. They duped her. They tricked her in with their fancy words and their fancy suits, and they have their own pockets to fill. And I'm sorry to say it, they milked y'all dry. Like every
Yeah,
time this happens,
You
that's what
talking
they do.
about the courts and the lawyers?
yeah,
Yes,
yeah, but also do that
Damn
they
right.
squeeze
again.
every last drop out of you to the point to where the family is broken, and then when they're broken, they do the divorce, and that's it.
That's
She
a
gets
whole.
custody.
That's a whole nother.
It's like this. It's like this, Hank. You're getting a divorce, right? She gets her lawyer. You get your lawyer. Okay. Well, these two lawyers, they talk to each other, and
They
they're
eat
like,
lunch together
"Well, we could
with the
make
judge.
more money. We could make more money if we push it in this direction." They work together on expended on more hours the case requires.
Yeah, and my response to what you said, Hank, is I saw that after the first year. Because if you go into your lawyer's office, you damn right it's a game. It's a money game. And here's the bad part about that game, too. Not only does it suck you in and take all your money, in my case, by the time you could get on the docket to even take one thing to court, she's already done 10 more fucking things. Now, you tell me how in the hell you're supposed to always go to that court to resolve all your domestic problems with your ex-wife and your kids. Who can afford to do that, and who can wait when there's serious situation? Now, there's certain things they'll call an emergency court order, but boy, it has to be seriously established and before they'll even do anything like that. If it's just what they consider, because they hear this shit every day up there, you know. But yeah,
Yeah, and on
it's a
such
money
a
racket. That's for sure. It's a fucking money racket.
yeah, they're also their judgment is also a determination of these two people's lives.
Of course. Of course. Y'all know I've never been divorced, right? I've
Well,
been
that's
married for
awesome,
12
Hank.
years.
I pray you never. I pray you never do.
And I'm not trying to rub it in your face, but
Oh, I hope you never get one of those.
if it ever were to happen, we would just go file it and both agree and sign it for $300.
Yeah, but I'll accept
Yeah,
this.
but that's what my wife told me.
Yeah, I want to make this statement about myself only. If I, as I look back, if I would have made different choices, that shit would have never happened. Now you always look back and say, well, my kids wouldn't have been born, and I love them. But I'm just saying, if I could turn back the clock, the wisdom I have now, knowing she was not anywhere compatible for me, and I should have known better, and I did know better, but it's kind of like that little voice telling you, I don't know. Something keeps telling me this is not good, but you still go ahead and do it anyway, you know? So
Yep, been there,
I,
done that.
I'll blame myself. I have to, so I don't stay, upset about the past or whatever, however you want to look at it. So I look in the mirror and say, it's my fault. So even to this day, I'll just keep telling myself that. Now, don't get me wrong. If it's so hardcore and blatant and out there, trust me, man, my kids will come tell me, mom's fucked up, dad. Listen to what she did. You know what I mean? And I'll just
Yeah.
listen now. I won't say anything. I'll just listen. And I'll go, well, you have to make your own determination whether you think that's right or wrong. I made mine. You got to make yours. And if you ever need anything, you can always talk to me. I don't know that I'll say anything bad about your mom, but if you ask me my opinion on something, I'll give you my opinion. Like where I messed up, I think you should, be a little bit more strict on who you decide to marry. That's what I'd say to the kids. But anyway, wow, that's a deep subject, man.
But we live in such a idol worshiping, sex appeal world.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah.
People think like what I was saying about the women in the dresses and stuff. People are going to get mad at that, but they do not even understand that the narrative in which they live is a desired narrative. How could I put this?
The females
It's all
trick the
pushed.
men with
It's all
makeup and
pushed. It's all
is
pushed
that
in
what
a
you're saying?
direction. It is all pushed in a direction that can be governed. It has to be. It has to be narrate. People of all nations and kingdoms. We have great technology today, the television, communications, whatever. But it still hasn't changed. Uh, it's the people are still of any nation are pushed in a desired direction of their masters.
Masters being who?
Presidents,
Oh,
kings,
oh, okay.
queens, masters, higher council.
Yeah, yeah.
What you deem successful, we deem success off of materialism, something you cannot take to the grave.
Can I tell y'all something that may sound weird, but the number one cause for divorce in this country is marriage.
Finances.
And I don't see why you have to get a license, a permission slip to make vows to someone,
You
or for
don't.
that person to make vows
You
back to you.
don't. You don't, Hank. Only to be known through legalities do you have to do that. If your love is chosen to be. It doesn't matter if the courts know.
I think society has put that burden.
We're making
or-
a pact with each other and God. The
yeah,
reason I stress God is because marriage is of God. There is no marriage without God.
yeah. I think society has put a lot of pressure on the paperwork thing behind the marriage. However, with the society that you have out there, it can cause you a lot of problems in different ways as trying to build a financial life together in the world of society, so to speak. Banks, bank loans, blah blah blah, and many other things. But I don't really truly believe that there should be a piece of paper. I think it should be, the true, real, devoted way. However, the society we have laid out for us, almost says you kind of need to in some ways, and in other ways you shouldn't do it at all. So I've always been torn with that one. I don't know which way to go with that.
The divinity of you.
But I'll give you another angle of that. Go try to devote yourself to a woman in a different country and see if you can get her here on that. Bet you can't do it.
I know 4 women that absolutely agree with the notion of women wearing dresses.
Right. Well, yeah, that's a different subject from what I was saying. I was saying the devoted thing or the paperwork thing.
Yeah.
That's in an idealistic world, if everything was perfect. Uh,
Yeah, but nothing will ever be perfect.
right. Nothing ever will be.
There's
But
a balance. There is a balance.
yeah, that's true. But that doesn't change the laws of society. So you can devote yourself to a woman. Let's just say you're in America and she's in England. I bet you can't get her here on devoted love. You will have to go through the U.S. Embassy. I will assure you on that and get a visa.
Oh, bullshit.
Well, I mean, you can try to get her here illegal if you want to.
No, devoted love, you can get them every time.
Well, no, I'm saying you have to go through society to get her into your country. You have to do the paperwork.
You got to jump through a couple hoops.
Right. Oh, I mean, I know all about it. I can tell you all about it. My wife's from an island. I know all about it. And you got to qualify like 125% over the poverty level, show you can take care of them, the whole ball of fucking wax. I'm just telling you, I love that idealistic view. And deep down, I really feel that and have always felt like that. Unfortunately, if I want to be with my wife, you can make another choice. You can go where she's at, and then you don't have to do it. You just got to clear your own ass, and you may not have to get any paperwork that way. But I'm saying another viewpoint on that devoted thing with no paperwork is the way society has it set up. You can devote yourself all you want to, but before you bring that woman to another country, you will do that paperwork. Yeah, unless you sneak her in on a boat. So I just thought I'd throw that different angle in there on that. When do you follow me?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
In other words, Hank said, I don't understand why you have to do paperwork, just devote yourself to the woman.
It's all legalities, man.
It's all legalities. That's right. And so, it's the society we have to deal with. I don't like it. I will say it, tell you right now.
Legalities are in a certain direction in which forces the people to go.
Yeah. I've gave out way too much personal information on my life, man. Why didn't y'all stop me?
There's nothing wrong with the truth, man.
You didn't say
I
your
know, man,
name.
but you should have said,
I
nobody
think
don't do it. This is the web. This is the internet. How dare you?
it's
Your mouth shut.
admirable and very honorable.
Hey, buddy, half of the million of Americans probably had divorces So if they're going by you on that same story that you said,
Yeah.
it's not rare. It's not
It's
uncommon.
like I don't know if you ever heard of the comedian Bill Burr,
I don't know who
but
that
he
is.
kind of addresses this. He's like, people, less than 50% of marriages make it.
I think it was
So,
rated 60
and then,
40
and then
here in this state.
yeah, but then he says, so if I told you we was going to go skydiving and your parachute had just less than a 50% chance of opening, are you going to go? Why are people so lined up to get married? Is this the line to lose all my shit?
Hey, wow! I just
Well,
thought of
let me sign up.
I just thought of
I can't
another.
wait. Oh,
Hey, man,
look, the line's moving one step closer.
yeah. Hey, Hank, I got another viewpoint for you on what you said too. You ready for this one?
Go ahead.
I have watched many couples not get married on purpose so they can draw double benefits from the government. Because if they get married, they can only draw benefits. So
Benefits. Yeah, I know mutual.
speak,
Yeah, I agree.
speaking of,
I know multiple people that have actually gotten married specifically for marriage benefits.
oh well, yeah, that too. But the other
Yeah.
way is I know people that are together, living together, but say that they're living at a different address and will not get married because they are unemployed and other reasons also. But they get double benefits from the government if they're not married.
Yeah,
So see,
it's all bullshit and it's
that's the
bad.
negative side. That's the negative side of the improper system that society has laid out for us, all the way down to having to have a marriage license when you devote your life to somebody. It's really strange when you sit back and think about it.
To me, it's all part of the political game, and the political game equals uh, wars and bloodshed.
Yeah, now if I jump way over on the other side of the tracks, man, I want everybody to be kind of listed. In one way, I don't think anybody should have to be listed because you should be free in this world, in an ideal world, and a free and perfect free world. But
Yeah, but
on the other side of the tracks, man, all these illegals and everything, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't want anybody that can come in here without any fingerprints, no DNA, no paperwork, no social security number, no birth certificate, come in, kill somebody in my family or rape my wife and go right down to the fucking corner at your local bar and never fucking think twice about getting caught. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but that's happened throughout all kingdoms.
Yeah, but I'm saying that without any registration on that person, they have no fingerprints to
Yeah,
follow.
but the registration is the problem.
Well, I mean,
Actually, being able to observe this person,
yeah, I'm just speaking
no
of
matter his
in today's,
race, religion, heritage, or whatever,
yeah,
to be able to see such a person is actually very clear.
yeah. I'm
But
just
political
saying,
correctness will keep you from that determination.
yeah, I'm just saying in today's society and all the what I consider evil to be about, things aren't quite as pure as they were when I was growing up. Anyway, well, I used to we always left our door open 24/7, man. But now I don't feel comfortable doing that. And unfortunately, if I face the reality of the dangers that do exist and I want to protect my family, I really don't want that motherfucker over here that's not, registered because if he does do something wrong, you can't trace the son of a bitch. And that's the way it is in third world countries. I've been in the other third world countries, some, and there's people running around everywhere with no birth certificate, no social security, never been fingerprinted, blah, 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 blah. And, the fingerprints come later or whatever. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
You
But
have
what
nothing to trace. If they do anything wrong, they can just it can be it can be a total unsafe society like that.
maybe I'm dogma,
I don't like it though. I will say that I
maybe I'm
don't.
too religious, but I would say that to protect your family would be to lay your life down for them without violence towards those you're laying your life down. The
Ah,
message, the message behind your death to, towards your family
well, and
is
I've just
blatantly clear that the tyrannies over people will never exceed love.
well, I do believe love is the strongest power on earth. I do believe that. Ronan,
Dying for your family would not necessarily require you killing for them. The message in which you die is the message you leave your family.
right, and not necessarily did I mean,
How and why it's how and why you die.
right. To protect doesn't always mean to have to kill somebody, but
Right.
you know what I'm saying. If they came in, say my house, and did something, I would want the police or whoever to be able to find out who the hell that was and hold them accountable.
But
In today's society, if it was the Wild Wild West, or it was living like Grizzly Adams in the mountains, and nobody had any.
yeah, but it very well could have been the government that did it, and people see that as a ridiculous notion. But
Yeah, well, that's a little
government
different.
agencies have been breaking into people's house for a long time,
Yeah, that's a different
just
subject
to
though, from what I'm talking about.
just to find a average citizen mindset.
Yeah, I don't even like having cell phones. I don't like them pinging the fucking signal, knowing where the hell I'm at. I mean, we could go on and on with this stuff, but I'm just saying in general, in the society that surrounds me now, where I am right now, I have to say, with everything that I see going on, I don't feel comfortable with someone not being registered. Now that's off the subject from what Hank was talking about, really, but in one way. But you know what I'm saying, though, man? If somebody broke in your house and harmed somebody in your family, you'd want them to find who did it.
I don't know if I'd really want them to find who did it
Or
or
whoever.
me myself find who.
Okay, okay, that's fair enough. For you to find out who did it, you need something to go by instead of somebody that's over here that looks like everybody else and has no way of tracing them.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
you yourself are as much qualified as a detective as those we hold as detectives.
a detective has to follow traces. I'm saying someone who has no traces.
Yeah,
In
but
other
you're the
words,
household. You're the household owner.
no, I'm saying if you
Oh,
weren't
the
here and
minute
they broke
you,
in when you weren't here or
the
whatever.
minute you pull up to the driveway, you're already either sensing or seeing something wrong.
Well, I'm saying if no one, was there to see who it was, or uh, even if you described them, it really doesn't matter if there's nothing to trace. No DNA, no nothing, no social security. They can leave their fingerprints all over your house, and they can have their fingerprints, but they can't match it to a fucking thing because they're not in the
Yeah, yeah.
database.
I specifically had a cop tell me that since when did I get this fucking DUI? It was actually reduced to a DWAI. That's besides the point. But this cop told me that it was like 3% of crimes are resolved off of fingerprints.
Yeah.
The most inherent, the detective, when it comes to your house, you're the greatest detective there is.
if you're here.
You know, if you know your house good.
Well, I mean, if you're within range to do such or have things in place to do that. But you know what I'm saying. In other words,
Right.
there's crimes people get away with every day, but hopefully
But
that.
there's things I acknowledge and place for certain reasons.
Yeah, and Ronan and I got in a conversation one night about the illegals and stuff like that. That's really one major problem, and I'm speaking from my life, having been in third world countries and see how they do these crimes one on one in my life, not listening to anybody else's stories. I've watched I've watched undocumented people, for example, in Asia, when I was in Asia, do things you could not believe, breaking people's houses, steal all their electronics, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing to go by, man. I mean, they don't know who it is. They don't even try. They already know, that half of their fucking country is not documented and don't even have a damn birth certificate because it's a land of poverty. They never even got one fed through the Board of Health. So, for those reasons, anyway, next subject, Hank. Ronan.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. It's
You know what I'm saying, man? It makes
yeah.
me feel uneasy when I think somebody could actually do that to some, not even my family, anybody's.
Oh, they can do that with systematic ease. Your whole our whole lives, what we're living now is based off the past. We are here at this time because of the past, and the past is nothing but lies. So we're living lies. But
There's a lot of truth to
no,
that,
no. A great lie is sprinkled with truth. Yes, I'll admit that. A
but
great lie is always sprinkled with truth.
yeah, I, I try to stay focused on the more.
But after so many millennials, that truth is long gone. Long gone. We're living nothing but lies according to the powers that be, and people see that as a conspiracy. Even though it's fucking blatantly clear that that's just the way man is. All through man's history.
Yeah, I agree, Ronan. Why are you like that?
Because I'm going to get interrupted, so I might as well keep listening. Mike out.
You just say Mike in.
Well, okay. I want Ronan to talk now. Mike out.
What would you like to talk about? Or ask me a question.
The price of tea in China.
The price of tea in China. Well, I'll have to look that up. I drink iced tea, but I don't know where it comes from because I get it from the grocery store. Buy it a gallon at a time, $2, 10 cents, and I cut it with water, 50% water, 50% tea, and I sip on that as I listen to you all go on. And
I think that's the better question, Ronan. How much do you pay for the tea at the grocery store?
I think it's $2.38 a gallon, but like I said, I cut it. I don't like it as strong. It's automatically sweet tea.
What tea you like the best? You like the Lipton or the what's that other one? The Louisiane?
I think Louisiana's okay, but I just get it, because I have a local like a supermarket,
Right.
right, and they have their
That
own
Arizona
product,
tea.
and they only have their own product. I don't know where it comes from or anything like that, but it's already sweetened. But like I said, I cut it, 50-50, and I like to sip on that. Uh, well, after like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, that's when I drink tea.
Yeah, it's not. I do the same thing. That's crazy. It's not bad that way.
Well, yeah,
It is very fucking sweet if you don't water it down.
yeah. I water mine down because it's just too strong for me.
Yeah.
I love sweet tea. Love it, especially in the summer months.
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, I prefer it over like a soda.
Absolutely, I do now.
Yeah, I prefer it over soda because soda is like kind of sweet. So yeah, you know. Well, pick a
Soda
topic.
has so much sugar it fucking boils.
Yeah.
Well, what other subjects or debates do y'all want me to whip your ass on?
Oh
Uh,
well, you can
Hey,
you
I
can
just
type.
gotta say,
I don't look at anything like that. Nobody's beat anything. These are viewpoints that I enjoy listening to. Hank's opinion and viewpoints, yours, James, and Ronan's. It's all cool. That's what makes the world go round, man.
You want to talk politics?
Hell no.
Okay. No, because I gotta. Okay, forget it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, no. Let's go back to. You know what the word hypothetical means?
Yeah, it's a situation that you're giving specifics about a situation that could be.
Yeah, yeah. I'm making this up, right? It's hypothetically.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard about. I was listening to this one gentleman once, and he was saying he had a beautiful wife, but they had nothing in common. And then the argument came down at one point where this gentleman was sharing the idea that she had a poor upbringing, so she was like emotionally unstable, and it caused a lot of problems in the marriage, and eventually the marriage broke up. And then the point where that gentleman came up and he says, "Now that I'm wiser, I realize that I was to blame." And I thought to myself, well, no, based on the hypothetical scenario that gentleman brought up, he was partially responsible. Partially.
yeah, it takes two to make a marriage. It also takes two to end it.
Right. And so I can understand the gentleman hypothetically in this particular story, which is hypothetical.
Yeah, the context around what he was saying.
Well, yeah,
It's weird.
hypothetically. And well, like I said, that gentleman, being to me, the way I perceive that gentleman in this hypothetical situation, he was being fully responsible. He was being fully responsible, and I could admire that. Okay, I could admire that, but it's hard to really support the statement 100% because based on what I heard, it wasn't his fault. His so-called desire, right, as a younger man, since we all have that, right? We all have that, to basically reproduce, and he saw or met someone who was attractive to him, right? I don't know. I mean, he might have liked the hair, the body, a combination of things. I don't know. That's not really the point that I'm getting to in this hypothetical situation. It was the fact that that gentleman pointed out that she had had a a bad upbringing. I'm not saying she was abused or could have been abused, but there's something there that basically takes the full load of that responsibility off of the gentleman who was taking on full responsibility, like I said, which is admirable, most admirable. But I can't really say, well, yeah, we can just pin it on you, sir, because he did point out, and I'm sure he wasn't lying, right? That yeah, he's taking responsibility whole completely, but it's not really that. It's in part because he did point out that the other side, the lady in this case, was abused. She was emotionally, she was not completely centered. You understand what I mean? Like an emotional center, right?
Yeah.
Because she wasn't nurtured in the best possible way to have come up to be an adult woman and meet someone. Well, in this particular hypothetical case, that gentleman. But the idea that if the man wants to completely blame himself, I can't really agree with that based on the puzzle pieces that were presented during that gentleman's presentation.
Wow, you don't know hypothetically how happy I'm sure that gentleman is to hear you say that, because hypothetically, that's the way I think it probably started out, and that's exactly the viewpoint that I would have had on that the hypothetical situation.
Yeah,
But
yeah, because it's
judges
not. Yeah.
always stood up and said, "Well, you're the fucking one that married her. What did you expect?"
Well,
So
right, but
that
see,
kind of, and to deal with the hypothetical anger and stuff, and just with the whole situation of disgust, I found it easier to deal with if I just blame myself.
well, yeah, if you were that person
If
in
I were that
that,
person,
yeah,
correct, right?
if you were that man in that hypothetical situation, I can see that. I mean, I've seen it before. Like in my professional career, I met a couple of, I think it was three gentlemen who went through those things, and
Uh,
it was usually different percentages, right? It was different. It's like this one guy had this one good worker. He was a good worker, real good worker, but he just didn't have the best attitude, right, to be in a relationship, right? So, I can say, okay, maybe 90% of the fault is on him because he's just not, very well balanced emotionally. Where in this
yeah,
other case that we were chatting about just prior, well, the situation was, oh, okay, okay. But what had I told or someone met that gentleman in during that window, right, and said the same things I just said, he wouldn't have believed it, because he's basically attracted to this person, and that, like I said, that drive,
exactly, right.
nature's drive. Even though the gentleman is well, let's just say he's very, very, very smart. Okay, two varies, not three. Okay, just very, very smart, right? He's very smart. Well, in spite of all that, smart is has well, it has something to do with emotions, but the emotional side of it could not be drawn upon because he was within that time frame. So anybody telling him anything it could have made sense. He was hearing it, yes, but he wasn't listening because he was so focused on what he needed to do at that time and place that it's impossible to step outside of that character for anyone. Get in line, take a number,
That's
and have
an
a seat.
interesting point, Ronan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I studied this stuff, so I know what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Very hard to step outside and look in, isn't it?
it's impossible. It is impossible. You can't do it. No one can do it.
That's
No,
why
I
you.
mean, I mean, a normal person.
That's why you can't judge righteously.
Yes, unless they're some kind of psychopath, sociopath, should I say, or a psychopath, yeah, a psychopath or something like that. But they're already able to step outside because they're presenting another character, whereas by and large, right, those people within that time frame, uh, given those set of circumstances, are not open or able, should I say, to step outside of it because most people are sincere about where they're at that time, no
Yeah,
matter what conditions, right, brought them to that point.
right, right.
Right, they can't step out of it. It doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, those emotions, boy, they'll cloud all of the being able to step outside and look in most of
Right,
the time.
right. So after a while, once that person is outside of that time frame and can look back on it, right, and so-called
Yes,
reminisce, right, positive or negative, right, they can say,
hindsight's
oh,
2020.
okay, I got it now. I got it now.
Yeah,
And if they were lucky enough to go into another relationship, they would be more aware of it. you know,
Yes, 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 yes.
right, and they'd be able to point that out to whomever. Well, in this case, man and woman, right, to whomever they're enjoined with, because they can say, "Oh, I think this might be this. What do you think of that?" Right, and as a relationship developed, and both parties were aware of it and could communicate on that level, that intimate level, right? And that gets really broad, not just deep, but incredibly broad.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, from experience, that person or people both, right, have had those life experiences and can be more open about what they really think versus cautious. Oh man, I might have to sleep on a couch tonight if I say the wrong thing. Well, no, no, no. If both people understand each other, they'll be able to discuss it and both retire to the same bed. I'm not saying sex. I'm saying just be in partnership and agree on something, whether it's best for both or not. Right? They can now be more aware of it, and I'd like those things taught to grade school children. But most adults, oh no, no, not my child. The parents are the best teachers. Here's where I love it. Here's where I start to rub really hard. I can polish chrome, brother. I can polish chrome. I used to build motorcycles, but like here's how I polish chrome. And if they taught that to children, if they taught that to children, there'd be less incredibly low rate of divorce in this country, right? But they don't want to. Oh no, the parents are the best teachers. No, they're not. The parents can only do what they can do. It's like I said before, those two people were in that time frame on that stage at that point.
Wow, Ronan, and those two subjects you're discussing now about, the parents are usually, is a lot of times not the best teacher in some cases because of their
No, they're
emotions.
very good teachers. They're very good teachers. But like I said, they can't step outside
They're
of
slightly biased.
right. Because like I said with the other example of that hypothetical, and we're talking in generalities now, but in a hypothetical situation, if you look at it, they're basically both the same. It's within the same stream in the same direction. It's just at a different position, right? That's all that is. That's all the same stream, but it's just a different position within the same point of flow. But
Yeah.
like I said, and that's where
As a different position, it's probably also a misunderstood position.
well, now you're fading away versus just rambling. You're fading
Well,
away.
what I was saying is I am agreeing with your point, but
Oh,
when it comes to the teaching of the young, the narratives or whatnot, the position is very important. You're right there.
well, right. No, but like I said, it's. I'm not saying it's avoidable because, like I said, that drive, especially well, men, right? Because that's usually where it starts off with. If a man is attracted, well, if the children, let's say the children were taught, it's just a presumption for this working model here, just a model, right? The children were taught that way, and this gentleman, young man, is growing up, and he meets a girl in high school, let's just say, and she was abused as a child, and he realizes this when he talks to her, in spite of him being driven, right? And because she's beautiful, man, she's beautiful, right? Or the other way around, the guy was abused, and then the girl is, okay. I mean, she's a nice person, and she realizes this guy is beautiful, he's handsome, smart, but he's just got that one little problem. He's like too aggressive, for example. He's just too aggressive
Right.
because of his upbringing, right? And she would not get into that because it's both sides. It's both sides, really. It's both sides of the same coin, but one's male and one's female, obviously.
Isn't
But
it isn't it interesting, Ronan, that as you do progress through life, it seems more and more like beautiful is as beautiful does, not what beautiful looks like.
yes, myself, for example, right? I ride bicycle, blah blah blah, because I like riding bicycle, and I go to the store every day, right? Because I just get what I want for that day, whatever I'm going to cook, or for myself, right? And it's fun, and I get to look around, and stuff like that, and uh, I can recent memory, right? I'm just going, going around there, and this beautiful woman comes up, starts talking to me, right? And she's wearing a crucifix, right? And her basket is full of vegan food, right? And from experience now, right? Even though, yeah, I got this drive, I want that. I want to get that. But yeah, but from experience now, from experience,
Right. You
right? From experience, I had to stop myself. And well, I didn't tell her, but I was just polite. Thank you so much. I appreciate you considering me. But I'm more romantic than that because I want to leave them with a good memory, right?
right.
But I politely walked away. I politely walked away, right? Even though she is interested in me, she is interested in me.
Uh-huh.
But looking at her, and and you know how we are, buddy. Well, all of us here, we can see it. But we pick up key points. And when I
Right.
added up those points, I said they just can't add up right now.
Right.
Because it would be conflict. Because I don't want to change that woman. Do you understand what I'm saying? If she's going in the same direction that I'm in, right? Okay, yes, I'm open to it. But
That's noticing the compatibility.
right, the compatibility issue. Thank you. I was going to lead up. I was going to just say that, right? But that's the difference when you get a little bit of age, a whole lot of experience, and that a little bit of wisdom that you have to obviously face, because if you deny it, you might as well go back to being a teenager again and making that same mistake all over again.
I gotta somewhat disagree with that because through compromise, we're all compatible.
You're missing the point completely. You're missing the point. You've been rambling. Now you're missing the point.
Well, I
Okay?
understood your
Okay.
point and it makes sense. I can't argue against it.
Well, there you go. There
What
you
I'm trying
go.
to
Now you're
say
trying to
is,
I
fight.
guess the in between both of you guys would be there's compatibility and then there's a lot more compatibilities and
No, no. You're trying to be diplomatic,
compatibility
Brad.
only comes
You're
with
trying to be
compromise.
diplomatic. I understand the compromise point,
No
right?
two people will ever be compatible.
That's
It's
wrong. That's wrong.
compromise.
That's wrong. That's wrong. Because I have met people that have been married for 80 years and they're still walking hand in hand. And
But it's
yeah,
those
not
children, and
compatibility, bro.
they met in grade
No,
school,
Ronan, you're
elementary.
lacking. You're lacking.
But that's a
You're
small,
misunderstanding
small
compatibility
fraction
and
of a
discipline.
percent. Do you understand that? That's a small,
No,
small fraction
you're
of a
misunderstanding
percent.
compatibility and oath keeping. An oath keeper.
No, here now we're going with oath keepers again.
It's an oath keeper.
You're rambling incoherently. You've been doing it for the last 2 hours.
Then what is a marriage?
What's that?
Is it not an oath?
You're going on to something else. You know that,
Is
right?
marriage not an oath, Ronan?
I know what you're getting at.
Yeah, marriage is not compatibility.
It's not
No
really.
two people are compatible.
It's not really
It's
sticking.
the discipline of compromise,
Well, no, but then obviously is there is the
selfishness, and
Okay,
compromise.
okay, that's different than compatibility. Do you understand that?
There's no two people that are compatible, Ronan.
No, that's not true.
No,
That's
there's
not
no
true.
two people that are compatible.
No,
My
no,
definition.
that's not true.
My
That's not true.
definition.
The compromise and compatibility are two different things. Now you're going with
No,
compatibility.
no. There are
Okay,
no
go
two
ahead.
compatible.
Mike out.
You cannot tell me that two people are going to stay together because of compatibleness and nothing to do with discipline. Bullshit. It is all discipline.
Okay, look, we're talking compatibility, right? You're not going to
Very,
jump to compromise, right?
very minor
You're not going to bring up compromise.
compatibility.
Compatibility, you understand the definition of compatibility, right? They're compatible. They can get along. They basically have the
You
same
fall in love at first
mindset.
sight, Ronan.
They could be both. They could be both. Let's just say Christians. Fine. Let's just say Christians, and that's
Ronan,
compatibility.
you don't fall in love because of compatibility. You fall in love because of first sight.
No, that's attraction. That's
No, you
attraction.
fall in love because of
Compatibility,
first sight.
compatibility comes after that.
No,
No. There's first there's
Literally fall in love
no,
first.
no. First, there's attraction. You jump the time frames. You keep mixing up these time frames, and that would get very confusing in conversation.
Oh, you're confusing attraction with
No.
love.
The first thing that happens is
Attraction, Ronan,
the
is a
first
fucking
thing.
hard on.
The first thing that happens is attraction. They see each other.
Attraction, Ronan, is a hard on.
No, that's not
Yes.
true because you're
That's
only
nothing to do
talking.
with compatibility.
Well, that cannot be compatibility. That's
Nothing
sexuality.
is.
No, that's
It's
sexuality.
only discipline, and it's only discipline.
But you're only looking at it from the male perspective. That's where you're
No,
missing the
Ronan.
point. That's
I'm
where you're
looking
missing
at it
the
at
point.
the
You're
perspective
looking at it.
of the nature of mankind.
Well, we're not talking about nature right now. We were talking about
That's all it is the
attraction. Sexuality is the fundamental
attraction is a
of the
hard on, Ronan.
Go ahead.
Attraction is a fucking hard on.
No,
Love,
no,
love.
no.
can
You are wrong.
At
You're
first sight.
wrong. You're wrong.
Oh,
You're looking at it. You're looking at it like a doggone 16-year-old. I was there. I've been there.
sexually.
I've been there. I've
You're-
torn the seam of my jeans. Okay, have
Just
you?
in love.
I've torn the seams on my jeans from so-called attraction. You know, and Levi's too. But that's
There's
I'm just making a
between
joke up to the
attraction and
fact.
love, Ronan.
Well, no, it's not a hard-on.
Yes,
It's not a hard-on.
it's fucking hard on, Ronan.
Okay, fine. You want to have fun? Have fun. Have fun. Yeah, I have no issue with you having fun over the idea. But
That's a
if we're
fucking
if we're
hard on.
going to-
Is attraction.
look. I'm beginning to break up. It's funny, okay. What you're saying is funny, so fine. You want to have fun, but if we're talking about attraction and compatibility, that's
No,
two
a
different
relationship,
things.
Ronan. A relationship
Two
is
different
compromise.
As soon as
Period.
you mentioned an erection, you obviously gave yourself away because you're basing it only on the male perspective.
No, Ronan,
Okay.
I'm basing it off of relationship, which is
No, a relationship
No.
develops after attraction.
no, Ronan. No, not at all. I've
Okay,
been with
explain that to us. Explain
yeah,
that
I've
to
been
us, please.
okay. I've been with few women I was not attracted to, but developed a relationship.
So it wasn't a hard on. You just
It wasn't
contradicted
a hard
yourself.
on.
You
There
just
was no
contradicted
attraction.
yourself. You just contradicted yourself, and you said so. You gave the examples of both the hard on and being with women that you weren't attracted to. So, what's the point of
No, Ronan.
in the
No,
first place if
not
you're
at
not
all what I
attracted to
said.
them?
Attraction is a hard on.
No,
Attracted sexually.
no.
Love is occurred at first sight.
No,
Yeah, Ronan. You've seen many women.
no.
There's always been those.
No, you look. It's not linear like you're basically suggesting. It's not one straight line like that. It doesn't work that way. It's
Yeah,
a combination of things.
Bullshit.
It's a combination of
Don't
factors.
act like you've never been in love, Ronan.
Oh yes, I've been in love. Of course, I've been in
It's not
love.
attraction at all.
Look, it didn't. Look, no. I'm not gonna yield to your male sensibilities. I agree. I understand what you're talking about, but we were breaking it down to the fundamental idea and building from there. Okay, we're building from the fundamental idea. The first thing that happens is attraction, and but that's between both parties.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, Ronan, is there's many women you're attracted by, but few you'll have feelings for. Real, observable, undemonstratable.
Wait a minute. A hard on is a feeling. It's basically your mind perceives something and you get a hard on. That's a feeling. That's a feeling. Okay.
Ronan,
A
that is
physical
completely different.
representation of a
And that is
feeling is
completely
an
different than
erection.
love,
A
Ronan.
physical representation of a feeling is an erection. Well, we're talking
Okay, so
sexuality right now.
your thought of love is attraction.
No, you're attracted to someone. That's lust. That's the drive to reproduce.
Lust, a fucking hard on.
That's a feeling. However, there are many ways to feel, right? If you're
Yes,
attracted,
Ronan, it
you're
is
attracted.
outside the realm of love.
What?
Love
What are
is
you
absolute
talking about?
not attractive. I mean, have you ever had a dog?
No, I've never owned pets.
Okay. Well, it's hard to get to the point I'm saying then.
Oh, okay.
Because there is an absolute indifference of love and attraction.
Well, okay. Let's say you had a dog. I'm not saying that you're in love with your dog, but you love your dog. Okay, I've seen people that own pets and they care very much for their
I'm not
pets.
getting at your love for the dog. I'm getting at the dog's love for you.
Well, that's companionship.
Yeah, that's not attraction.
Well, we were talking about
Dog
companionship.
doesn't
That
want
comes
to.
later. That comes
Fuck.
after compatibility. Companionship comes after compatibility.
I guess even that's a bad analogy because from time to time the dog just may indeed want to fuck you.
God damn.
Now you're getting silly. Now you're getting
Son
silly.
of a bitch.
Now you're
You
getting
go in,
silly.
you wake up in the morning, you go to get a cup of coffee, and the fucking dog's trying to hump your leg. You're like, boy, come on. What are you doing?
Why did the dog want to
And
hump
you
your
let
leg?
him,
Why did the dog want to
you
hump
let
your
him
leg?
know. Because that,
Why does the dog want to hump your leg?
that's fucking horny.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know what? You know what I think it is? That the dog cares for you so much that it wants to express a physical act, right? A physical act of caring.
No, a dog doesn't want to address the physical act on you.
Well, I'm not saying that you're interested in having sex with the dog, but the dog is showing you by action that it's humping your leg. It means it's attracted to you. The dog doesn't know that difference. It's just
Yes,
being
the
an
dog
animal.
does know that difference.
What?
Yeah, the fucking dog knows that difference.
No, the dog. All the dog knows is that you're the master, and you treat that dog with kindness and caring. You feed it. Obviously, you give it a bath. You take it out for a walk. And
Yeah, have you ever really
and
studied
the
dogs?
now we're talking animals
Dog,
here.
the dog showed us its
Animal is
affection.
very happy to be with you, right? And they don't know that difference, and they're basically showing a physical act of caring to the point that yes, they want to hump your leg. Okay, that's
No, they're just being fucking horny, dude. You're trying
What?
to put medical terms or some sort of political correctness to the fact that the fucking dog is horny.
Well, I don't have to say the dog is horny. The
Yeah,
dog
well, it
is
doesn't have a
showing.
fucking 4 fingers and a
I
thumb.
haven't used any technique. I can
Can't
get
have a
clinical.
dick and beat
Get
it.
clinical. I can
Gotta rub it on
just
something.
jump off and get clinical here, but I'm not going to because there's people listening, and I'm not talking down to
Well,
anyone.
they should
I'm
be.
talking with you about something. Okay, and I'm just expressing it in simple terms because you want to so-called jump jump the track, and go on to owning a dog. Okay, fine, you own a dog. The dog humps your leg. Okay, I understand why the dog humps your leg. Okay, do you understand? Like a person who owns a cat, right? The person's sitting there, and here comes the cat, right, with a dead lizard held in its mouth, and it drops the lizard in front of the owner. I've seen that. I've seen that. What the cat trying to do? It's
So
trying to provide.
you're saying, Ronan, that
Cat is trying to return the
saying
favor.
that man's affection or love to his dog is specifically because they are attracted to the dog.
No, I'm using the example of a cat now bringing a dead lizard
Trying to use my terminology against me,
to its mistress.
just digging a deeper hole.
Master. Why did the cat
Dog
bring?
does
Why
not
did the cat?
fucking-
Why did the cat bring a dead lizard to its mistress or its master? Why? It's the same thing. I'm telling you, it's the same thing ahead of time. But why did it do that?
Why did the dog bring the cat to its master?
No. Why did the cat bring a dead lizard to its master or mistress?
The reason being is because the cat was trained to do so.
No. The cat was never trained to do that by the owner. The owner would
Okay,
just
well, I never had a cat bring a.
no, because
I see your analogy. Okay, I've had a cat bring a mouse into the
okay,
house,
fine. Okay, let's use a mouse. Let's use a
and I
mouse.
looked into that, and it is said that
Why did the cat bring the mouse into the house?
what are you talking about? The cat brought the mouse into the house.
The cat in the
Hold
house,
on,
not a rat.
The cat, its comfort zone is the house, and it just
Right,
got a
but
mouse,
Why did
and it just grabbed a mouse.
the cat
So why would it not
usually
the mouse?
the cat
to its
would
comfort
usually eat the mouse or the lizard. I was using a lizard because that's what I witnessed. But a cat, yes, a cat would eat the mouse. Okay, but why would a cat, instead of eating that mouse, bring it to the master or the owner?
It's not. The cat is bringing the mouse to the domain of the cat.
Oh no. Okay, the cat is bringing the mouse to the domain.
Domain of
And
the cat.
why did that cat put it down in front of its owner?
I've never had a fucking.
You like green eggs and ham?
You get 6 or 7 cats, man. I've never had a cat.
Okay, fine. I've never had a pet, but I can explain why the dog humps your leg.
Hold on. I've had a cat bring
Why
a.
the cat brought the mouse into the house. I saw a lizard, but the mouse into the house. I can explain both of those, and it's basically the same idea.
You realize
That animal cares for its owner and wants to show an act of caring, whether it's humping your leg because it's so happy to see you that
that's fucking horniness.
nature because it loves.
Hey, dog can't
master,
grab it and beat it, dude.
humps your leg because it's your
Dog can't
dog
grab it and beat it.
tries to feed its owner.
Dog's got to
bring
rub
the
it on
dog
something.
into the house. That's what that is. Okay, that's what that is. I just explained that to you. You want to
Ronan.
change topics? We'll change
Ronan,
topics.
a dog can't grab it and beat it. A dog has to rub it on something.
We were talking cats or dogs. I don't know what you want to stick with. The dog.
Dog has no shame in doing this in front of you. A human does. A human's not going to walk up to you and rub it on your leg.
Right. But we were
No,
talking
it's-
dogs, not fellow humans.
Yeah, we was talking love
Right. We're talking love,
Love.
but there's different ways
and
of
attraction.
expressing it based
attraction.
on.
And I use the analogy of a dog to separate the two. You're trying to use my analogy against me. It's not working out for you.
No, I wasn't trying to use anything against you. I was
Yeah,
trying
my
to
own
explain.
analogy.
No,
Just now,
I'm
yeah.
not trying to use anything against you. I was trying to explain the idea of attraction, compatibility, and relationship in that order.
There's no relationship running without compromise. Even a friendship. It doesn't matter. There's compromise in order to obtain this relationship or uphold it.
That compromise comes after
There's no attraction, Ronan.
what?
Love is separate from male and female. I mean, it's not inclusive or proportionate to only male and female. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Love is beyond attraction. It's you can't fuck with it. There's nothing that can get in the way.
Well, that hadn't come in
Nothing can get in
play
the
yet, and you're like I said, you're rambling again, and I don't mind you doing that because it's fun to try to so-called chase you down, but it's fun. I mean,
gonna chase you down. You're running quite a long time.
Scooter and Hank Hill to basically take over the mics and go from there, but it's neither here or there until hopefully they interrupt.
It's completely different though. I was having a hard time wording it, Ronan.
I'm not saying you're
is
wrong.
absolutely
You're
separate
wrong, but
from
I'm
attraction.
clear as to what point in the relationship and or emotional level you're trying to address.
I picked my dead dog up.
You keep because you keep
I picked my dead dog up.
you keep
And I fucking
changing.
cried.
You keep changing the point.
Fucking
it's
cried
like-
over a dog.
Now we're talking
I was
dogs
not
again.
attracted to this dog. By no means was I attracted to this dog.
I didn't say you were attracted to the dog.
Especially when I picked it up and felt deadness.
Okay.
Like it could no longer jump in the back of the truck. I had to pick it up because it got so old. But that is not in comparison to picking it up lifeless.
Right.
There's a message behind just picking it up lifeless.
Well, yeah.
Okay, man. Hank, you still awake? Can you get back to the marriage paperwork, please?
And a dog's not going to pick you up when you are lifeless.
When he's lifeless.
I'm just saying, man, there's so many aspects that love is not attraction by any means. Love is just love.
See, my mind went to a real dark place with that. I was like a lifeless fuck. This is where I went with that. Okay, man, I'm back on the light side now. I went to the dark side for a minute. Sorry. You can't be a lifeless fuck. I mean, that is just, guaranteed, man. Okay. If he's gonna try to hunt me, man, I'm gonna try to move with him a little bit. That's considered a dead fuck. We just don't want that.
He's trying to argue that love is attraction.
Ronan, you're not gonna just lay there, are you?
He has to, dude. He's stumped on that one.
I guess it would be necrophilia on his part.
What'd I do?
I guess Hank's away from the mic. Jay Tudor, you there, brother? I guess he's away from the mic too. Anyway, go ahead, buddy.
No, I was just I went to a real dark place with that. Sorry, man. It's getting late.
Oh, so you gotta,
I had to,
get some sleep now.
well, in a few minutes, man. But yeah, I'm trying to come back from that dark place I was in just now. Man.
I don't know. I don't know what it would be because I wasn't.
Here's the dog humping the leg thing got too in depth for me, man. My mind started running with a little bit.
Oh no, it's. I mean, I understand why. I'm not saying it's like I've never owned a pet, so, but I do understand. That.
Are you serious, Ronan? You've never owned a pet? Are you serious as hell?
Serious? When I was a young child, my mother had birds in a cage, and to this day I can remember that. And I looked up at that cage, and I thought to myself, birds should fly, right? Well, I was a child.
Right.
I'm a child. I don't know anything.
That's an very interesting because I had a real. You remember that show Beretta?
Yeah, he had a cockatoo, I think.
Yeah, that big white cockatoo. Well, I had one identical.
Bird. It was a beautiful bird.
I had one identical to it, man, for about 8 years. He was my buddy. And, man, even to this day, if I even talk about what I had to do, man, I get upset. But anyway, that damn bird was my buddy, boy. And I let his wings grow. They say you're supposed to keep them clipped. And I never would, man. And they say you couldn't house train the bird. The bird was house trained. Every blue moon, he wouldn't make it over to the cage, by God. But I did. I kept the cage door open. He would come in the morning, man, get up in bed with me, talk to me, tell me, I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. Get up. Let's drink coffee. I would drink coffee with that bird in the morning, man. He was my buddy. His name was Jesse. And
did he like sugar and milk, or was he a straight coffee guy?
No, man. He shared the coffee with me, man.
Oh,
well, what kind of bird?
A big white cockatoo.
Cockatoo or cockatiel?
Cockatoo. The cockatiel is the one that Petra has.
It's smaller. It's a smaller bird.
Right. Okay. So wow.
But man, hey, if my
it had the I forget what
the big crown on top when
the flappy skin on between the eyes.
No, but he had the big crown whenever they, go up and down and all that, the big crown pops up on top of the head.
Yeah. Okay.
But, man, that bird, and hey, man, let me tell you something they do not like anything moved in their domain. I mean, if I even moved anything on the mantle, he did not like it. And, when my kids would come in, man, if they even acted like they were going to approach me, he would tear their asses up.
Birds are a definite evidence of God, man.
Yeah, man. I tell you, man,
unbelievable creature.
Unbelievable, man. He could talk so good. I mean, we'd sit there and talk in the morning, man. He'd come get me up. He'd crawl up in the bed and rub his head up against my neck until I'd get up every morning. And, man, I mean, wow, I'm sitting there talking about him now. I'll tell you what happened, man, and why I feel so bad about it. When I moved down to the coast, things are geared different down there. And, times got hard for me, man. And I had to sell my fucking bird. That was the only way I could get money, man. And I mean,
you sold him, man. That's terrible. I wish you wouldn't have told me that.
Man, you don't know how bad to this day.
Do you imagine the life that bird had to go through? His heart his or her heart was just set on you, man.
Oh, I had an agreement though for the next 4 weeks. I went by there like 3 times a week to see him, man. I mean, man, you have no idea how attached that was. But anyway, the bird was worth, I don't know, $2,500 or so because of the exact one that he was.
Right.
I took $800 for that bird, man. But man, it was getting to where I didn't have any food. I couldn't pay my, I was going to be out on the street, man.
Was did the person you sold it to seem?
Yo, I made sure he went to a good home. Yeah, he even bought him a big ladder that went up to his cage. He could go up. Yeah, they took real good care of the bird. But man, I mean, that boy,
I don't know if I can
but
do
anyway,
it, dude. I'm
but
telling
my
you.
point,
I'm telling you, I had a dog that got parvo, and I fucking paid for this dog to live. So I don't know if I could have done that, but I could. I do understand the circumstance.
Yeah,
The
man.
person
Yeah.
you were
Oh, it was
in,
a
the
god
position
awful
you were
decision
in.
for me. Even to this day, I feel bad about it, man. But my point, trying to stay on the subject, Ronan said as a kid he looked in and saw those birds, and he didn't like it that they should be free. Even when I had that cockatoo, I've always felt that, man. Parakeets that can't take care of themselves, and they're already domesticated, they probably shouldn't be out in the. But I'm talking about. In general, I feel that way, and that's why I always kept that cage open, man. That bird house trained himself, and they say that you cannot do that. They'll tell you that right in a bird book that there's no way to house train a bird. But anyway, to your point, Ronan, I felt the same way, so my bird always ran free in my house, man.
Oh no, I'm not against pet ownership. I'm just saying it. I can't do it myself.
Right. Yeah, I was sticking on you didn't like the birds being in the cage things, but
Yeah,
I always kept my cage open for that big cockatoo. He lived in my house just like everybody does. He could go in any room he ever. And they say if you don't clip their wings, they get more aggressive. I didn't really see that a lot. He was extremely protective over me, but that was whether I clipped his
isn't
wings
that
or not.
aggression? Isn't that aggression?
Say again.
Isn't that aggression?
Well, he was just naturally, whether he got his wings clipped or I didn't clip his wings, they are they get real close to their owners and stuff.
Yeah,
So
they're protective. They're protective. Yes,
yeah,
like you pointed out.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, and that protection on the other side of it is aggression. They defend you, protect you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
That's all that
Because
was. It's not that it's a good or bad. It's just the
right.
fact that they become aggressive because they're protective of their owner. Yes.
Hey, as soon as my kids would come in the house, man, they kind of went through a stage where they kind of it's not disrespect. It's just the phase they were going through. They'd say they'd come in there, do stuff that kind of agitates me. And that damn bird knew that shit, man. And it got to the point to where when they came to see me, they'd say, "Is Jesse out?" I'd say, "Hell yeah, he's out." And they'd say, "Boy," they would act differently, you know. So that bird really took care of me. Man. I'm telling you, he had my back.
Yes. Dogs do that. With
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's understandable. It's understandable animal behavior like that.
But
Yes.
what you're saying from now, let me understand what you said. You said so as a kid when you saw that made you not want to own an animal.
Right. Because I thought to myself, birds. See that I'm a child. I'm a child. I'm a little child.
Right.
Right. And I saw it, and she loved those birds. And she had them. She had them, and and I remember looking at it, and I remember, like I said, to this day, I thought birds should fly. And ever since then, I've never any pet. No,
Did
people.
you also feel weird about like dogs being on a chain or a cable or any of that stuff?
I feel the same. Yes. Well, after that, yes. Every time I saw a dog, on a leash or a cable, or
It would make you think about that, wouldn't it?
yeah, every time, and every time I see it, Every time I see it, that thought comes to mind. But I do realize that people like that, and so I'm not going to tell them, "Hey, you shouldn't have pets." No, I mean that's up to them. But
You
for
know
me,
what, man? That almost ties back to a previous conversation we had. If you really analyze it, or the way that I just thought about it, the way society has it set up, we don't live like Grizzly Adams, so they have the rules and the regulations inside the city limits. You know, you're not allowed to let them run free, and in a way, it's humane. You don't want them to get run over by a car or anything.
right?
But
Well, yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's kind of strange when you really think about the domesticating of animals and society as a whole. It'd be nice if we all lived out in the country and all animals could always run free. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I can understand that, but it's like I, it's just like I just have that thing in my head. Well, I'm too old now. I can't so-called change. So I've always had that in my mind, and so it's like I said, I have no issue, with that. My
Right.
sister, we were children, and well, we got a little older, and my sister had a cat, but it was her cat, and she says, you know, it was basically a what is it, a Persian cat? I think she had a
Yeah,
Persian.
Persian cats. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful animal, but it's like, it was hers and stuff like that, and that's fine. But for myself, no. Yeah, after I moved out of the house and started living on my own, I never had a pet, never.
Well,
And
hell
it's like,
yeah. In
and I
another
can't, I
way,
can't do it. I can't do it. I mean, I knew this one a musician buddy of mine. He liked Staffordshire pit bulls.
yeah,
He was a breeder, and right, and he offered me one of the pups, and I said no, I can't do that. And then I told him the same story,
right.
and then he kind of nodded his head. Oh, okay, I understand. Okay, cool.
Well, that's wild, man. Because that's yeah. Hey, there you go. There's another example of what I guess you could say was rather traumatic for you seeing
Yes,
that.
trauma. Yes, yes. I would basically categorize that as a childhood trauma. Yes.
Definitely the way you viewed it was traumatic for you.
Oh yes. I'm a child. I'm a little kid.
Right.
I'm a little kid, and it's like I saw it. I said, "Birds should fly," and like I said, that's the only like vivid point that I remember about that. And that's
Right.
like I said, ever since then, but okay, but I didn't think okay. I just thought, no, that's not. No, I don't like it.
Right.
I'm a child, and then when I grew up, I just realized, oh, okay, I can't do it. It's not for me. I have that, uh, I guess, mental block in my
Yeah.
brain, in my mind, not my brain, my mind about those things. So it's okay, you know.
Yeah. And the other side of that coin is which hey, I let my big cockatoo run free in my house, man. I felt the same way. But I will say this. I came to kind of find out that those domesticated birds like that have been, born and raised in that scenario, that if they were turned loose in the wild, they couldn't,
Right? They'd
they,
perish. They'd
they,
perish.
they would perish. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they did that. It's like the killer whales. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, they tried to let them train them. I don't know how they do that, but they trained them to let them out, and they basically perished in the wild. They
Yeah.
just didn't know what to do. I mean, they
That's,
didn't have the so-called upbringing
and
of
then,
being a pod.
it goes the other way too. Like I've known buddies of mine, like baby foxes and stuff that are in the wild. They try to domesticate them, and it's almost impossible.
Yes, they've got that. They've still got that wild streak in them.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's very dangerous unless it's multiple generations, right? Multiple generations, and then it's possible.
Right. It has. Yeah. Yeah. They have to go through a couple generations of being domesticated.
Right.
And still that while you can take a domesticated cat, this cat that I have here, you talk about letting animals run free. I'm all about that and always have been. unless it's just the animal has a particular type of nature about it that I know he's going to run right out in the road and get killed. Just doesn't have a good sense outside. But
Right.
this
Right.
cat, I got a brown chocolate cat here. It's called, matter of fact, the only chocolate brown cat I've ever seen in my life. Uh, I had to look up what the damn thing. Anyway, the cat, I took the cat on. The neighbors left it, all that stuff. But anyway, he tells me when he wants to go out, I let him out. There's no kitty litter box. He comes in here, he eats, and then when he's ready to go out, he comes right here and tells me. Or either he goes out the doggy door on his own that's in the side of the house for the dog. But so I'm uh, nature's funny in that way. It's kind of crazy, but hey, anyway, just something that crossed my mind to that. But if you really were to let like parakeets go, they wouldn't know what to do. They're used to eating that bird seed right out of that dish, man.
Yeah, but you know what I have done? We got doves here, right? Not doves, actual doves, not pigeon. Well, they're basically the same thing. A rock dove is a pigeon.
They eat out of your hand.
No, no, they're wild. They're wild outside. So one year, because it's summertime, I like the wind, right? So I open the garage door and stuff, and I put my amp out there, and I'm jamming on this table I made, right, with rollers and stuff. And anyway,
Uh-huh.
that's not the point. And then I recall, right, the winter was coming around, and these doves just happened to be flying around looking for food, right? So I went to the store and got bag of bird seed, right? And I thought to myself, maybe this might work. So I put it, it's about, let's say from my garage door, it's about, I'm estimating 12 yards to the fence, right?
Uh-huh.
The property line, right? So I scattered a bunch of bird seed out there, and all the birds would come one day, right? And I make it a daily habit. Well, this is before I got a computer and all, right? And I had a little TV out there, just to hear news or whatever, right? And then gradually over time, because those birds kept coming back, right? I put the seed closer and closer and closer to the garage door, and then I got it so close to the point where these birds would show up at the garage door, and I'd put the bird seed maybe 2 yards, maybe within 2 yards, let's say 4 or 5 feet, right from the stool I was sitting on, playing my guitar, right, and they would come right up to it.
Oh yeah.
They'd come right up to it, and they got to know me to the point where I'd open the garage door, and they'd be sitting on the neighbor's roof, like
Yeah.
four or five of them waiting,
Yeah, man.
waiting, right. And then I got them to that point, and then well, they went away for the season, obviously, and then the following season I decided, no, I can't continue to do this.
Yeah.
It might be dangerous because there might be a cat around, and well, a couple of my neighbors have cats, and I thought about that, and I said, no, I'd be kind of like dangerous because I'm not going to do that, right? It's innocent enough me feeding them and
Right.
bringing them close. They're wild, but the cats might have figured it out and prepared to ambush.
Right.
Right. So I anticipated that, and then the following year, I just didn't do it anymore. You know, they
Yeah.
did come around for a little while, and then when they figured out the food source was ended, right, they just went somewhere else, which was cool. But it was fun. I mean, just for 1 year, I did it, and that's as close as I've ever come to having a pet, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. I remember. So my father retired at the post office, and I remember he brought home two baby squirrels that had fell out of the nest, and we fed them with eyedroppers, warm milk, all that stuff until they got older. And then they were staying in the house. They'd hide nuts under the couch, all this shit. And I'll never forget, man. So we were getting ready to go to the beach, and they got older, and then the old man says, "Well, it's time to let them go." And I'll never forget letting them squirrels go, man. But for about 4 months or so, because we went to the beach for, I don't know, 4 days, a week, whatever it was. And when we came back, those fucking squirrels, man, were still coming back up to the house. I mean, you could feed them out of your hand, whatever. But then after, after about, I say 4 months, it might have been a couple of months. And after that, they finally got used to the wild, and I didn't see them anymore.
Well, yeah, they probably, met up with other squirrels and,
Yep.
it went off,
But see,
yeah.
they were born in the wild, and then we didn't try to really domesticate them. We were just making sure they were getting old enough to be on their own.
Right.
And
right.
then, but it's still interesting that they would still come back, and they were not, like they were used to being close to humans as maybe other squirrels would not, that kind of thing.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
And that's basically what those birds were. They were getting used to you, and they didn't sense any danger.
Right. No, but my concern was the cats. So I thought to myself,
Right, like baiting the birds and then the cats grabbing them.
Yeah.
I think Hank went to sleep, Ronan.
Yeah, I think so.
Which on that one subject, they got a little. I know he cut in there on the marriage certificate thing, and that was the last I heard of him.
Yeah, but Richard got off into dog humping, or dog humping his leg.
Is his name Richard? I thought it was James.
Yeah, well, it's James Richard, so I figured his last name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it goes by James Richard. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I remember him a while back, and I hadn't seen him in a long time. Or his pick anyway of the, what is that, the Terminator or whatever.
I don't know what Alien, I think he called it.
Yeah, it seems like that was on the movie Alien. That's right. Man, it is ice freaking cold here.
Oh, really? What's the temperature?
I don't know, man. I'm going to say it's at least in the 20s.
Oh, okay. Got it.
I think colder, actually. I think I want to say it's in the teens. But it's supposed to be 56 tomorrow, I think.
No, it was like 60 something degrees today. It was all right, kind of sunny. It was nice, but I still wore a woolen cap.
Oh, yeah.
I rode my bicycle, so I'm okay with that.
What kind of bike you got?
Oh, it's a specialized. It's a large frame steel, 21 gears. It's just a regular bicycle.
Yeah, that's cool. Have you got? Is it like? It's not like it's more like a. Is it got the thin tires or the big thick tires on it?
Oh, it came with I think it's 1.5 inch tires, but I beefed them up and I got 2.25 inch now. Because I don't. I mean, I will jump onto rocks or over.
Yeah.
And, so it's a multi-purpose thing. It's not meant to go. 25 miles.
Right.
I can't do it.
More for rugged terrain and kind of local.
Yeah, but I like the thick tire looks. I
like
do
that too. I like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll work on it. I'm taking it apart, put it back together just for fun.
Yeah, that was kind of a fad. Where was it? Walmart or somewhere. I saw these bicycles. I think they were single speeds actually. But real, I don't know what they were, man. I want to say like 4 inch or whatever, but just huge, thick tires on them, man. I think they use them a lot down at the beach, I think, or something.
Oh yeah, they're perfect for the beach.
Yeah,
that's what you need. That's what you need on the beach. No, there's here and there I see bicyclists. There's a Saturday morning group that I've seen. These guys, got those high dollar ones. Thin tires. They don't weigh, but look, 5-6 pounds total.
Right.
$1,200 bikes. And up. Mine's only worth like after all the goodies that I put on there, about $500 tops. But it's
bicycles with the engines in them. You think you can mount a
Yeah,
two-stroke or four-stroke engine on a tricycle?
yeah, I've seen those. I think it's you can only go up to 48 cc's. I've seen those bikes. I don't want one, but yeah, I've seen them.
I think there's a brand called Whizzer, isn't it? Whizzer.
I don't
I
know.
wouldn't know. There's so many out there. I don't know.
I know Sears even had that years and years ago. And my cousin put a wash machine motor on a bicycle when I was growing up. You know, because the old wash machines were gas powered.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
It had a
oh, didn't know
big,
that.
long lever on the side of it. I'll never forget it, man. I love that damn bike. And whenever I'd visit my cousin, man, we'd always ride it. And you pull the lever. I think it had it was a single cylinder, one spark plug, I think. And you pull the long lever, and that would crank that damn thing up, man. I mean, you've never heard a motor sound like this wash machine motor, but I can't even remember the brand name of that thing, but I think it was like from the 40s or 50s.
I've seen people do weed eater motors.
Oh yeah, yeah. I had a motorized skateboard with cable coming up and a lever for the gas, you know, with a weed eater motor.
I got some electric motor ones that somebody gave me, but I don't use them.
Yeah, they
Probably
got
batteries.
scooters and everything with those weed eater motors on it now.
Yeah, it's an electric scooter with a seat,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but I don't ever use them. They just sit in the garage.
Yeah, I had one here. I think I gave it to my neighbor over there for their little girl, man. I had one out in the utility shed. It was a gas powered scooter with a weed eater motor. I guess 50 cc or whatever.
Yeah, you probably can't go very fast
49
in those.
cc.
You probably can't go very fast in those. But
No, and the little old tiny sprockets, man, they're like Mickey Mouse. It won't take a lot.
yeah, I got pedals. I like pedaling.
Yeah.
I got a cheap Walmart bicycle, and I got it, and of course it needed to be fine tuned, and I
Uh-huh.
fine tuned it, and now that's pretty nice. Even though it's just Walmart, fuck it, who cares? I don't have to have nice shit.
Uh-huh. Wow, y'all are making me feel old, man. I can't even remember the last time I've got two real nice bicycles out in the utility shed, but man, I hadn't broke those things out. One of them's even got the exercise thing you mount the back wheel on, and you can sit in your house and use it as a exercise bike, you know, if you want.
Generate some electricity.
I it I know you can adjust the tension on it to how hard the resistance is on the pedals, but I don't I don't think it generates anything.
No, I mean you can fix them too.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you were talking about that river earlier. Suppose if somebody wanted to lose weight, they could get a 12-volt battery out of a car or something, and get a what do you call them, a inverter or converter, like that.
Uh for AC or DC.
To bring it from DC to AC.
Yeah, you can convert it either way, yeah.
Yep. I guess it wouldn't power a whole lot of something like a washing machine or nothing like that, but you might be able to run a computer for a couple hours or something.
Well, last year, my inspection sticker goes from August to August, right? So that's the window. Last year, my truck I only put 300 miles on the thing. That's it, and the rest was bicycle to the store whenever I needed anything, unless I need something large, like big. I usually buy like hand towels, paper towels. I buy them in quantity. I think it's 24 big old bundle of them. Right. When I need larger items like that, or I have to go a long way, that's when I use my truck. But like last year was only 300 miles. Save a lot on gas, but it's not the I need money or anything. It's just just happened that way because I was always cruising my bike.
Yeah,
Wow. 300 miles. Wow.
I've driven about 50,000 this year.
Well, yeah, but that's your job, Hank Hill. That's your job, man. You know.
My jobs. I got work tomorrow morning. Not pizza work.
Yeah, I'd die right now without a vehicle, man. I'd have to go down to the coast and everything all the time. So,
I've
Oh,
only been to the ocean once.
oh, the
you
coast.
what?
The coast is about 8 miles from where I live, so I go like once, twice a month out there just to look at the water, feel the air. Nice.
I've never been in the ocean. I've only seen it once from a distance.
Are you serious, man?
Yeah, I live pretty far up in Texas.
I'll tell you what, man. Uh, and this is a very general statement, but I've always owned, up until recently, I've always owned either a motorcycle or a convertible. And I'm just a firm, but man, if I don't have one or the other, the ocean is extremely therapeutic to me. You know, the sound of water, just being around the ocean. It's very soothing to me. It's good
Yeah.
therapy. It relaxes me. If not, like after I get off work in my convertible and have the top down in the summer months, man, what a huge stress reliever.
You know, I should probably go to Austin, get some mushrooms, and go to the beach before I die.
How far are you from Austin, Hank?
Pretty good ways. Pretty good ways.
Well,
Here in Texas, you measure it in hours.
yeah. One of my favorite musicians live in Austin.
Who's that?
Eric Johnson.
Who he used to play with?
Everybody and their brother, but he's total. He still jams with everybody and their brother. He probably knows every musician that you could possibly name, man. And he's got him a nice studio built in Austin there at his house now, and he's got a floating ceiling in that damn thing. But yeah, he knows literally everybody, man. So you ask any musician or any band, you know who he is, and they'll tell you all about it. But he plays all style music. Uh, we see things a lot as a, I guess you could say, musician, guitar player, as far as the kind of equipment we use and that kind of thing. But just one of the one of the most phenomenal guitar players, in my opinion, that it's ever lived. He's just taken all styles and combined them all together and made his own kind of thing, put his own signature spin on it.
I'm a big fan of Stevie Ray Vaughan, but who
Well,
isn't?
his girlfriend was friends with Stevie Ray Vaughan's girlfriend years ago. So I mean, he literally just knows. It's never ceased to amaze me. Chet Atkins, man, you name it, from way back. Because he's getting up there. He's getting up there now, but he loves. He's in it for the real deal. So he's like, he really takes care of himself. Never been off on a bunch of dope and stuff. And
Good. That's what we
yeah,
need.
I think he's a vegetarian, but he looks good for his age. But anyway, he's got all kinds of signature guitars, Fenders, put out, signature Eric Johnson Stratocasters, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, man, he's got a hell of a studio there in Austin. Austin's the melting pot for music anyway, I've always felt.
I mean, in Dallas, we got the Deep Ellum, and we love our music, and we get all kinds of cool shows in Dallas. But
Oh, yeah. So
Austin is
you're
just
around the Dallas area, Hank?
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister lived in right outside of Houston there somewhere for about 22 years.
I love Texas. I love the people. I love the land.
Yeah.
And the music scene is great. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah. I've always heard that and everything too. But now Houston's got pretty damn busy now, hadn't it? In other words, the population and everything.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there.
Right. Well, I've heard a lot of people say that in the last 10 years.
It's all the people coming out of California and all these failed democratic experiments.
Yeah.
They're going into our cities and they're taking them over.
Oh yeah, here too, man. I mean, when all the factories, one of the things I noted in the factories around here, a lot of the people all up in upstate New York, a lot of those technicians had to come down to this area to find work around here.
We're getting everybody's leftovers right now. Mexico, we're getting
Yeah.
up north, out west.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we are inundated with people, but Texas is huge, man. I'm not complaining. There's plenty of room for us to grow, but
Right. Right.
we need to grow strategically from this point.
Yeah, I will agree with you on that. I know there's all different viewpoints, but I look at it. It's a sticky situation. I don't even. I just want people to, do things kind of right. Which kind of. I guess you could say inadvertently, it kind of regulates it when they have to do it right.
If they would regulate the right things and deregulate the others, Texas would flourish. We
Yeah.
got such good farmland. We would just be, I don't know, rich and not financially, rich as a producer.
Well, Texas is kind of the stories I always hear in these parts is Texas has always found a way to kind of maintain better than almost all the other states in the U.S. through all of this economic trauma.
Yeah, we didn't feel the pain like up north, nowhere near. We felt it. I mean, our gas prices and food costs have, living costs has gone up,
Oh yeah,
but not like in other places. Um, I wouldn't be planning to move up north anytime soon.
yeah. I'm not moving north at all. If I do anything, it'll be more south.
Yeah, like Costa Rica. So
Well, there's a lot of. Oh man, you got no idea. That's really. If I was well off enough, I would spend my a large part of the year there, in places like that.
they say I can't go to the city in Mexico. They said that if I went to the country, I'd probably be okay. If I didn't talk to nobody, I'd probably be okay. But they said if you ever go to Mexico, don't go to the city. Apparently, they hate us.
Well, yeah, there's a lot going on there now. Now there's people that rebuke that thought, and what is it? What is his name? Jesse Ventura. He supposedly lives in Mexico 6 months out of the year or whatever, instead of his home in Minnesota. But
He's got lots of money.
man, yeah, man,
He's a big man.
so I don't know. I've always pretty much heard what you're hearing. I haven't experienced it and actually done it, but it didn't used to be that way. But I hear it's kind of like that now with all of the
Drug cartels.
and all of the things going on. Even on top of that, yeah, exactly.
It's our foreign policy, our foreign drug policy has created these drug cartels. And it's our policy to where you snitch on them, you're an informant, we can't touch you, but we'll take out all the opposition around you that has put them into a deal with the United States to where it's monopolized. And if we legalized marijuana from coast to coast, I'm estimating that, you can call bullshit, 60% of their funding would drop overnight.
There's a lot of truth in that, Hank, and I have thought a lot about that exact scenario. And with all of the categories that surround it, I do believe what you said is true, but I think on the side of that, I think there'll be other scenarios that stem from that possibly.
Yeah, it would start a war.
And so I've never really known how to feel about that. I've in one way, it's almost like I look at it like three different ways. That's a weird subject for me. And I'll be honest with you, I was never really a drinker. If anything, I was a weed smoker. Okay, so I'll just get that out. And so
Me
you know,
too.
I'm very unbiased about it, but I don't know, man. I don't know if it have a. I think it would, you know. In other words, if it was legalized, you know, that put the marijuana dealers probably out of business. But I
Including the
don't
smoking
know.
and the
Yeah, I don't know if it have side effects in other areas or not.
Well, see, the only thing that's wrong with marijuana is the marijuana law. The only reason it's associated with these other drugs is because A, it's wrongfully classified as a Schedule One narcotics, which means it has no medicinal benefits, which is a lie. And the
It's
other
not a
problem,
gateway drug. I don't believe either.
yeah, and milk is a gateway drink. Okay, so
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
because it doesn't kill you. Let's be honest. That
right.
and it's not taxable, so they hate it.
But yeah,
Absolutely.
and it's not being taxed. That's the you know the biggie for and I can even relate real quickly. I'll just relate it to this. This state that I'm in was always against lottery or any of those things. So everybody would go across the state line to Virginia. And finally, you know, I guess some people call this through here the Bible Belt or whatever. And so finally, they said, okay, we're losing too much revenue. And so now you can play the lottery. And I say the lottery, in other words, you go buy the tickets for the big lottery win and all that. And they put all of that money towards the educational, or it's supposed to be going towards, you know, better schools and all of that stuff. So, uh,
It's funny you say that because they probably don't teach how to calculate odds in school.
say that again, Hank.
They probably do not teach you how to calculate odds in school because they don't want you to know that the lottery is for losers.
Right,
I mean, you win, but you don't come out on top if you play lifelong.
right.
And the
Yeah.
chances of you actually coming out on top is none.
Yeah. You've got those professional guys that, uh, my wife just loves that stuff, man. Loves it. And you know, I understand it. Where my wife's actually from. Check this out. So when I was in Asia, when you play bingo at the mall, now I can remember it used to be big here when I was growing up. They had bingo and horse races on Sundays on TV, and you could go down and cash your tickets in if you won. But without getting into that, it's a big thing, the lottery and playing bingo, because what they do in Asia, they tie all the malls together. So everybody that's playing bingo at the malls, whoever wins a percentage of all those people playing at all the malls. My wife won like one night 80,000 pesos. I don't know. I'd have to figure out what that meant, but that's a lot of money there. And let's see, one night 10,000, one night 20,000, one night 80,000. I won 30,000 one night pesos. So if the exchange rate's 4.2, that would be what, 4,200 pesos to every 100 US dollars. So, but anyway, yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that other than it's not, it's not as big of odds there. And that's why she loves that stuff. But back to the point, yeah, you do see those guys on these TV shows in Las Vegas and everything, you know. And man, those guys have gotten rich off of it, but boy, they know how to play. I'm just not a big card gambling guy.
I haven't bought a lottery ticket, but maybe 20 since I turned 18.
I have only bought lottery tickets because my wife wanted them. Yeah, I'm not a big lottery fan. Or I would do it maybe to support the education system, because that's supposedly where the money goes here. But I I don't look to win. I don't even check. She checks, but I don't check.
Yeah, if it was gambling, like 10 guys get together and you know play in the house, but that's illegal.
Yeah, I always found that strange. It's about taxes, man.
Yep. Yeah, I'd probably gamble that way. With some friends.
Yeah, I gamble more on this panel than I do in real life because every time I get on the panel when Ronan's here, I'm gambling with myself.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with other people want to gamble.
What are you taking a chance at?
Of being martyred.
Martyred.
Nah, I'm
Okay,
just
that's a
kidding.
word.
I'm just kidding, man.
Yeah, I thought so.
I get James Richard just dropped out, didn't he?
Maybe his phone died.
We thought you fell asleep, Hank.
No, I was talking with my kiddo.
Oh,
Talking
okay.
about talking about deep subjects. Talking about the meaning of life.
Now, what's the temperature where you are, Hank?
Let me find out. Oh, I better mute it before I give away my location.
Yeah, Hank, you said it's colder than a witch's titty. I'm quoting, so I'm not cussing here. Yeah, and I remember one time during my professional career, the founder was still alive. Old Navy man. And then he said that, right, and then I came back. No, it's colder than a mother-in-law's kiss.
That takes me back to my grandmother's, man. When they give me a kiss, it always be real cold, a cold lips,
It's above freezing here.
just above freezing.
Well, not just above it. It's pretty good. Well, it's over 5 degrees above freezing.
So you're thinking what, 37?
Yeah, somewhere between 35 and 40. Somewhere there.
That's warmer than here right now.
I have noticed Texas has very strange weather. Um, Sometimes it's too wet, sometimes it's too dry, but it all seems to work out in the end.
Yeah,
Well, it's the winter time.
Yeah, I really do love it here. Sometimes people are stuck up and they cut you off on the road, but I just look at it like they don't know what they're doing. They just have no idea. They're in their own little world. Go ahead and go. Get the fuck out of the way.
I've always thought I would really like Texas. I've always thought I'd really like, or certain parts of Texas. I always thought I could see myself living happy there.
Well, East Texas. If you stay away from the big cities, it's not a bad place to raise your kids. If you're a single man, go move, within 100 miles of the city, and you can drive to work every day and make quite a bit of money living outside of the city.
Yeah,
If you want to live in the city and just work your life away, I guess you can go make that money.
yeah, and then it's what the city life, you know. Yeah. So in my life, I can relate to that because I've had to kind of stay in the mainstream where the things that I wanted to do, that's where those things were going on, music or whatever. But country boy at heart kind of thing.
Yep.
So I can jump in the mainstream, but I don't like staying in it or what I consider to be the hectic city life and the population and the traffic. I just don't enjoy it. I live right outside the city. Well, actually, they've moved the city line out where I'm at now, but this used to be the country. But and I'm out around the airport, so but I don't the only thing that flies over my house are military planes. But so I'm right on the edge of the major traffic and stuff. And of course they got a belt line running half a mile from me now, so you can just jump on that belt line and about go anywhere you got to go.
Maybe a stupid question, but is a belt line like a connection between two highways?
Is it what, Hank?
Is it a connection between two highways?
It's a major, like shit, 5, 6, 7 lane highway that
Oh,
I guess actually without the exits and everything, I guess that would be 4 lane super highway that intersects with, well, down in Death Valley here. I think that's where every highway intersects there. So I mean, it connects to every highway as far as I know, or just about every highway that goes throughout the country, not far from here.
so a lot of the times when I'm thinking about stuff to talk about, I like talking about individual rights. And I always say that my rights end where your rights begin. And other than that, your rights don't end. And I know that, it's kind of the old way of thinking, the wild, wild Westerners who want to be free and unmolested by the government
Yeah.
and untaxed. But I find it hard sometimes. Like, do I want to ride that line? Like, I don't want to be an outlaw. I don't want to be a dishonest man. But then
Isn't it?
again,
Well, it's crazy, Hank. It's like society sets it up. There's a price you pay for going outside the box too.
oh yeah, I don't want to fuck with John Law or whatever his name is. Johnny Law. Johnny on the spot Law. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't win.
yeah. Now, you mean as far as like making your own way and not paying taxes, or do you just mean other ways?
Yeah, that's it. Not fantastic.
Yeah.
But the
I
Bible
don't
says,
agree with a lot of the taxes, and I don't agree with the income tax. I do not agree with income tax at all. I think the other taxes, well, but they've added a lot through the years that didn't used to exist. For example, one is when you bought a new car, the taxes were paid. And when you bought a used car, in this area anyway, when I was growing up, when you bought a used car, you didn't pay taxes again on that fucking car. But now every time you damn trade off a car, man, you pay the book value of the taxes every exchange.
mhm,
That's another tax that I really don't believe in. And once they start that tax, you'll almost never see it stop. It'll never stop. But I don't agree with income tax. I don't think that your income is supposed to be taxed.
it's supposed to
Uh,
be taxed when you spend.
exactly.
But the Bible says to pay my taxes, and I think,
I
you know,
don't know that the Bible. I have a hard time with that one area. I think that income tax has been imposed. And do you know that there is not an actual law on the books? It's been proven. They cannot show you one, no matter who it is. What's that big movie guy? He went to his grave talking to the Federal Reserve and everybody else. There is not a law on the books that stipulates. They con you and tell you there is, but they can't show you the law.
right,
There is no written law
right.
that says you are supposed to pay taxes on your income. I do not believe in that tax at all.
Well,
Well,
if I may, please.
go ahead.
Okay, it's Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1. The Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and the general welfare of the United States, but all duties, imports, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. That's under the 16th Amendment. If you, no one can show it to you, I can. I just looked it up. It's right there. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1.
But that's not on income tax running.
Well, it says collect taxes.
Yeah,
It didn't
but not on
specify what.
income, not on earned income.
Well, put it this way: if it goes further, right, that's where they say, okay, they, it's okay. Here, let me try to give you, okay. In the 16th Amendment, Amendment 16 to the United States Constitution allows the Congress to levy an income tax without apportioning it among the states or basing it on the United States Census. Okay, it's the
They
16th.
allow them to, but it is
It's
not.
allowed, right? It allows Congress to levy. So that's why they have the federal income tax.
Yeah, but it's not a written law. There's no book with a written law on income tax.
Right. That's right. That's why they have the Internal Revenue Service. That's how they did it. That's how they set it up.
Right.
Under the
Yeah.
16th Amendment, it's authorized, so they have the IRS.
Yeah, I never analyzed that until I got older. Oh, I'll tell you the first time I got exposed to it now, and it started, you know, everybody started viewing their opinions to me because I was surrounded by them. When I was working in the shipyard, working on fast attack submarines in Newport News, Virginia, there were supervisors that had been there 25, 30 years. There were everybody around me was going to these classes that they were holding, swearing you're not supposed to. And, of course, that Virginia is a Commonwealth state. And they were adamant about it, man. And I was, from where I was from, man, you paid your taxes. And I had never even, dabbled in those areas before then. And, but man, I said, man, I'm paying my fucking taxes. I ain't going to have them come back and take everything I own. Y'all can go ahead to those classes or whatever you want to. But man, I'm talking about a lot of people. There were supervisors in the shipyard that said that they weren't never worried about them being able to take anything of theirs, that it was illegal what they were doing. And they had all the laws backing them up. They had classes they went to every Thursday night on that damn stuff. And I just was always scared to do it, man. So I've always paid, but I don't. In the times that I have studied it and what I believe to be correct, I'm trying to remember that damn guy's name that fought that stuff for ages. What was his name? He was a big movie director.
I don't know,
Damn,
but not everybody pays taxes, and that's the part that kills me. The illegals that are here, some of them probably are paying taxes, but a lot of those people get paid under the table with no tax coming out, and they get welfare because they're getting paid under the table.
Oh, that's a whole wide subject there. Plus, they send a lot of that money that they do earn under the table from this economy back home to their families in Mexico and everywhere else.
That's why I brought up the marijuana thing earlier. And also, the other end of the spectrum, these suits and companies that got little islands with nothing but a mailbox on them, and they send all their business offshore so they don't have to pay taxes, legal loopholes, they're just as worse, even though it's legal.
That's true, Hank. That's true, Hank. But for the first time in my life, I know why they do it now. Once again, I'm going to have to blame our government for making it impossible for them to properly execute that money and bring. It was crazy, man. It was like what was that? Them trying to bring all that money back in offshore. It was like they were going to have to pay 35% tax or some shit on that to bring it back in. So they were actually, a lot of companies have been leaving to go get their money. So I think it's the way that everything's been set up here, man. They've just, everything's leaving, man. You know, it's a one-way ticket out of here. Yeah, I think that's the corrupt, measures and regulations and taxes that have been imposed that makes it, they'll lose so much bringing it back in. Or is that what you're talking about or not, Hank?
Yeah, legal loopholes is the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't have to have legal loopholes. That just proves to you, man, that it's so fucked up that it's not a good economic methods being imposed on the American corporate, or I don't know if I should say corporations or businesses, but I hope that gets changed, man. I'm really hoping for it. You'll see all of that stuff come back if they take off this stuff that's been applied.
Yeah.
They'll come rushing back, man. It's all about making money, and if you make America the place to go, they'll come back.
My little local area, my area that I live in, used to be the capital of something. I'm not going to say what, because then you can find me.
Uh-huh.
But it's because of taxation that we're no longer the capital. I'd imagine the capital is Brazil, because that's where McDonald's gets their product from. But yeah, we used to be head honcho, and East Texas has fallen.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of believe what they said during this election year. We're not the head honcho of shit now, Hell, we don't make nothing. I will say this, man. I got a lawnmower outside that I found out. Watched a big video and everything on it again. I mentioned it to Ronan, I think, but it's called a Walker zero-turn mower. They're all U.S., everything about them. They're made in Colorado and then shipped down here to the as far as my local area, the distribution center here. And but I tell you, man, it's a quest to even find anything made here anymore.
Well, I reckon I better pay my taxes. I don't end up in jail because I'm not smart enough to get out of it.
Me too. I just hope they kind of fix it where they won't rape the paycheck as bad. When I really look at what they're pulling out, man, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. Hell, on a normal paycheck for me, I pay between $500 and $800 a week. That's just insane, man.
And they didn't sweat a drop.
Yeah, it's not even really about that to me. That's a given note. They're doing, but I guess the way I feel about the whole thing in a blanket statement is, if you were running the fucking country right, you wouldn't have to suck us dry on our income tax anyway.
There is no trickle down effect. It's a theory. And the gap is larger now than it ever has been between the haves and the have nots. There is no race war. Black Lives Matter is a decoy. It's been taken over. It's been hijacked. It was really about class warfare in the beginning.
Uh-huh.
And it still is. But the media has blinded the people. The sheep are following the wrong shepherds.
Yeah, the corrupt media.
It's a class warfare.
Yep. I've learned a lot this election year that I desperately needed to hear. A lot of the things I had already figured out on my own, and a lot of the things I still didn't know why. I just knew they existed. It was interesting for me to pay close attention this year, and I said something to Ronan about this too. I'm just thankful to God that these lying ass politicians, that at least somebody ran for office that actually talked about what the hell was really going on. I mean, because all the other politicians, they wouldn't even talk about it. It's like it didn't exist. Why have all the factories left? Why A, why B, why C, why D? But they don't even talk about it. Trump started out his campaign this year with, if I weren't running for office, immigration would have never been discussed this election year. And that is true, and I fully believe that. Hillary Clinton would have never talked about it. And it's out of control, man. It needs to be talked about. And all the other issues, you know, the factories leaving. I think the final number was, I'm not sure of what year it was dated to, but 70,000 factories have left the U.S., man. 70,000. You just think about that. And how many fucking people that employed. And this dumb fucking big-eared fucking monkey bastard up there in fucking D.C. is going to try to make me believe he's going to put all these fucking people back to work with a goddamn energy plan. Give me a fucking break. The corruption is unbelievable.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and don't take this to the bank, but I heard that Obama was like waging war against coal, and coal is a pollutant. We know that. We know it puts mercury in our fish and in our water, but coal's kind of what's keeping us powered right now, is it not?
Coal is what?
Keeping us powered. Electricity.
I'm sorry, you broke up again. Coal is what, Hank?
Keeping us powered. It's our source for electricity.
I cannot elaborate totally on that. I don't. I can't say. I can't even voice an opinion on that. I don't know what percentage is. I don't know what percentage it's not. And I'm not good enough in that area to answer that question.
I'm not either.
Or my view on it anyway. I don't know enough facts to even give an opinion on that. I know that the adjacent state to me is a huge coal place that they've all been unemployed. And I know that when I was growing up here, we heated our house with coal. I used to have to shovel coal every fucking day. And I know nobody's using it here anymore. As far as heating their homes is what I'm saying. Very, very, very little anyway. I don't know of a home that's being heated by coal anymore, and all the homes here used to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have been more specific. The coal generates electricity. It's where we get our electricity from. We put the coal on the train, and the train takes it to the plant, and they burn the coal and produce electricity.
Well, I'm under the assumption that a lot of our electricity is coming from turbines from the water.
Yep.
So where does coal come into that?
I think it's kind of part of the, the global initiative for, what's it called? It was agenda.
Oh, you're saying that we could be having a lot more electricity off coal.
Yeah, I think they're trying to cut back on coal because it's bad. Another thing they're doing here in Texas, I do not like this one bit, and they destroy the water when they do this. It's when they drill for oil and it comes up naturally, that's fine. But when they have to push it out with fracking stands for fracturing. I bet you guys knew that. You're both smart. And fracturing is bad for water because they dump the bad water back into the system, and it's nasty. And in Texas, it's illegal to protest, or it's illegal to stop them from drilling in your backyard.
Yeah, when it comes to those areas, Frank, I mean, Hank, I don't. That's a crossbreed between fracking and Frank. Uh, I don't. I haven't studied that enough to know the dangers or the negatives, pros and cons. I've heard a lot of talk about it, but at this point, I consider everything, all my resources for that kind of hype at this point. I haven't studied any facts behind that.
Well, a very educated man just joined the chat. Ebeck used to be an offshore driller. Well, he worked
I
offshore.
heard, yeah, I think I heard him say that one night.
So he would be the expert.
Welder. The man was a welder.
Sorry, Elder. Ebeck, do you know the negative aspects of fracking?
Oh, morning. Fracking, don't know a lot about it. Aspects, I would imagine, yeah.
Well, yeah, but I'm going to get interrupted, so go ahead. Mic out.
I'm not going to interrupt you, Ronan. What are you talking about?
Go ahead, Ronan.
What am I talking about? Well, it's right. Basically, they push everything out with water, and then they get all they want, but the water basically seeps away, and that's causing a lot of earthquakes, like in Oklahoma. It's like where they don't normally expect it, right? And there's a lot of places that do have like fracking potential, but the rich landowner says no, that bothers our horses, and we're not going to bribe you anymore if you start fracking here. So they don't frack there. They frack only in the low income areas like of Oklahoma, for example. And there's a lot of coal fired plants, but that's only in selected regions. The problem with coal is just the pollution, but for the fact that there's a lot of puppets being bribed in the brothel of fools, they could easily bring in manufacturers of solar panels, for example, or wind turbines. But the politicians don't want that because the big money in their pockets is from the coal production people. That's the difference. That's the problem. Like what Buddy was alluding to with the illegals. If we arrested all of the people that hired the illegals, no illegals would be here. So we're blaming the illegals is wrong, and blaming the poor coal miners is wrong, where they could shift over to produce, for example, solar panels or wind turbines, which pay a lot more per hour, and they're a lot safer industries than going down into coal mines. Not necessarily that the coal mines are going to break down, but the owners basically cut corners and avoid all safety procedures. That's why I forget the man's name, but he recently was sent to federal prison for avoiding, the safety regulations because they want to save money so they can bribe the politicians. Mike out.
Well said.
I think there was 2 test drills done in the UK for fracking, but in general, it's banned.
Hey, on what Ronan just said, that was kind of several things tied up into one there. But yeah, as far when it comes to the illegals, I've never blamed them, but I blame our weak borders for what needs to happen. But which is really blaming our.
There was no jobs, buddy. If there was no jobs available, would they come?
You're on a different subject, Ronan.
No. If there were no jobs available, we wouldn't need a wall because they wouldn't come near the border.
No, here's what
available because all the people hiring the illegals are in prison, right? That would stop it. It's like they're saying, "Oh, America has a drug problem. Well, it's not Mexico or the other people that produce drugs for the United States. It's the people demanding the drugs in the United States. That's cause and effect. The cause is people want to hire illegals so they don't have to pay all that money. And the effect is the legals come in. So you got to take care of the cause, arrest the people and imprison the people and take most of their money, those people that hire the illegals. So illegals wouldn't come here. There's no jobs. What's
I,
there?
I disagree with that philosophy, and let me express it. I believe in taking care of problems where they start, and that's in my line of thinking. That's not the starting point. Just because there's a demand for dope, that doesn't mean the cartel should be coming here from Mexico. Mexico's selling it,
There's a demand.
but
Who's
that's not where.
demanding it? Who's demanding
Yeah,
it? Who's
hold
demanding
on. So my point is, in my line of thinking, the problem is not starting with people wanting the drugs. That's not the beginning of the problem.
Wait a minute. The people wanting the drugs have the money to buy the drugs.
But that's not the beginning of the problem.
That is the beginning of the problem. Like the beginning of the problem is the people who want to hire the illegals
No, hold on. Why do they want the drugs? Why do they want to buy them?
because they want to get high. So that's
Well,
the
why do
cause. That's the
well,
cause.
they want to. Okay, if we're talking about hardcore drugs and not just weed, uh, then
They're
I'm
growing their
gonna.
own weed. I mean, there's a lot of people growing their own weed now. So,
Okay, but if I was a pusher, and I was trying to sell my dope, I want my people to get addicted to it, so there will be a demand, so I'll get their money, right?
if you were a pusher, right? But if
Right.
nobody's
But that's so the
buying,
problem is starting with me, the pusher,
right?
not
But
not the drug addict, the pusher man.
if nobody's buying it, where would the pusher go? He would go away.
Yeah, but that's so. I
If
mean,
nobody's hiring illegals, where would they go? They would go away. The cause and effect. You got to take care of the cause. The problem is the cause, not the effect.
okay,
The effect is the pusher. The cause is demand. The effect is the illegal. The cause is the people hiring those illegals.
yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
So the drugs
Right.
versus the people here illegally.
Right.
Uh,
Supply and demand. The demand is greater than the supply. So
right.
that's the cause.
Yeah. Now
The
I'm
cause.
okay with these. See, we keep using the term illegal. That's the term I have a problem with. I don't mind foreigners coming here on visas and working on the farms or for contractors. That's not my problem.
That's just it. That's the problem. The farmers, ranchers, don't want to pay wages. They'll pay them under the table to avoid paying federal income taxes.
I agree with that statement,
Okay, so
but
back to cause and effect.
yeah, but but see, I think there's other causes when you talk about them working on the farms. I think one of those causes is what's been talked about in this election year, and how the farms can't even exist anymore because they have so much imposed on them they can't make any money. And I think so. I think it's a ripple effect from what they've done to the farmers that makes them want to hire those people because they can't afford real labor anymore because of all the regulations and everything that they've made it impossible for them to operate here. So they need to hire the illegals because they work so much cheaper.
There you go. Cause and effect. Back to the cause. What's the cause?
But well, the cause, in my opinion, is the regulations on the farmers. They can't afford anything
What
else.
regulations?
They got all
The
kinds of
health regulations? Are you
no,
talking about the health regulations? So you're saying it's okay for the farmers to pass along, fruits and
no.
vegetables that are laden with bad bacterium? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
no. They got all kinds of stuff running that's and it's been talked about through the election year too. I don't have time to study it all. I've just been hearing all the talk about it. not just through the media, but through the through Trump and other areas that I've pulled up and had time to watch. But they've made it impossible for the farmer basically to turn profit nowadays, but because of all the different things, and I can't name what they are. I just know they're there because all the farms have gone out of business. And
because the small farms are basically being driven out of business by the large farms. Corporate farming is the problem. It's like Walmart coming into a small town and building a big old building, Walmart, and it drives the small business people out of business because Walmart is buying in volume and selling cheap.
And that's in the mix also. But
that's the cause and effect. Back to cause and effect.
That's true. We had that happen right here in this area. They wanted to put a Walmart right up here, but that's not the only. That's not the only element involved, but that is another big element. The big boys, stomping out the little boys.
Right, right. That's the cause. Cause and effect. And Trump didn't man up and say, "I'm going to go after all of these ranchers, big corporate ranchers that bribe the brothel of fools." Right. So they give favorable legislation to the big corporate ranchers who hire all of those illegals. We're going to arrest the ranchers. Do you think Trump would have gotten voted into office? Suckers.
Yeah.
Right. He would not have gotten voted into office.
Hold on, Ronan. We're getting off on about 5 subjects at one time, but
it's all the same answer, cause and effect. That's what the point is.
I disagree.
What's the cause? What is the cause? Demand, right? Illegals.
No, demand is a ripple effect.
No.
As far as the cartels and the drugs, that's a ripple effect. That's not where it starts. It starts with a pusher.
If nobody was buying the drugs, the cartels would not come here.
Well, how do they want the drugs? Because they've been introduced to it.
No, because right. Because America is a consumer society, and they want to get high.
Yeah. That was the big thing I disagree with.
If we're going to blame the cause, it's the American consumer.
Yeah, that right there makes me think about when I heard the Mexican president say that it was America's fault why the cartels were selling fucking dope here, Ronan.
He's right. He's absolutely right.
Backwards as a motherfucker.
No, it isn't, because the demand is here, and that's where the drugs are coming here.
I agree with that. But I don't agree that's where the problem starts.
It starts here because they want the drugs here.
No.
The people that want to consume those drugs are Americans, and they have the money to buy it. So somebody is going to fill that need. That's it.
Number one. Okay, here. Number one, if we had strong borders, the motherfucking cartels from Mexico shouldn't even be able to penetrate the fucking states.
Okay,
That's number one.
Time out. One thing at a time. You said fine. One thing at a time. The CIA flies in cocaine, right?
I know they do. I know that's
the cause.
Going on since the Bay of Pigs. It's been going on forever.
What's the cause again? The CIA, the U.S. government.
That's not where it's all coming from, though, Ronan.
The cause is the CIA, the U.S. government.
You will always have corruption. You will always have corruption, and always have in government. You will have that. They were fucking shipping in dope and fucking corpses back in the 40s and 50s, man.
Right.
I mean, I know all about it. But what I'm telling you is, if we strong borders first, and then watch these fucking private planes coming in a little sharper. But before we make it too messy, let's stick to the cartels in Mexico and my viewpoint on where the problem starts. Number one, if we had strong borders, they couldn't fucking, whether they wanted to or not, supply and demand or not, the motherfuckers couldn't get here with the shit, okay?
Well, the best soldiers are in Afghanistan.
Time out. We're talking drugs, right? And we're talking the CIA flying it over the wall.
I just elaborated on that. I'm saying.
Right. So what do you mean stronger borders?
but
if the
one
CIA
thing at a
is
time.
flying
You
in,
start
if the
right.
CIA, remember the CIA, they're going to fly it in over
Did
the
you hear my
borders.
last statement? My last statement was once you get strong borders and stop those cartels, you can then focus on the CIA and the private sector.
It's not going to happen because it's the U.S.
It
government.
will happen, Ronan.
It can't happen. It would have happened already.
Well,
It would have happened already. It didn't, and it won't. The
you'll see a
U.S.
big dent in it.
government is involved in drug
I
trade.
know they are. I know that. You're
Well,
still
that's the
going to
cause.
have.
Why don't, if we called out the U.S.
Ronan, you've gone to the CIA smuggling and dope. We're talking about just the cartels through the border from
who
Mexico.
sells the CIA the dope?
I
The
understand, but
cartels,
you're making.
the cartels sell the CIA
Well,
the
let's
dope.
go ahead and go one step further then. If you're going to keep going to that extent, you can't take care of all of it at one time. You got to
Well, no,
start
but
somewhere.
if we can make a mockery of the U.S. government for buying dope directly from cartels, everyone's gonna know.
I know there's
Yes.
corruption.
You get the big fish first.
Gigs up.
I understand.
Let's get the big
But
fish
anyway,
first. Let's
so in
get
a
the big fish
nutshell,
first. Let's
but
get the big
sticking to just the Mexican cartel coming across the border, not the fucking CIA or the people that are fucking flying over there in their fucking private planes and bringing it back. Sticking
right.
just the
right,
cartels
right,
coming through the border,
right.
okay?
So if we're gonna catch all the big fish, that's the airplanes, private airplanes, and the CIA. Guess
But you're
what?
still on another subject.
No, it's the
My
same
subject, oh no, the subject
Supply and
matter first.
demand. It's supply and demand. We
It
gotta.
is, Ronan, but you're tying in all the facets of how the dope gets here now.
Well, that's
We're,
right.
we're
because
talking
we
about
get
just the cartel
Yeah,
and
but I
the
want
supply and
to
demand.
get the big fish first. Why not?
I
Let's get the
understand,
big
but just
fish
keeping
first.
that as
Let's
one
get it.
subject.
Well, the
Listen,
one
Ronan.
subject is the big fish first. That's the one subject.
Well, my subject was the Mexican cartel. That was my
Well,
subject.
the Mexican cartel deals with the CIA
No,
in bulk.
remember, we
In
started out
bulk.
with illegals and we were talking about the Mexican cartel only,
Okay, the
not.
illegals are another thing. Back to arresting and imprisoning
Yeah, but hold
all of
on.
these corporate farmers.
Those are other methods of smuggling dope. I'm not talking about the other method.
One drug mule carrying.
Okay, so my blanket statement on this whole subject is this. In my viewpoint, that is not where the problem starts.
Well, yeah, the problem
Not from the drug addict. The problem does not start with the fucking drug addict, which is the fucking demand.
the problem starts with the U.S. government in terms of the U.S. government fly over there and make deals for tons of cocaine.
That is enough.
Where drug mules come in with what, maybe 10, 20 kilos in a backpack?
Right. That's another problem.
Let's go after the big fish, the tonnage.
Sure, I agree with you.
Okay, that's the point. That's the whole point.
That's the point that you're making, but not the point I was making.
Right, but I'm saying why not go after the big fish first?
You have to. That's where the problem starts. The fucking CIA. Let me talk on your level. That is where the problem starts. The fuckers flying it over in the CIA in their fucking planes.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And
but
if we make a big
that's
issue
the
of
primary cause.
If we make a big issue of it in the news, guess what? All those rich people that are friendly with the CIA are not going to get their cocaine in Hollywood.
Well, you will see that hit after this. Hey, I'll make one more prediction.
Okay.
You'll probably never see it all stopped because corruption will always find a way.
Right. We can reduce it, but we can't stop it. You're right.
I do think it will for once in my lifetime, since of the facts that I am aware of and how long I know it's been going on. I will say after this election year, it'll be tapped into to try to be stopped more than any other fucking presidency in my lifetime.
We'll see.
You mean you think they're actually, the law dogs are actually going to arrest the CIA for drug running?
I think they're going to go after the corruptness of the CIA.
Not going to happen.
I'd love to see that.
It's already been talked about. It's already being talked about now, the corruption in these agencies.
By whom?
Well, we're going to see where history takes it.
Oh, okay. We'll see. Fine. It's a prediction. Right.
Right. I don't know how hard it's going to be hit, but I will tell you this, back to that original subject. Thank God it's fucking been talked about for once, because it's been hid up until now.
I'm telling you, nothing is going to be done. Like they're not gonna stop the illegals.
I don't agree with the word nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I disagree with that.
Because the brothel of fools is being funded by the people who hire the illegals.
I understand your philosophy, but I don't agree. I don't agree with it.
It's an observation.
I understand, but
Okay.
it's
Okay.
It's
Okay.
that's a good way of looking at it, but I tend to look at it a little bit different.
It's it's a rational observation, and I know the cause, and they don't want to address the cause because they're basically bribing the brothel of fools. That's what I
Yeah. I was just trying to stick as a singular mode, not all the ways that the drugs come into the U.S. I was just trying.
but I'm not worried. I'm not worried about one or two or three or 100 or 1,000 drug mules with 2 pounds or kilos. They go by kilos with 10 kilos of cocaine in a backpack. I'm worried
It's
about
a lot more than that.
Concern.
It's a fucking hell of a lot more than that, Ronan.
It's on the tonnage.
Man, you're talking about in the 1920s now, bringing that shit in on a fucking mule, man. They're bringing that shit in here big time.
Well, yeah, but okay, fine. But right now it's the tonnage being flown in by the CIA, for example.
Well, I'm sure that's another corrupt method.
The very rich people who fly to New York or Los Angeles or
well, isn't that another subject though, Ronan? That's all the ways that they're supplying the U.S., correct?
The majority of the drugs coming in here. And they're trying to blame the minority of people running those drugs through the border.
Well, they've had a lot of stuff on the.
It's called wagging the dog. It's called wagging the dog. You know,
I understand. There's a lot of corrupt methods going on. I do agree with that.
And the idea that the government is doing it, and the government is the biggest fish. No one wants to address that. Well, Trump's not going to do it. I know. And he's not going to address the illegal. I know, because now it's a defense. Because Hillary's not going to prison. Hillary's not going to prison. Okay.
Well, hold on, Ronan. You're getting on a lot of subjects now. Let me go back to the very beginning.
Okay.
I disagreed when the Mexican president said that it was the U.S.'s fault why the cartels from their fucking country is bringing the drugs over here. So therefore, they're not going to touch the fucking cartels over there. You and I both know that.
Yeah, the CIA doesn't want those cartels.
I don't care if they're FBI or BBC or TT, but whatever.
The CIA.
But for Mexico to say and do nothing about their cartels in their fucking country and blame that on the U.S., that is fucking backwards as fuck.
No, it's not. It's factual.
But I know, but they're not doing anything. They want the U.S. to stop.
They're not doing anything because they can't police all of those drug cartels that are
goddamn cartels are everywhere over there. Don't tell me they can't do anything about it.
Those CIA torture jets.
Hey, Ronan, why isn't Mexico doing something about their fucking border and their people?
Because
they're pieces of shit, putting the goddamn problem off on us.
You're blaming the wrong people. That's what I'm telling you.
Nah, not on that note, I'm not.
The demand is here.
They want us to take care of the problem and have to build the fucking wall because they won't stop their own goddamn people from coming over here, Ronan.
Big fish. Let's take care of all those rich people with private planes that fly in the cocaine and the CIA who flies in the cocaine.
I bet Mexico will start doing something about it now. Now, you want to? I'm gonna make that prediction too.
We don't know. I don't know.
I'm making that prediction.
I just know what's going on now, and I know the problem where it starts.
Why do you think Mexico's so mad, Vicente Fox and all that shit, when he's not even president anymore? You know why? Because they know them motherfuckers has been coming over here for years.
Because Trump said Mexico will build the wall. That's why Vicente Fox.
We're building the wall because they won't control their border, Ronan.
Well, we have to build a wall as an excuse, just window dressing. The
No.
real problem is the
I
U.S.
disagree with
government
that.
and those that.
Oh, that is window dressing. You are right about that. It's a
Okay.
secondary procedure
So
to fix
blaming
the
Mexico
primary problem.
is basically just what is it? Rattling the keychain. Here, look over here. Look over here. The real problem is the U.S. government and the people who hire illegals. That's why the illegals come here. That's why the dope gets here. The
Yeah.
U.S. government is flying it in. We
Well, that's
have
another.
evidence.
Well, we talked about it.
You
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Legislators look away because they're taking money.
I agree with that.
The people that
Let me tell you what I would do if I was president. Let me tell you what I'd do. Now, this is without getting off too deep about it, knowing what I can and cannot do. Well, let me tell you what I'd do if I could. I would tell the fucking Mexican president, look, this is out of control. I already know the problems here. I already know my goddamn farmers are hiring them because they're already here. And I already know the problems, why all of the things here. But what I need you to do, I need you to get your fucking men down there on that goddamn border and stop it. Now, we're going to work at it at our end, and I want you to work at it at your end. If you don't, I'm going to do A, B, and C. Now, you can take your fucking pick. It's out of control. You're letting your people fly over here. My fucking people from America can't come to your goddamn country or you'll put a fucking bullet in their head. We can't come over there at free will into your country because you ain't got a fucking thing to offer anyway because your country's fucked. So you're letting your people just fucking flood my fucking country. If you don't do something about it, I'm going to sanction the living shit out of your ass.
Okay. And then the Mexican president might say, who started the demand?
And you're not bringing any of your fucking products over here tax-free anymore. You're going to stop it.
And the Mexican president is going to tell you, President W, who started the demand?
There you go off on the demand. You and I already disagree with that.
No,
So I'm not even operating my presidency under that false fucking philosophy that the fucking problem starts with the fucking.
Put it this way. That's what the Mexican president can say. Who?
I don't give a fuck. I already told you I thought that was wrong too.
Okay. And then,
So here's what I'm going to do as president.
Well,
I say you're wrong, and here's what I'm going to do.
The president has all due right to say, why are your CIA jets coming here and picking up the cocaine?
That's another subject. I'm talking about
illegals.
The Mexican government stopping their people from flooding over here, causing us to build a wall.
No. Why are your corporate farms hiring?
Why don't we flood their country, Ronan?
Take responsibility, Mr. American President, and stop your corporate farmers.
Why don't my people flood your country?
Example. Why don't you take the lead, Mr. American President, and stop your corporate farmers from hiring illegals? Why haven't you?
That's a whole nother subject, Ronan. Stay on the fucking subject.
That is the subject.
That's another goddamn subject for the last fucking time.
Here. They're looking for jobs, and if people hire them, they stay.
Man, now we're back to the jobs. I'm saying stop them from coming over here looking for jobs.
Right.
Stop your people from flooding my country.
If nobody hires them, where would they go? Back to Mexico.
We have a process that those people need to go through. They need to be vetted. They're not being vetted. We don't know who they are. They're putting my American people in danger. Stop it, or I'm going to stop it for you.
Your corporate farmers are hiring illegals, and they would not
matter. That's the demand. That's not where the problem starts.
It starts because you want to hire illegals because your corporate farmers want to cheat the American tax system.
You keep going back to that, Ronan.
It's a fact. That's what is happening.
But that's not where the problem starts.
I'm going with the media that's conditioning you to believe what you believe. I'm going with the cause and effect. The real problem.
Cause and effect. Yeah, a cause and effect. Now, I'll agree with that terminology. But hold on, Ronan. Slow down a minute and we can get somewhere. You just said cause and effect. I agree with the cause and I agree with the effect.
Why are you, Mr. American President, not stopping it? Stop the cause.
I will. I just said how I was going to stop it.
How are you going to do it? They're going to impeach you. The brothel of fools is going
I
to.
bet you'll see it slow down now, Ronan. How much you want to bet on that?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'm not a gambling man. We could take a gentleman's bet on it because it's a prediction, and I'm saying it's not going to slow down anything. There might be a couple of little flurries here and there, but overall, guess what? You can go right back to those corporate
Do you
farms.
think it can continue on like it is?
They're still going to be there. I guarantee you.
You'll always have corruption
They'll
of
do a
some
little
way.
showboat. They'll do a little showboat. They're going to be sending all the illegals that committed like federal crimes, right? But the
Yeah.
regular illegals, they're going to stay, and
Yeah.
that's the majority of the 11 million
Okay. Okay.
illegals that are here.
Okay, so here's the way I'll leave it. The way I'll leave it is I understand, and you've explained your viewpoints on the CIA, on the cartel. You think that the problem starts with the demand,
It is
right?
It is
Okay. Well, I disagree with that on
because
the demand.
you have no justification, Mr. American President. You have no
I'll tell you.
to make
Here's
that-
my justification, as I've said about 10 times. I think that the problem starts
with
when
the
it's
demand,
brought here.
with the U.S.
Not with the
government.
drug addict.
It
The
comes
problem does
with
not
the
start
U.S.
with the
government
fucking
flying in
drug addicts
cocaine.
and the dealers. It starts with the pusher man, not the dealers and the addicts.
No,
I disagree. That's
The
where we
the
disagree.
demand. The dealer is in Mexico. The American government flies to Mexico and buys it from the
Well,
dealer.
let me put it to you this way, Ron. And if the demand was up for fucking tomatoes and the goddamn tomatoes weren't coming here, it wouldn't make a fuck what the demand was. That's not where the problem starts. The problem starts with where the fucking tomatoes are coming from.
If no one wanted tomatoes, no one would buy tomatoes.
It doesn't matter if everybody wanted the tomatoes. If the tomatoes weren't here and weren't coming here, it wouldn't make a fuck what the demand wanted.
Right, but we're talking drugs.
I understand.
And
I'm just
demand
telling you.
by American.
When you say supply and demand, if the supply's not there, the demand can demand all they fucking want.
Right, but guess what?
But that's not where the problem starts.
Yeah, but see, as soon as there's demand for something, somebody's going to fill that void and supply. Period.
Okay, so now that the demand is there and they have everybody hooked on heroin, what are you going to do about it?
Well, it's not
You're
my
going to
problem
stop the
if I'm
fucking
Mexico.
heroin run.
It's not my problem if I'm Mexico. If you can blame it, you can
Wow, I know it's not your problem. It's our country's problem.
The uptick in the demand for heroin is based on the big pharma, which gives out opiates, drugs.
Right, but if you have a heroin addict and he can't get
And
his
when those
hands,
people cannot get those prescription opioids, they go to heroin. That's the problem. The cause is big pharma now. Big pharma is another problem.
right. Well, you keep bringing in other problems, but I'm trying to simplify because I know all those areas are true.
Simplifying it, you're the one that's denying it.
Denying what? Supply through the airplanes of the CIA? I told you I agreed with that. What am
Okay.
I denying? I'm just saying
You're
I don't
denying-
agree with your view.
Denying that the illegals are here because the big corporate farmers.
Wow, that's
are
not what I'm
wanting to
talking
hire
about.
them. The state of Oregon
what-
can't hire Americans right now to work.
Hey, Ronan, sorry, but you're
orchards.
changing what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm
That's
telling you,
exactly
you're
what you're
changing
saying.
what I'm saying.
And you're looking worse by the moment because I'm explaining to you.
Well,
that
actually, I might be looking worse in your eyes, but in my fucking view, I've said the same fucking thing 20 times. So you're not going to
but
manipulate
you're
what
not
the
being
fuck I'm
responsible
saying.
for it. You're not
You're
being
not going to
responsible
manipulate
for
what I
your
just said, no matter how hard you try. In my opinion, you're looking like a fucking dumbass now.
But here we go. Now you're calling me names.
I'm saying you
Now
are
you're
looking
calling me
like the
names
dumb
because I
man.
express exactly how it works.
No,
What you're giving me is the propaganda that you accept from television.
there's another word. Propaganda. Is that propaganda that the fucking Mexican cartel is bringing fucking dope here? That ain't fucking propaganda.
No,
You
that's not
fucking
propaganda.
real. What fucking planet are
That's
you
a
on?
deal. That's a deal between the Mexican drug cartels
You're
and
on
the
some
CIA.
other fucking planet if you fucking really believe in your
The
mind, Ronan, that
CIA
the goddamn
is the-
problem starts with demand. You're on a fucking Mars.
No, I'm telling you exactly what the problem is, and
Well,
you're
you can tell me
denying
all
it.
you want, but I'm a
So
grown man. I say you're full of
you
shit.
can blame someone else.
I say you're
You're
full of
trying
shit.
to blame someone else where the cause is right there. I explained it to you,
Well,
and
I explained my
the
viewpoint to you.
demand, the demand for heroin is up because big pharma is.
Well, you're wrong. How's that?
You have to prove that to me because
You have to prove I'm wrong. You can't prove I'm wrong either.
I just proved it.
Prove to me that
I
the
just said the
demand for the
illegals are
fucking
here.
dope is where it starts, and
I
I'll
just
kiss your
proved it
fucking ass.
to you. I just proved it to you.
You prove to me that the problem starts with the demand, and I'll kiss the head of your fucking dick.
No, thank you. The point being is you just proved it because you agreed that the
You're full of shit
CIA
in this
is buying
category,
cocaine.
Ronan. I can talk to you about
Corporate
music or
firms are
anything else,
hiring.
but you're not going to change the context of what I've been saying.
Well, that's
No
right.
matter how hard you try, you'll never fucking do it.
No, that I'm not trying to change it. I'm trying to
won't.
express the
You
point
won't.
that you need to accept, whether you like it or not. You need to accept the point that I'm making because
I
that's
accept
way
the
you
points
work.
you're
You
making, but I
supply and
disagree
demand.
with your points.
You can disagree, but you can't prove it wrong.
You
That's
can't prove mine wrong.
I can prove it because I just
You
explained it
can't
to you.
prove me wrong that the
I
fucking
just
problem
proved it to you.
starts
The
with where
CIA,
fucking drugs are coming
the
from.
CIA, under the auspices of the U.S. government, is flying to Mexico and bringing back
That's
tons
another
of
subject.
cocaine. It's the U.
That's another subject. I agreed with that.
Okay, the illegals are here because big corporate farms, just one of many, are hiring illegals, and they're not bringing in drugs. They're just here to work.
That's another
They're not bringing
subject,
drugs.
Ronan.
There's 11 million.
That is
reported,
another
11 million.
subject.
There's reported 11.
We're not on that subject. We're not on that subject.
What subject do you want to address? Because
Mexican
obviously you don't want
cartel,
to put the stand
supply
up.
and demand where the problem starts. We're not talking about fucking illegals working on goddamn farms.
Well, that's a problem. That's what
Another problem, but that's not the problem we were discussing.
What are you discussing?
Mexican cartel supply and demand where the problem starts. I say it starts from the Mexican cartel. You said the problem started with the demand. I disagree.
The demand was there because the U.S. government flew.
Whoever got them hooked on dope, it still ain't where the problem starts.
It started because the U.S. government is sanctioning that. I just explained it to you that the American government is flying to Mexico, picking up tons of cocaine and flying it back.
I agree.
So, okay, so you just proved my point. And
no.
You start calling me names and wanting to do some homosexual acts. I'm not going there. I haven't.
Fuck you, Ronan. You're not going to pull that goddamn manipulating fucking bullshit on me.
I'm not manipulating you. I'm telling
you you're full of shit if you think the problem starts with demand. That's my fucking point.
How can I be wrong? How can I be wrong when I stated facts?
And you keep going off on this CIA bringing drugs in too. We're talking about the Mexican cartel and Mexico.
There are videos of it.
In Mexico. Hello.
Videos of it, buddy. There's video of it. There's evidence of that. I'm not
just keep bringing in other people that are smuggling in dope, but you won't stick to the fucking supply and demand problem.
Right. It's a demand by the U.S. and there are private airplanes flying.
And so that's the U.S.'s fault because they're now addicted to dope.
They are the rich people that line the pockets of the politicians.
Nah.
You know those private airplanes? You know those private airplanes?
Hey, Ronan, that's the same fucking philosophy this country has had for the last 30 or 40 years. That's why we're keep getting fucked.
No, America is doing it to itself because it's not taking responsibility.
Well, now, I don't know that America has been allowing it. I totally agree with that, too.
Cause and effect, buddy. Cause and effect.
Yeah.
Cause and effect.
They have been allowing it. You're right about that. And goddamn, it's time to stop it.
Do you know why they only bust the low-level dealers? Because the big jet airplanes have rich people in them.
Well, man, you keep going back to that same dog shit.
It's the same fact.
It's not the fucking same thing at all. You're full of shit.
They do it.
You fucking lost your fucking mind, Ronan.
The big fish are the
How many fucking
problem.
times do I have to say I know about the fucking plane smuggling and
Well,
the
that's
fucking
the
dope?
problem. That's the big fish.
But that's
the
not where the
fish.
wow, man. The problem starts with the smuggling, not with the fucking
The
demand.
smuggling is started by
After they get addicted,
people and the U.S. government making deals with the cartel. The cartel realizes, hey, there's small time dealers that want to buy it too. So here goes the supply because the demand is there, and the big fish take the biggest tonnage.
but
Where
that's not where the
small
problem
fish
starts
take a
with
few
the fucking
pounds,
addict.
kilos. I'm sorry, they take some kilos. That's the point.
The problem
big
does not
fish are
start
the
with
problem.
the fucking addict. That's
It's
the
the
bottom
big
fucking line.
right, and America is creating a bunch of them by big pharma handing out these opioids, and when they don't get any more script anymore, they turn to heroin.
You know what you're telling me in a nutshell? You're telling me that the fucking heroin addict is where it starts, not at the meth lab.
No, there's meth here too, but we're talking.
That's not my point. That's not my point.
Well, what's your
The
point?
fucking meth lab is creating the fucking dope. That's where it starts, not with the fucking addict. That is a ripple effect from the fucking meth lab.
Well, no, now we're talking.
No,
meth.
I'm talking Mexico bringing the goddamn shit over here with the cartels. The fucking drug addicts over here that are the fucking demand you're talking about is not where the problem starts.
No, the problem started here with the meth labs. and the
Here,
meth labs-
wherever. It
the meth-
doesn't
the
start
meth
with the
labs-
demand of the
okay, now we're
heroin
talking
addict.
meth. Now we're talking meth, okay?
It doesn't
meth
start
labs-
with
the
the
meth
demand. You said the demand
The
where
meth
the problem
labs,
starts.
the meth labs
That's
started here.
backwards. That's fucking
meth-
backwards.
The meth labs started here in America by Americans, and there is so much demand that the Mexican cartel figured out, hey, we can fly meth over there too. That's just another
soup.
demand. So the
I'm
cause
saying
is
it doesn't
here in
start with the
America.
demand.
The cause is here in America, okay? The cause of it all. The demand is here. Cause, demand. That's not.
Well, with that philosophy,
the
then
effect
all of the
is-
addicts that are in every country is the problem. Is that what you're saying?
Now you're jumping to other countries.
No, you said the demand. That's the addict. That's the demand. That's the people that want it.
America is the biggest drug consumer nation in the
That's
world.
another subject.
We're number one.
You said
We're
the problem
number one.
started with demand, yes or no?
We are number one. Then we started with America, so I'd like to stick with America.
Yeah, but you said the problem started with demand, yes or no?
There's demand all over, but America is the
But
number
you
one.
said the problem started with demand. Our debate right now, an argument is over. I say that's not where it starts.
We are the biggest consumer nation of drugs in the world.
That has nothing to do with what my point is.
Your point would be jumping around.
You said the problem started with the fucking demand. You said the fucking problem started with the demand. Don't change
It's
what the fuck you said. Don't change what you fucking said.
Cause and effect. That's how that goes. It's
Cause and effect. Cause and effect. I told you I agreed upon, but the problem does not start with the fucking demand.
Buddy. It's not being addressed by the U.S. government because the brothel of fools is getting its pockets lined by the big corporate farmers.
I've stated my viewpoint over and over again. If you ain't got it by now, you ain't got it.
Wait, you don't have a point. I'm stating facts.
I do have a point. You want me
What
to
is
state
your
it to
point?
you
What is your
again
point?
since you're so brain dead you can't get it?
What? No, you're.
I told you that my
trying to
viewpoint
now.
that the fucking problem does not
you're
start
trying
with
to say-
demand. You said it started
you're
with the
using
demand. I said it doesn't.
You're using
What
obscenity
about
because
it
you're
doesn't
trying
start
to
with the
avoid-
demand? Don't you understand?
You're trying to avoid taking responsibility for the facts that I've shared with
There's
you.
your manipulation again. It don't work.
Not trying
You
to.
said the problem started with demand. I said you're full of shit.
Stating facts.
You're full of shit if you think the problem starts with the demand.
Facts. The demand.
Well, that's
started-
not a fact.
Yeah.
You said it started
That's
with the demand. That's not a
America is
fact.
the biggest consumer nation of drugs in the world. That's a fact.
That's not what we're talking about.
Yes, because it goes to causality, cause and effect. The cause is the demand, the effect is supply.
Man,
Okay?
you just fucking don't get it.
No, you can't explain it away. That's the
I
difference.
don't know how much clearer I can say it. The problem does not start with the fucking demand.
Yes, it does.
No, that's where you and I disagree. That's the
No,
point right
you
there.
just agreed that the
You and I
CIA gets
disagree
a
on
flying cocaine in here. Okay,
I said the problem doesn't start with the fucking
demand
heroin
was that
addict, which
the
is what the fucking
CIA,
demand is.
a branch of our government,
There
decided
you
to
go
go
back on
in
that
here.
fucking other shit again. That's not the subject.
No, what is your point? You're not making any point here.
I just made it again. Are you brain dead?
You're condescending towards me when I'm stating simple
No,
facts.
you just fucking don't get it. Oh, goddamn, it's like me saying that fucking ball right there is red, and you're saying, I think it's blue.
Well, I think you're not really addressing the key point: supply and demand. The
Here's the key
demand,
point of the whole conversation. You said the problem
demand
started with demand.
drives supply. Okay,
It
the
doesn't
demand
start
drives
with
supply.
demand. It starts with where it's coming
Cause and
from.
effect, buddy. I'm saying the cause is here. Okay, the cause is here. The demand. That's what demand and cause are. They're synonymous. Okay, one and the same. Okay, the cause is the demand. Okay, the effect is that the U.S. government has flown over there and bought tons of cocaine to bring back to America because there's demand here. That's causality. Okay, that's what that is. You're denying it because President-elect Trump is not going after the big fish.
You can't have heroin addicts without heroin, Ronan.
Right. However, the heroin was here from Afghanistan, and we were in Afghanistan handing out hundreds of thousands of dollars to those chieftains, and they brought fertilizer and more seeds, buying more heroin, and more heroin is getting imported here from Afghanistan. That's another cause and effect.
Those are all
That's
other subjects.
another cause and effect. It's
Yeah.
documented. It's
Well, we've already gotten off on all this. It was supposed to be sticking to strictly Mexican cartel and them saying
yes, but America
that
is
it's
such a big
America's fault.
nation that it's getting its drugs from all over the place.
Well,
There's
I agree
not
with
enough-
that too.
There's not enough supply for all the demand there is in the United
But
States. right
demand
now.
is not where it
That's where the
starts.
cause is. The cause of it all is in the United
The
States.
cause of it all is getting people addicted to dope. That's the cause of it all.
United States.
And that
The
manifests
effect
itself
of it
from the
is
fucking
supply.
Right.
Effect is supplied. Effect
What
is
started the demand, Ronan? What started the demand? The fucking
what drug are we
supply,
talking
right?
about? What drug are we talking about?
It doesn't
Name-
matter what drug.
Okay, Americans went over there.
No,
and
stop,
brought it-
Ronan.
brought it over here.
No, forget
They started
America and all
dealing-
these countries.
They started dealing the drug, and more people, their friends, Americans, wanted more drugs, so they go back to Mexico.
Hey,
and
Ronan, on this subject, I give up.
forth. So it started here in America.
Well, you can talk to your blue in the face, man, because we're just going round and round.
Well,
I'm
yes,
just
because you're
simply
not
stating to you that, in my viewpoint, the
Facts.
problem does not
Stating
start with
facts,
fucking
buddy.
demand.
Norman,
End of story.
Stating facts, buddy.
And
Go ahead.
everybody's heard my viewpoint except for your fucking ass because
Well,
you
fine.
can't hear me.
Fine. If they agree with you, great. Mike out.
Okay, Mike out.
okay, you guys agreed on more topics than disagreed on by far. You guys agreed on so much. I can't believe that you guys both agreed on that.
Quit being diplomatic.
That was a good debate, wasn't it?
No, you're being diplomatic. Cut it out, Hank. Cut it
No, I'm
out.
serious.
Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
I'm not being.
That's fine. I'm not your friend. I'm dealing with facts here. So I'm not going to take that diplomacy from you or anyone else. Get off it. Mike out.
That's
Well,
just
anyway,
pointing out facts.
I thought we agreed on a few things along the way, Hank, but you understand my view. My view is it doesn't start with the demand. It starts where it's coming from. And you got to stop that and then fix the fucking heroin addicts. You know what I mean?
I see both you guys' point very well.
Yeah. I see his points, but I don't agree that that's where it starts because you can't have a heroin addict without the heroin. So you got to stop the heroin and then treat the addict.
Y'all need to agree to disagree. Here's my thing. I think you nailed something right there. Treat the addict. How do we treat addicts? We treat them like criminals. Even if
Well, no, I'm talking about medically getting them help. Is when I say you've got then you have to help the addict get off of that. But that's not where the. In other words, a heroin addict is not addicted to heroin until they get heroin and do heroin.
right.
Okay, we agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, that was my point to Ronan. Is that his statement was to me is that the demand was the where it started, and I disagreed with that viewpoint. I think it starts from where the drugs are coming from to get those people on that heroin. So you've got to stop that and then get those people on heroin help, not jail, but medical help to get off the heroin.
Amen. Not jail. So that's the
That's
problem.
correct. Yeah, that's a whole nother subject too. I don't agree that, I don't really look at drug addicts as criminals, even though, if they start pushing it on other people, it starts to change context. You know what I mean? But you've got to stop. So my viewpoint was this. He said it started with the demand, which was the people that need the drugs or that are buying the drugs, whether they need them or not. They may be pushing them in the neighborhood. I say you got to stop the drugs first. That's where, in my opinion, that the problem starts, not with the demand of the addicts doing it. That was my whole thing, and that's why I disagreed with the Mexican president saying that it's America's fault why those cartels from Mexico are bringing the drugs here. I disagree with that too. I don't think it's because they've pushed heroin here, and Ronan was bringing up other subjects too. They do bring and smuggle in drugs through CIA planes and all other methods, but you got to start somewhere. And then we got off on that illegal immigration thing. My viewpoint on that was tell the Mexican government to start securing their border and do their job. The wall is really secondary to the problem. We don't have a problem with Americans flooding to Mexico. If we did, I think that our government should put a stop to the Americans going over to Mexico. The secondary problem would be for Mexico to build a wall to stop the Americans from going over to Mexico. But the primary problem is Americans not stopping the Americans from going to Mexico. That's my viewpoint. So Mexico's backwards on that shit, in my opinion. And they're saying, you can't build a wall. You build that fucking wall. If Vicente Fox, that ex-president over there, really? You stop them from coming over here then. We're flooded now. We don't even know how many's here. But that was my viewpoint on all those subjects. So I disagree with Ronan, on those subjects. But I don't disagree with Ronan that they smuggle it in through CIA planes and all the other ways that it comes into the country. I don't disagree with that viewpoint.
Yeah, that's what I was being serious a while ago when I said that y'all agreed on much.
Right. He kept going back to that when I was trying to stay on one subject so he'd understand my viewpoint. I understand his, but I disagree with his viewpoint.
This is where
except for the smuggling of the drugs, I agree with that.
Well, I use marijuana not on a daily basis.
I can't say, but I did mention earlier that I was always a weed smoker, not a drinker.
But yeah, I've used it before, and I don't see myself as a criminal because in order for there to be a criminal, in my opinion, there has to be a victim. No victim, no crime.
The only thing that even makes you out to look like a criminal is because they're not taxing the weed and it's not legal. But in my opinion, you should not incarcerate people unless it's, you're a pusher, you're doing some hardcore shit. But that's the weed thing to me is, I don't believe weed is a gateway drug. I don't really even categorize that on the drugs I'm speaking of.
You're talking about hard drugs.
I'm talking about hardcore drugs. And I can speak from my own life on the hardcore drugs and what it does. I've been around so many drug addicts in my life, I could never tell you how many. Because I've played in bars all my life. I've been around all of the I've been right in the center of a lot of that stuff. So I don't think the addict, which is demand for more drug, I don't think that's where the problem starts. I tell you what, I'll even go this far. If you had never tried weed, okay. Now I'm not saying I disagree or agree with weed, okay, but I'm just saying if you look at weed smoking as a problem, if you do, and I'm not saying I do, just to try to prove my point, the problem with you smoking weed, if it's a wrong thing, if it were a wrong thing, would not be your demand for that weed. It would be where you're getting that weed. Because if you couldn't go get the weed, there would be no demand because the supply is not there.
You know, I've experienced
Right.
that living in another town.
I mean, it's a complex topic because arguably, I mean, in theory, you would think that if you cut off the supply completely, that they would just drop the demand.
Well,
But
they'll always try to find, corruption will always find a way. And when I say corruption, I mean heroin addicts that are in DTs and shaking like a motherfucker and thinking they're gonna die, and they got
yeah, I mean, they fucking
flu.
need the shit, or or they're gonna fucking tweak and
They need help. That's where I said they need help. They need,
Right.
in other words, medical help so they can get over that. And I can speak from my own life, even on those subjects. Okay, the people around me, very close to me. Okay, so I know all about that too. But my viewpoint with Ronan was that he started out the subject saying the problem was America with the demand. I disagree with that.
Well, the problem is we're
medical
actually
help,
allowing the supply to come in through.
medical help if you're insured, or is it come free?
That's right, D-Beck. They need medical help.
I don't think it's any countries. I don't think any heroin addicts, which is the demand in any country, anywhere on this planet. I don't think
It's the enablers. It's the country. It's our country allowing the drugs to come in.
It's where it starts. That's my point. It's where it starts, wherever that may be. If it's in a meth lab in our country, or if it's in Mexico with the cartels, or if it's in the CIA planes, my viewpoint on what Ronan stated was the demand is not the problem. Of course, they want to get everybody addicted to it. So there's more demand for more supply, but that's not where it starts.
It starts at the poppy field.
It starts at the fucking seed in the ground of that weed plant. Exactly. That's my point.
A chemical plant. A lot of drugs are made chemically now.
That's right. D-Beck has another good point.
But anyway, so, I just kept trying to bring him back to one subject at a time. But if he gets off on the CIA planes and that we have corrupt government bringing it over here on airplanes, I can't get my point across. Okay.
Well, I mean, I can't disagree with that.
No, I agree with that. I agreed with that. They do. They've been doing that shit, man, for before
yeah,
I
there's no
was
way
born.
that amount of drugs is coming in, fucking without anybody noticing.
They've always smuggled drugs into every country.
Yeah, it's part of the black market.
But I think those things are the things that I think ought to be gotten a hold of.
Yeah, we smuggle people, we smuggle drugs, we smuggle weapons, whatever you want.
Yeah, in other words, sex trafficking. I don't think the problem is the girl that's going to be prostituted.
No, it's the government. It's the corruption at the highest levels. Like that's the real problem. Like you can blame the addicts and shit, but they're only doing what addicts do. Like
perfect prime example of my viewpoint is the people in Saudi Arabia that are paying for those people to bring those fucking sex slaves to them. The problem is not the people with the money with the demand to get those sex slaves. The problem is those motherfuckers getting away with bringing those fucking sex slaves and enslaving those people with lies and bullshit that they're going to have a good life when they get to Saudi Arabia, when they're just going to be pimped out and fucked.
Yeah, well, there's a high demand and people are willing to pay a lot of money.
That's cause and effect.
Yeah.
All these factors play in. We can't deny that.
Anyway, that was an emotional debate, man.
Yeah.
That's all good. It happens.
Saudis can do whatever they like. they're supported by us.
No, actually, I always, and just so everybody understands, my line of thinking, I really do try to respect everybody's viewpoint. But if they keep telling me that I'm saying something different from what I'm really saying when I know I'm not saying that, that's what I got a problem with.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I don't like somebody saying, if I'm saying blue, 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 and they keep saying, no, you're fucking saying red, I got a fucking problem with that.
I agree.
That's the only thing I had a real problem with. He kept trying to change the context of what I was saying. And,
Right.
I needed the ball to go back in his court a little aggressive so he could understand, that you're not going to change the context of what I'm saying, But anyway, but I do respect other people's viewpoint. I respect the way he sees that, but I disagree with it.
Well, I've heard your point. I didn't hear Ronan's though. Like, I guess what is he? I agree with him about the CIA allowing the drugs to come in, but I don't know. Is he saying that it's an issue, like that the problem is because of the supply or the demand?
I think it's all elements thereof.
They're sort of symbiotic. I mean,
They are. They're interconnected. But if I had to be in charge of that, I would first stop the flow and then get the addicts medical help.
I agree. I think that would be, realistically, if there weren't corruption going on, that would be the way to do it.
Speaking of corruption, kratom, Kratom, has been known to alleviate the withdrawal symptoms from people coming off opiates. Kratom is a natural herb, and this year was made illegal. So you guys heard what I said. You don't have to take methadone to come off of heroin. You take kratom to come off of opiates.
It's a big business.
Side effects.
Yeah, but that would put a wedge in pharmaceuticals, and they wouldn't make any money if you did that.
And you know what the personal side to that whole thing was, and why I got so emotional? Because in my direct life, I have been around many drug addicts, and I was around those drug addicts when they got started. I was around those drug addicts when I even knew where it was coming from, and I know it wasn't their fault. It was kind of their fault for wanting to experiment and try it. Yeah, but not, I don't even say that that's a fault. It's almost human. The curiosity killed the cat. Thinking that you're mightier than the drug or whatever you're.
All game when you start treating drug addicts. Who pays for it? Who pays for the counsellors and the drugs? The taxpayer in the end.
Yeah.
For a self-inflicted thing. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, you just brought up a whole nother thing, D-Beck, and that's another thing, see? And then who's paying for the medical help for all the heroin? Our taxes.
Yeah.
So, see, it's a never-ending ball game of shit.
Yeah, but, the problem is if you eliminate the supply, theoretically you would say, oh, that's going to stop demand because they can't get it. But really, it's
no.
Going to increase the demand.
Yeah, I didn't want to go that far because I knew better than that.
Yeah.
I just said that where the problem started at.
Yeah.
In my opinion, was not with the demand.
Yeah, basically, if you cut off the supply and then rehabilitate, that would be.
And then try to take care of all the other areas that are the cause and effect from the actual beginning of the problem.
Buddy, I got a real good way to prove your point. Quaaludes.
I used to do a few Quaaludes in my time. 714s and 914s. I remember them well.
Back in the 60s and 70s, I'm guessing, Quaaludes had a pretty high demand.
Yeah, Royer 714 and Royer 914s. They were everywhere.
The demand was pretty high, wasn't it? And then they stopped making them. What happened?
Nobody did them anymore.
The demand eventually dropped. There's still.
You don't even hear. Well, they got other things. But that's a good point. But they went on to other things they could get their hands on. But not me. I was always the guy that was kind of curious, and once I did it, okay, I know what that does. Now I'm done with that. But and that's a good point. That's my whole point right there. Not that there's not cause and effects. In other words, cause and effects. If they can't get the Quaaludes, they'll go get the Jelly Reds or the Black Beauties,
What are the Quaaludes?
or the Valiums or the Xanax or whatever it may be. You know, but you got it. But if that all of the supplies were cut off to all of those, then what would they do? They'd have to get medical help.
Pushing them right back in the hands of the pharmaceuticals.
You know, whatever would help them with their addictions, you know, kind of thing. Hey, man, if it was an easy subject to conquer, we wouldn't have the problem, would we? You understand?
Yeah,
It's a big problem because it's not an easy one to solve. And there's multiple facets of this whole big drug thing as a whole picture. I completely understand what Ronan was saying, but, you know, my viewpoint was that's not where the problem starts. Yeah, in a nutshell, I'm saying that the problem starts at the people at the meth lab making the shit.
You know, I've often been curious to what meth smells like. I know it has a certain smell when it's being manufactured. And I deliver pizza, and I'm almost like halfway tempted to, you know, stop it at the source, so to speak. But I don't have the balls to do it. Like, I don't want the meth on the streets, right?
Yeah, I don't either, man.
But then again, I don't want to call the cops every time I smell meth being cooked.
Well, see, that's interesting you say that. We don't really want to get the addicts in trouble, even though they're causing a problem in society and robbing people and stealing your jewelry in your house to go get money to go buy the drugs. You understand? I don't, that it's almost like they can't help themselves. Okay. So that's all the ripple effects from the addict. They'll steal from your sister. They'll go in your mama's pocketbook to get the money to go get the dope. That's the ripple effects, the cause and effect from the supply of this stuff. But no, I don't think it's right that I call the law on all the addicts myself. I'd rather stop wherever they're getting it from. You know?
Distribution is the problem. It's not the addicts.
I was saying as a delivery driver going door to door, smelling people cooking
But
meth.
Hank, that is so interesting what you said, because our subject earlier was, you said something to the effect of you didn't think that people should be incarcerated for, you know, in other words, being noted as a criminal. I agree with that. The problem with that philosophy, though, in reality form for me, even though they may not be responsible because they're addicted to dope, causing them to do this type of stuff that they never did before they were addicted, they'll probably have to end up going to jail, man, to get them to stop doing all the things in society that they're doing to get the dope. If they come and steal my lawnmower for money to go buy the dope, they'll probably have to go to jail for stealing my lawnmower. But that's for the criminal act that they did, not for being an addict, but for the effect of them being an addict stealing my lawnmower. And they got to be held accountable for that.
Yeah, I think if they cut off like distribution or supply, I think that the new issue would be that people would just be producing it here instead of having it shipped in. They would just make it here.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere. The supply is just unbelievable. But you know, we started that whole thing with the Mexican cartel, and I was trying to stick to just that, not where it was all coming from all over, you know, from the meth labs here and from the CIA.
Yeah, no, the majority I think is definitely coming from across the border. I agree.
I would say majority. That's my belief, that the majority is across the border, and then the other things are happening also. You know, the meth labs and the CIA planes and all the private smuggling and the private, you know, and all of that.
I'm pissed off about the poppy fields in Afghanistan.
About the what?
The poppy fields in Afghanistan that our soldiers guard.
Oh, you're pissed off that they're guarding it, you say?
Yeah, I don't think our soldiers should be put in harm's way to guard poppy fields.
That's interesting. I don't know enough about that to elaborate, but is that the supply?
That would be the supply, yes, for heroin.
Yee, I don't know, man. I don't. You mean as far as the American soldiers being over there protecting it? You feel like their government should be doing it?
No, no, I feel like we shouldn't be over there producing heroin or allowing heroin to be produced while it's illegal, but they got poppy fields.
Well,
And
yeah. There's your corruption factor.
yeah, that's the corruption. It also comes from, the what is it, the Golden Triangle? I think that's somewhere in Vietnam. We get heroin from there. Um,
It's
so
kind of crazy when you think about all the places it really comes from.
yeah,
It flips me out sometimes when I really analyze that. And so, man, it ain't an easy thing to solve. I mean, I'll step right up and say that. I don't know if I'm correct in how I would try to fix the problem, but you got to start somewhere. I mean, can't just keep letting it happen like it's been going. Something has to be done.
I know that it makes me sick that there's people in prisons right now for marijuana.
Look at the breakdown of society, too, Hank. Look at the breakdown of your society because of it. Do you want those drug addicts going in office running your country too? I personally don't, man. It tears everything apart. And I'll even go this far. I've gone to this point with it, regardless of Ronan and my debate and who's right or who's wrong or misunderstandings or aggressive talks about it. I want to say this. I think it is Satan's best tool for corruption. It is one of Satan's best fucking tools he's ever used
Talking about drugs.
to steal from God's children the purity that he put them down here on earth for. Now that's a Christianity kind of a Bible way to look at it. If you're an atheist and you don't believe in God, however you view that, but I think it's Satan's greatest tool to destroy humanity.
I think the dollar bill or fiat currency.
Well, yeah, money's the root of all evil, kind of so to speak, but I think it's one of Satan's greatest tools. All these hardcore drugs now, look what it does to people.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And it's damn sure ain't from God.
Changes people, that's for sure.
It
I've
damn
seen what
sure
happens
ain't.
to people on meth.
And my viewpoint is God ain't behind it.
I've seen people like on meth do like a 180. Like,
Oh yeah, man, I've seen it all. I'm telling you, it's terrible. I can, man, I'm not going to do it over the web, but I've had direct, shit's been around me all my life. I'm surprised I've kept myself away from it as good as I have.
I know better than to touch that shit. I wouldn't touch that shit with a 10-foot pole.
You don't think that you're mightier than crack. That shit and all of these hardcore drugs that are out there now. Man, in younger years, you could sit there and you were talking about Quaaludes. You could do a fucking Quaalude and the next day wake up and not even want another one. It wasn't that type of addictive drugs that's going on now, in my opinion.
Maybe that's
And everybody that I grew up with that was doing that kind of stuff, doing the Quaaludes and the Black Beauties and the Jelly Reds and all that, they'd do it on a weekend for a kick, and then they wouldn't do, they didn't have to have it anymore, kind of thing. But this shit they got out here now, man, I'm telling you, I'll put it to you this way. I don't want my fucking kids around it.
What about MDMA or Molly's, what they call Molly's?
I don't know enough. I've heard it, but I don't know very much about it.
The party drug or the ecstasy?
Ecstasy. Well, I first got exposed to ecstasy down at the coast when I was jamming with a guy. And quick little story. So we were in my living room sitting there working out a song, and he was working his jaw back and forth, and he was kind of sounding like this, man. He like, this is really cool stuff, man, and I said, yeah, man, this is a great song, and And I said, "Hey, man, you know, are you like doing something?" You know, because he was just a little bit too lovey-dovey, man. You know what I mean? And that was my first exposure to ecstasy. And then the next thing I heard about ecstasy was it was the sex drug, you know. But
I know a girl who did too much ecstasy and had too much sex, and she said that it's not the same without it. Like if you don't have the ecstasy anymore, like the sex is no good.
yeah, as I hear you say that, it just dawned on me again. I don't think that's the way that God intended it to be.
I don't think so either. Sex is magnificent.
You know what I mean? Man, these are all just my viewpoints. I'm not saying that any of them or all of them or even one of them are right. It's just the way I see it.
I think I'm gonna smoke pot, but I'm
I
not
think
gonna do
I
myself.
think I'm going to smoke pot too, man.
I'm
Mike,
gonna pay my taxes though.
hold on just a minute, man. Let me fix me up one right now. Mike out.
I
Mike
don't
back,
feel like
Mike back in. I can do it while I got my mic in.
I don't feel like a criminal for using the herbs.
You know, maybe I am not looking at it correctly. I've never seen weed in my entire lifetime be a gateway drug. If I did, from my life experiences, not listening to anybody else, if I actually saw that happening, I will tell you one thing I have noticed though with certain people, Hank. Certain people, I think the pot has made them want to try different things, but I still don't consider that for the most part the gateway drug. I don't think the weed made them do it. It's just that when they say, "Hey, man, that's pretty cool," you know, getting high off this pot, and then they wondered what a high off the other drugs would be like. But yet, that really wasn't the gateway drug that made them do it. You know
No,
what I mean?
the gateway is their addictive personality. It's not the fucking weed.
There you go. It has to do with the individual and just yeah, man. I have witnessed that exactly, Tudor. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with you, man. Now you take something physically addictive like cigarettes or something like that. Yeah, that's a different story. But
Yeah.
No cigarettes for me. Did you guys know I don't smoke?
I didn't know that, but so you don't smoke cigarettes?
Nope. I
That's
took
good.
one cigarette my whole life, and you know what? I didn't get high, I didn't get drunk, I didn't get wasted, nothing. It didn't do
No,
anything.
nobody in my entire family ever smoked any cigarettes. My dad said when he was fighting the war in UK, he said he smoked about six cigarettes his entire life to keep mosquitoes off of him.
I'll be damned.
But other than that, nobody in my family ever smoked cigarettes either. But me, the black sheep, does.
I never did it because it don't do anything for you.
Well, it's been my worst vice in my life. It affects my singing and everything, man. So there you go. You know, there's my vice. There's my addiction.
Can you imagine if they
I'm
made
the kind of
cigarettes
guy that
illegal?
has to stop stuff cold turkey. You know, like say, who's laughing?
oh no, I was laughing at the chat actually.
Oh, okay. I mean, but yeah, like you know, the patch and all that to quit smoking cigarettes. I can't do those things. I have to just say I hate the son of a bitches, and I'm not gonna smoke them anymore. Boom, done.
I'm addicted to food. Honestly, it's not pot. It's food.
Well, that there you go, man. I mean, I know a lot of people that you know when they now see that's strange, isn't it? You talk about genetics and different people with addictive personalities. For me, if I get real upset, I cannot eat. But everybody else around me, when they get nervous, that's what they're doing, man. They're sitting there eating. It's crazy, right?
We are a product of our environments, and I grew up very poor. And I guess my main meal was ramen noodles. So now I'm around food all the time.
Uh huh.
It's not easy. Marijuana's never been my drug of choice. It's always been food.
Yeah. I think this whole thing started when Tudor came in the room. He started it.
What did I start?
I don't know. I'm just trying to throw the blame somewhere because I know Ronan's pissed at me.
Why is he mad?
I got it a little bit too fucked up and hardcore there, I guess.
He won't stay mad long. I don't even think he's mad. He's
I'm
very
just waiting.
patient.
I think I'm wanting him to mic back in, man. Just say if he still loves me or not, man.
Ronan is a wise grasshopper.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, on most subjects, I gotta agree. I mean, Ronan really, he's pretty smart.
I don't always agree with him. That's because I'm thinking for myself. But he respects that.
Yeah.
If I did agree with everything Ronan said, then Ronan be the only one doing the thinking.
Right. See, that's where I think it's a good thing we disagree sometimes.
If someone never disagrees with you, then you're doing all the thinking.
Yeah, I've never been one to go where the crowd goes if I think it's wrong or, I don't agree with it, I've always had kind of, I guess you could say I've always been opinionated. But I think that's good.
It's definitely good. Think for yourself.
As long as you're not as opinionated as Ronan, Ronan?
Yes, sir.
I got to apologize, man. I got out of hand.
Okay.
And now we need cool off time, so he probably won't talk to me good till tomorrow.
Jeez, am I gonna have to rewind this thing and see what you said?
No, man. As a matter of fact, I forgot this was on air. I should have just typed it. I should. No, but when I realize, I'm at the point in my life where if I do see myself get a little bit, what I deem as less than admirable, then I like to apologize for it.
Yeah.
I don't apologize for my viewpoints, but the way I executed myself.
No one's perfect.
It's like when you get real mad, you can't get that damn booger out of your nose. You start cussing.
Hate that.
I know, man. Me too. And then you can't get it off your finger because it's not dry enough. That really gets to me.
I can't count the number of debates that I've been in, and I've seen people really lose it. And you didn't even come close.
Oh man, the few times I popped over there to the what is it called, the debate channel or whatever,
Yep.
and kind of watch what was going on in there, which the characters that were in that passion